up, everybody? Just ate dinner? Are you ready for your dessert? Freaking lore? Hang on, there's lots of hair sticking to my lip gloss. It's a whole thing. There's a lot of incidents occurring at this time. Opening car bags over here. Yo, what set you get? Did you get 151? What'd you get? What'd you pull in? Huh? You're gonna say cheesecake? I fucking wish. Well, I do actually have cheesecake. I'm sorry, it's just for me though. That's my dessert. What's up, everybody? That was really good speakering. Oh, wow. We're off to a good start today. What's up, everybody? I have a separate stomach for lore. Me as well. Yeah, look, Dot. Thanks for the 20 stream streak. That's very poggy. Live footage of Raph sprinting to acquire lore as fast as possible? Yeah, dude, we might actually play the game today. I might actually play. You're just sitting around talking. You're not playing the game. You're just sitting there talking. Bitch, do you know how much fucking lore is in this game? Do you understand? Do you? Unbelievable. People are like, oh, we're just sitting there talking like... What, do you need some fucking Minecraft? Subway Surfer background stuff? You TikTok attention span MFer? I've created a straw person, but I'm really good at that too. Introducing Caterpie. You got the freaking alt rare Caterpie? That's sick. The art box pretty cool too, but the art rares are like the highlight of the set for real. Is this little guitar ditty just stock music? It's like a DMCA free version of Blues in the Velvet Room from Persona 3. Is that what this is? In English, I think they're called art rares or illustration rares. I honestly don't know. What do you mean Steam Cloud out of date? Oh, please. My Stardew Valley needs to update. We're good. Okay. Sorry, it's very important that my Stardew Valley is up to date with my current playtime. Hang on, let's see. Let's have where's Stardew? How the alphabet works. Where does it say how many hours I've played in the last week? I've played so much Stardew. Oh, it doesn't say how long? It just says total hours? That's not accurate anymore. 75 stream streak. 75 stream streak. Well, you just flexed upon everyone who's around here other than, you know, yourself, Rob. Thank you for 75 streams, even though you keep gaslighting me that it's been 4 years when it really has not. Hang on, hang on. Okay, we're not playing Stardew Valley today. Do you want to see my farm though? What if we play Stardew Valley today instead of Elden Ring? I really don't have anything to show on my farm, actually. It's really not that. Like, you know how everyone makes like really pretty farms and they decorate and they're like, wow, and you're just like, wow, that's gorgeous. And that's not me. Everything just needs to be vaguely close together. Oh, I'm so sorry. My desktop audio isn't muted. I'm so sorry. I scammed you out of that cheap scream. I posted in general? Yep, that's the Caterpie, all right. I didn't pull that one. I pulled, I have like 3 of the freaking Mr. Mimes. I bought that card in JP though, because I wanted it. In JP, some Japanese cards are cheaper than in English. So like, for example, the Bulbasaur is like $30 Canadian in English, and it's like $3 in Japan. So I was like, I'm just gonna order it from the internet. Sub got 8? Wait, oh really? There is, wait. Oh, I forgot to turn on my dashboard. One moment. Persona series one of these days. Persona is freaking pog. I love Persona. 3 is the best. It remains the best. It's been the best. But with Persona 3 Reload, it's like it's actually really exciting to see everyone excited about Persona again because of 3 Reload. It's incredible. It's the best. Genuinely the best. The music's extraordinary. Shoji Meguro is the GOAT. You know when there's a game that's like pretty good, but the music's really good? And then there's a game that's like the music's really good and the game's really good? It's the latter. An example of the former would be like Shadow the Hedgehog. Wait, your sub got 8? I just really like I don't think it went off like the notif at all. You might have to refresh and it'll give you an opportunity to click it. Hummus unlocking 3 years ago on your first year anniversary? That I don't know how that reads with time. I don't understand. FemMC with a mod? I know, you know what? I'm still really upset about FemMC because I was never able to play because it's only on portable, which I didn't have a portable, PS Portable or a Vita or whatever it was on. I never had one. So I never got to play it, which was a huge bummer because, well, I can't talk about it because there's certain things that are spoiler related, but some of the, from what I've heard about it, some of the character stuff is different because of the, and I'm like, oh, it's very intriguing. Do love good game soundtracks? Ah, Persona is really good. I think Sonic has some amazing music, even if all the games aren't necessarily the best. Like Shadow the Hedgehog, for example, which is a terrible game, but with really good music. Really good. Some of it's a little edgelord territory, but that's okay. It's okay. It's like a little edgy, but it's still great, you know? Pokemon themed binder that fit what I wanted was so hard, so made them more ranked. You know what? Did you look at the Ultra Pro binders? Because Ultra Pro has a couple zip side loading not ring binders with like Charizard and stuff on them. They're a little bit upcharged, but they're still pretty good. Yo, Wake thank you for 3 months. Shadow the Hedgehog was a good game. I actually like it. I really do. I know that sounds weird, but I played Shadow the Hedgehog and I really enjoyed it. And I was just young enough that I was like, ooh, it's cool that he uses guns. You know, like I thought that was cool. And then I tried playing it semi-recently, and at least like within the past 5 years, and I was like, wow, this game is bad, but I still like it, you know? It's like, ugh. I still really like it, even though it's awful, kind of a little. You know what I mean? Like, you're like, wow, and then you're like, ugh. Yuka Kitamura will be doing next? Oh my god. I don't know. She's not gonna, from what I've understood, she's not gonna be working with FromSoft anymore, but she's still gonna be like independent, so they could still hire her for stuff. Keanu as Shadow. Keanu as Shadow is great because it's gonna be like Cyberpunk, because Keanu was in like Cyberpunk and then Idris Elba was in one of the DLC or something. So I just love the idea that they're having like a little reunion. I know voice actors don't really like meet each other, I think, most of the time. Like you don't really have VAs meet when they're working on a project, but still I love the idea of them being like, hey, what's up for Cyberpunk, and then they're like, yo, what's up for the Sonic movie. It's so good. I got this a Pikachu one. Oh, that's sick. I got the Charizard binder. I don't get it. Is that a reference to Cyberpunk? I haven't seen Cyberpunk. I haven't played Cyberpunk. I haven't seen any of the trailers. I just know Keanu's in it. Isn't the Keanu who's like really short, like he's photoshopped to be like really small, like a child, is from like him at one of the Cyberpunk events or something? I wasn't aware of these things. Are you feeling better? I am. We'll see if the night guard helps. I'm hoping it will. So for context, I my jaw is really goofed up because I apparently clench it really hard when I sleep. And on Saturday, my throat hurt really bad. I thought I was sick. Because every time I swallowed, it would hurt, and it would just like, it was like, ugh. And I was like, and then I was like, I wonder if it's actually just because my jaw is so goofed up. Because you know how like all your muscles and everything here are all kind of like attached? You know, so sometimes if your knee hurts, it's because your hip is tight, you know, something like that. Who are you gonna side with in the Selinger and questline? I already did that one, and it was Selen. So I guess Jaren's dead. Well, no, for sure, he's confirmed. But like Selen also is. Been wearing Corrin's neck gear? No, but I almost feel like it would help. I hope you're feeling better. It's up and down with the job, but I've been waiting. I know for those who've been here, you've heard the whole arc about me getting my night guard. I've gotten I had an appointment, and then I scheduled an appointment for the fitting, and then I finally got my night guard today. And it has a case, and it glows in the dark. And it's got sparkles in it. I may or may not go to like a child's dentist. There's like pictures on the wall, and when you sit back, there's like minions on the ceiling. It's a great dentist, but I'm pretty sure it's very, you know, I don't think adults would have like a sparkly glow in the dark night guard case. But I'm special, so I do. Did you get fitted for shoes too? Nah, dude, I just wear Crocs. I'm a Croc gamer now. Do you want to see? These are my slippers now. I will not be having comments right now because my Crocs have saved my feet. Because you want to know what happened? I went to my doctor and I'm like, doctor, my feet are fucked up. They hurt all the time. And like, I think you know, like what's going on with that? And then she's like, no, your feet are fine. You just have like, you just need better shoes because your feet are high arches or some flat feet. I don't know. She said flat feet and high arches very quickly together. So I think it's because my arches are high, so I need extra support or something. Anyway, she's like, you need orthopedic shoes. And I'm like, yeah, no, fuck that. Because, you know, yeah. And she's like, okay, well, I wear Crocs. I have the same problem. I wear Crocs all the time. And I was like, okay. And she's like, do you know Birkenstocks? And I'm like, girl, I live in Birkenstocks in the summer, but they're sandals, right? Means your left is high arch and your right is flat. You got flat arches. It's good. Brown's an interesting color choice. It's the only ones they had that were on sale. You think I was going to pay full price for Crocs? Honestly, the colors kind of grown on me. They make me think of gardening shoes. Like, I feel like I could go gardening in them. They're pretty sick. Night guard today? Are you serious? Are we night guard twins? Poggy. Wake up, samurai, I've got a city to burn was the first thing you'd hear in the trailer. Oh, now I get it. That's really funny. Anyway, my daughter's like, okay, so you should wear like Crocs because they're like basically budget orthopedic shoes. And I was like, okay, so I got Crocs. They were on sale. And oh, and the other thing is I asked my doctor, I'm like, okay, but I don't like wearing slippers. So like, can I just walk around barefoot? She's like, no, if you walk around barefoot, like that's the problem. Because your feet don't support you enough. So your feet hurt because you and I'm just sitting there like, so my body hurts because of walking? Like, what kind of fucking garbage is this? I want a refund on what? I don't know. On like my human form. Like, are you kidding me? Walking around causes you damage? It's insanity. It's stupid. Barbie ratio feet. I don't think that's the problem, but I don't think it helps. Yeah, dude, I want to be like in the cyberpunk where they get the cybernetics. I've seen the show, so I know that happens. Yeah, so anyway, that's really fun. But now I wear Crocs and they actually help a lot. Walking causes 1 dot damage. It's true. I was like, I don't like wearing slippers though. Like, cause okay, Polish people love slippers, dude. If you go to a Polish person's house, they got kapcia for you. Kapcia slippers are just like kapcia. Masz kapcia? Jest zimno, masz kapcia? Kapcia dla ciebie? They like Polish people literally have like a whole fucking place by the door, like the closet, that's full of guest slippers, dude. Like Polish people love slippers. They act like walking with socks will kill you. You know, Polish people are thick in the it's cold outside, you're gonna get sick. You know, like they're like, oh, what are you doing? You have to wear a hat. You gotta wear your fucking snow pants. Like, what are you doing? You know, so slippers. I don't like slippers. I never like slippers. It's part of the reason that my family's like, you must be, you know, it must have been switched at birth or something. But then my daughter's like, okay, but you need to wear them around the house. And I was like, okay, but no. And she's like, well, walking just on your feet is going to cause you more harm. And I'm like, that's stupid. What you're missing growing up, clogs? She did tell me clogs are good. And I think she meant I don't know. Maybe she did mean like the wooden clogs. I assumed that she meant like the croc clogs or something. No such thing as bad weather, just bad clothing. That's pretty based. It's like dudes wearing hoodies and shorts in winter. Strange. But I'm Canadian, so we see it all the time. Bro, this lady can't even walk. For real. Do be needing to wear a beanie in the cold? I like beanies. Like, I'm not saying anti-beanie, but like if you go outside, like I remember I went to Christmas and it was a, you know, family friend, she was hosting Christmas, so all like family went, everyone was there, and like someone went outside to grab something from the garage, without a hat, and she like the host yelled at her. She's like, "Why aren't you wearing a hat? You're gonna freeze!" And it's literally going outside because she went in a full like rant. It was really funny. It was very funny to me. Thought of us in a good pair of roller skates. You know, I really wanted to roller skate when I was not even young. Like, I still want to roller skate. I just feel like I'll die. I become too tall when I roller skate. It scares me. The height difference is too high. Human body is such a pain in the ass. I know, dude. What, like, sitting hurts you. Standing hurts you. Running hurts you. Walking hurts you. Like, what the hell? Can we get it together? I don't trust Raph with any skates. You shouldn't. You really shouldn't. A lot of reasons people don't like roller skating. No, it's not that it makes me too tall. It's okay. When I put on rollerblades or skates or ice skates, any sort of whatever, I suddenly realize how high off the ground I am. And you might be like, okay, Raph, it's like a 1-inch difference. Yeah, I suddenly feel the vulnerability of being up in the sky. Like, I'm like, oh, bro, like, I'm gonna wipe the fuck out every time I am on roller skates or rollerblades. I'm like standing, chilling. This is fine. I am balanced in my lane, moisturized, thriving. And then the moment that I like stand on the rollerblades, I'm like, bro, like, I'm actually done. Like, I'm gonna die. This is too high up. I feel like I'm looking over like a skyscraper or something. It's unreal. I cannot handle it. I've never been. I become a duckling. I get like, I have one foot stable and then I kick off with the other foot. I'm like, And I'm Canadian, right? So, you know, like, there's a big skating culture and, like, you know, hockey culture. So I'm like at the ice rink and I'm like, you know, just gently trying to like not die. And then like freaking children at a quarter of my height are just vroom, vroom, like zooming past me and like being like, just vroom, doing like tricks and backwards. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ. Like, they're so scary. Dun, 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 dun. Would have had wheel feet by now? Cool. Haven't been given a chance to evolve past any sort of discomfort. We just invent around it. I mean, I think that's more that, like, we, like, don't let people die because they're, like, you know, sick and stuff anymore. Do you know what I mean? Like, in nature, it's like, you're a bird and you can't fly. Like, GG, brother, you know? We're not, like, Charles Darwining it anymore. Just want to lead into wheel feet? Wheel feet would be pretty cool. Human natural selection is super weird. Yeah, humans are freaking sick. The fact that you can trap a nerve or something stupid while asleep and then wake up to that bad news is nuts. I know you can't even sleep in security. Oh, this is so good. Like, it's awful and very painful and unpleasant, and I feel like terrible. But it's a little funny. You know? I still remember someone I know literally took a step off a curb and broke his foot. Like, how are you gonna get skill issue that hard? By like a 1 foot step off. Oh, dude. It's not funny, but like, it's a little funny. Do you know what I mean? Like, the concept of it. Oh no, I slept weird. Now I can't walk straight. Yeah. So anyway, night guard. That's my whole story. I want wings. You know what? I feel like I would fly and be like, wow, this is sick. And then I'd be like, holy shit, I'm really high. Like, what if I fall? You know, like, I feel like my fear of heights would kick in. Almost fainted by standing up too fast. Oh my god. Miyazaki be proud of this conversation. So listen, I know that we basically dismissed all, at least I have personally, everything today. I'm gonna open Elden Ring, by the way. I'm gonna try to make it so it doesn't flashbang me. Thank you. So Miyazaki, like, okay, I know we meme about how he probably likes feet. I'm not even memeing anymore. I think that man likes feet. Do you know what I mean? Like, he likes, Oh, the flashbang. No. Why? Video game. Oh, I'm saved. What? I think he likes feet. That's why there's so many bare feet. But I was thinking about what bare feet could also represent from a lore perspective, like symbolically, rather than just like the man likes feet. And I've thought about it. Started production on Bloodborne 2. Thanks for the pics. I did not. You're not Miyazaki. I did not send you pics. And if I wouldn't ask for BB2 in exchange for feet pics. I would want. No, not Bloodborne 2. Maybe Bloodborne 2 though. I want like an open world Bloodborne game. Like an Elden Ring but Bloodborne. You also awoken something in a great many people. Yeah, I just really wonder because like bare feet could represent, because here's the other thing too. Another character that sort of breaks the whole all the pretty ladies have bare feet is Kuro from Sekiro. Bare feet feel like innocence. See, in a way I think it can be. But Kuro, the child in Sekiro, has bare feet. And even though it's like freaking snowing, this little boy's like running around with freaking bare feet. So for him, I think it represents innocence. But for example, Selin has bare feet. I don't think with her represents innocence. You only walk holy ground unshod. Based. Rob, thanks for the gifted membership to Albert Cole. Appreciate that so much, Rob. Thanks for the support. Also, hi. Melina has to deal with her hair fused to her wings. Yeah. Sakura dance in Sekiro. Oh, is that the first boss rush? The one with Genichiro? Wolf also has bare feet? Wolf doesn't have bare feet, does he? Does Miquella have bare feet? I think Miquella has bare feet, but the problem is we haven't really seen much of Miquella, like, full... Like, we don't know a lot about Miquella. His appearances are very few. But in his statues, yes. Another child with bare feet. See, I feel like Miquella's his appearance can be related to Kuro's. Selin kills her students, doesn't know what's bad. She doesn't kill them, she just transforms them into some sort of strange demonic monstrosities. Melina has no feet. I think Melina has 1 foot, one of them is prosthetic. But no, wait, no, I think you're right actually. She's got 2... No, you're right, yeah, she's got no feet. But like, I don't think it's a... I think they represent different things. Maybe, I don't know. Because I've been thinking about feet a little with that. Because like Selin, Kuro, the Albinarics have bare feet. And their feet, well, the men, not the women. The women, I think, have armor? Or do they not? We gotta look at some feet models. Renala as well? Renala, exactly. Think about feet. I have been thinking about feet. It's not weird. You walk into Melina's boss room, she got no feet, turns around, leaves. That was me at Radon's. What's the point? You see your feet? No, we're talking about feet lore. You can see my Crocs again, though. I'm lying. I'll show you one Croc. I'm not gonna lift both. I'm too lazy. That's a tiny cup, but it's full of big caffeine, baby. It was a bit of a people situation, indeed. Mesmer's helm is asymmetrical in design compared to the pre-order helm. Is it You know what? You know what? That's a good point. I've been thinking a lot about the helmet as well. So, for you know, that's not words. As you know, my Rap Snake emote, I had Carson Drew it make it. We worked together on it, and by that I mean like I was watching him draw it, and it was like really cool because there was like nothing, and then suddenly there was art. Anyway, so with the helmet, we looked at it a lot together. I had some images so we could look at. I wonder if the reason that the helmet pre-order is not asymmetrical, like his helmet, is because then it would sit unevenly. Do you know what I mean? Like if you were... Otherwise, it's exactly the same, but the bottom parts, the parts that sort of do the face part, one is kind of lower and one is higher. Basically, if you put that on a desk for display, it won't sit right. So I think they just wanted to keep it symmetrical for the sake of display, or else how the hell would you display it? But other than that, it's accurate, for sure. Miyazaki's team stopped him from making Melina barefoot. Melina has, like, her armor is literally a foot, dude. It's foot-shaped. You wanna know who else has that? D. D also has foot-shaped armor. He's got toes in his armor. He's got armor toes. You know those little socks that was, you know, toe socks? The ones that you put on your feet and they got like one for each of your little toesy-woesies? He's got that for armor. You really catch them feet? We've been looking at feet a lot. Is very important. Simplicity and connection to something natural. I definitely see it as like a connection to the earth or other things related to it. Because like, another thing too is, for example, the culture around shoes in Japan. Like, when you enter a place, you take off your shoes. It's pretty normal too. Like in North America, you don't. I think it depends, because for example, for me in my household growing up, every Polish household that I went to, because like a lot of family friends, a lot of places we went growing up were Polish households, Polish immigrant households. You get slippers. They have gas slippers. Right? But like, they don't, you don't wear your shoes inside, right? But in Japan, there's like a really big deal. You take off your shoes, and there's like a whole, like, you know, they have a step. A lot of Japanese homes, it's like their entrance area is literally divided with a step. So you walk in, you take off your shoes, and then you almost said you don't wear your feet inside. Yeah, you take them off. You put on your inside feet. Never knew anyone with guest slippers. I've realized by going to Canadian households that it's not really a thing, but Polish households is very much a thing, yeah. Hawaii is like that too with shoes. Yeah, I'm not saying it's unusual, but with Japan, it's very, I feel like it's on another level. Do you know what I mean? So, but also, wearing bare feet inside is not okay either, I think. Like, you don't want to be barefooted inside. So, I don't know. Same in Eastern Europe? Yeah, that's my background with it. Radigan is barefoot. Radigan's not wearing a lot, including some of his skin, but very good point, for sure. So does Ensha? Ah, dang. To be fair, Ensha's a skeleton. So is that having toes, or is that just something like ascended? But no, good point. I want foot enemy. Yeah. I get weirded out when I see people walking around their house in shoes. Yeah, for me there needs to be like a very clear divide. But I know in some like American households, I think Canadian households too, you just wear your shoes inside. Guest slippers in Romania, I think it's dependent on culture. Yeah, like not all of Europe is the same, but like in Eastern Europe, from what I know from everything, like yes, you get guest slippers. Notice the dragon or the lion on the Dragon Communion Church statue. Which? We gotta take a look at that, because no, I don't remember that. As for the beasts though, so the lions, I really wonder if there's more to the lions or if it's just Siraj. But Siraj is very ancient. From what we can tell, he's literally a spirit. And he's the beast regent. So he's one of the most, like, I feel like lions, it might just be him, but I feel like lions are like up there in terms of importance within the beast culture. What if there's a centipede hiding in the slippers? They're like by the door. They're not like gross, crazy slippers. I don't know, they're just like slippers. That could happen to like your own slipper, your own shoes, you know? Polish people take outside shoes off? I thought it was only an Asian thing. No, absolutely. You take off your shoes. Anyway, sorry, distracted. But the dragons were worshipped by the beastmen. I think it's like the dragons were like the ancient dragons were the rulers there. It gets a little. This is like Farum Azula type stuff. Spiders are to me what centipedes are to Raph. I understand. I get you. Another month and a half till DLC. Don't tell me that. I'm not ready. We're still on Elden Ring. I'm never gonna. I'm like so excited, but also, my god. Also, hang on, I was playing No Rest for the Wicked last time, so we have to reset the input. No Rest for the Wicked, I think I talked about this on Discord, but I'm pretty pumped because I played it on Thursday and it was pretty sick, but like definitely I think it was like a little overtuned in terms of difficulty. But basically everything we talked about in No Rest for the Wicked, they readjusted. They nerfed how much durability damage you take upon death. They nerfed the cost of repair. They increased drop rates, stuff like that. Like they basically fixed everything that I was worried about. So that's pretty pog. I wanted to try it at least once because it seems sick, but like I also need to get back to Elden Ring because we're never gonna finish the LOREATHON ever. And I still have so much to do. Still got Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Enchanted Arms, Bloodborne, Amori, Sekiro. Thank you for the reminder about Amori. I'm back on my Amori shit again. I love Amori. 3 hours by Kale, just talking about everything with chat. You weren't gonna finish Elden Ring in time. I'm gonna finish Elden Ring in time. Okay? I just don't know if I'll finish all the other games in time. I'm telling you, Elden Ring's the biggest. We'll get there. Theory video, the butterfly incantation is possibly a bewitching incantation. I just really wonder about that because, like, okay, let me tell you something about Nebula. It's strong as balls. Actually, not even strong like balls because balls are soft and squishy and vulnerable. They're strong as ovaries. Okay, like it's like one of the most vicious, damaging, posture damaging Ashes of War in the entire freaking game. And the spell for the butterfly incantation is freaking huge. It makes Nebula look small. It does damage for sure because you could see the effect that the enemies take when they get hit by it. It does like a damage looking effect. Like it does look like they take an impact. It's not like Trina's Mist or whatever that kind of makes them, you know. And if they add a spell that does bewitching or something equivalent or increases like a bewitching meter or adds a status effect and then also keeps the effect of Nebula, oh boy, that'll be way too strong. What are we talking about? The butterfly incantation in the trailer, the pink one that looks like Nebula. It might be like, why are you talking about Nebula? It's literally Nebula's animation. Whole 1-to-1. It's the same animation. It makes the same sound and it has the same timing as Nebula. Do you know how many times I cast Nebula in my first playthrough? I am an expert. What are we talking about? Balls and ovaries and their strengths and weaknesses. No, you're a Nebula? Thank you. Strong like eggs? Eggs are strong as shit, bro. Bewitch all imps in capital after invading your someone's trauma after that. I really wonder, like, I know why they think that is because it's pink, and the only other thing that has the same shade of pink is the bewitching branch. Like, I'm with that. I just really, they're not above doing really broken shit in DLC. Like, a lot of the most stupid weapons in FromSoft games come from DLC. But I'm just really wondering. No, for next time, do a Nebula counter? What do you mean a Nebula counter? Oh, like count how many times I do Nebula? No, I'm better now. I'm reformed. I don't just play through with Nebula. Weakness, torsion. No, we're not gonna talk about torsion again. Every time I get debated into talking about torsion because it's the funny word. Absolutely silly things in this expansion. It's gonna get silly, but I really wonder what's gonna happen with that. Dark bead? Dark bead. Dark bead. Shadow of the Earth Tree is gonna be nutty. Yeah, like I'm thinking of like the what do you call it? That scythe in DS3 from the scythe that drove people insane in PvP. There's a word for it. There's some sort of scythe. Then there's also the Proto Moonveil, the boss weapon from Midir, which was basically a Moonveil. That was apparently very strong. add a way to just buy somber ancient dragon smithing stones. They did that similarly with not Bloodborne. Yeah, Bloodborne. Bloodborne gave you a couple extra options to get blood rocks in the DLC. Famously, you can only max out one weapon in Bloodborne base game because they only gave you one max weapon item, the blood rock. They gave you, I think, 2 more in DLC plus the opportunity to buy them with insight, but I don't remember when that started. Corvian Great Scythe? No, it's a DLC. Murky Scythe. The Murky Scythe is a menace in PvP. It's an annoying ass little spammy weapon. Awful stuff. The Frayed Blade, that's what it is. Exactly. Also Dark Bead. Bee? All right, let's get into some lore. I'm a little rusty. It's been a couple days. That's not how you play the game. There you go. X. Where the heck did I leave off? Elden Ring equivalent is a clean raw rapier. Yeah, but the clean raw rapier is not as annoying. What the heck? I spawn in and I'm freaking breaking everything. My God, some kind of destructive force. Dark Bee. Yourself. That's stupid. 8. What the heck? I'm breaking freaking everything, dog. Maxing out and trying different. I need to leave. This furniture is not up to code. What's up, Patches?
Hello again. Welcome to Patches Emporium.
Thanks, Patches. Man, it's really weird to see this game because, like, the only thing I played this weekend is a little bit of Stardew Valley, and it's like, wow, it's not pixely. Dark Bee is just Hornet, right? Oh, don't talk about Silk Song right now. Okay, so I don't remember what we were doing. I think I remember I goofed up and I missed some dialogue. I got too excited to fight Rykard. So I progressed the questline for basically I missed a lot of dialogue from her talking about her daughter and the potion of forgetfulness or whatever, so that's kind of a bummer. But whatever. I think we're just gonna go fight Rykard. I don't think we need to keep him alive right now. So I think we can go fight him. Concerned Ape made all of this? Not this, but Stardew Valley, yes. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Stardew Valley is so great. I keep going back to that game, and 1.6 is actually amazing. And all of the updates since are even better. Okay, where's the Serpent Hunter? Am I thick rolling? Sure am. I guess I could upgrade it a little bit. Like, I don't see why not. So let's go do that. God, it's so freaking big, isn't it? Did I read the lore for this? Weapon that serves as both greatsword and spear, thought to have been used to hunt an immortal great serpent. In the distant past, it manifests a long blade of light when facing such a creature. When their master's heroic aspirations degenerated into mere greed, his men searched for a weapon with which they might halt their lord. So, it's basically the gimmick weapon of this game. There is a long history of special gimmick weapons that get special abilities only in certain fights in FromSoft games. I think I'm not gonna say it started with Demon Souls, but Demon Souls is the first one that I know of. Okay, it looked really dark for a second. It confused me. Serpent Hunter is good outside of his gimmick, though. Yeah, but it's not really about that. It's just it's a weapon that has a gimmick to it and is part of a gimmick fight. So Demon Souls started with not the Serpent Hunter, the Storm Ruler. Or was Storm Ruler the boss? I don't remember if Storm Ruler was the boss or the weapon. It might be both. But basically, there's a boss that you have to hit little flying guys, and there's special, you get a special ability, but only in the boss fight. Dark Souls 1? Does Dark Souls 1 have a gimmick? Oh, of course it does. Wait, is Ceaseless a gimmick? No, Ceaseless is just a kind of a goober. Dark Souls 1 have one? Sommler is in DS3? Yeah, it's also in DS3.
Well,
Boss is the Storm King. Yeah, so it's all Storm stuff. So there, it's the Storm King, and then I think isn't it the same weapon? Isn't it called the Storm Ruler? Because that's, you might be like, yeah, it's in Dark Souls 3. It sure is, my friends. It sure freaking is. It's the same weapon. Bed of Chaos. Yeah, but you don't need a gimmick weapon. So there's not always a. I'm gonna wait for this because +4 is enough. Oh wait, was there dialogue? I was so focused on my remembering games that I only played once like 3 years ago. Hello.
The girl has come a long way. As ever, time and technique have made her stronger. 'Tis good to see. An imprisoned monster does not deserve an apprentice. Or a daughter. But at times, that's precisely what she feels like to me. I've gone soft. And it isn't easy.
Oh, I love Hugh. He's such a sweet boy. So because she's no longer apprentice.
Greetings. Are you here for spirit?
He says that line of dialogue.
The voices of the tormented spirits are silent again, but it isn't like last time. I'm almost certain the spirits have escaped their confinement. Did you have anything to do with it, I wonder?
Wait, so by tying up Dung Eater, he frees the spirits? Oh, that's intriguing. I think I forgot about that part. Wow, this weapon sure is bloody, huh? Let's go take a look at it in the light. Honestly, I never spent too much time looking at the Serpent Hunter. It's a sword spear. And it's fresh. It's covered in fresh blood at all times. Other than that, it's like intricate but unadorned. Does the curse go along with Dung Eater? No, when Dung Eater left, Roderica says that she could that she couldn't hear the spirits anymore because it's as if the vile Malison himself had left. So it's more like he left the room, but now the spirits are free. I think I forgot about that detail, but that's really neat. So it looks like when we tie him up and we become the Dung Eater, he frees the spirits. Demon Souls is the Storm Ruler and the Dragon Crusher. The Dragon Crusher. I don't... Is that really a gimmick weapon? I thought it was just like a weapon. DS1 Silver Pendant. I'm not really going to categorize the Silver Pendant, but it is effectively the same concept. It's something that helps you in a boss fight that you can use optionally. You know what? In DS1, the lava ring, or whatever it's called, is kind of like that. So, in DS1, lava is pretty vicious. You cannot stand in lava, you will die. And there's a boss fight that occurs on a tiny, tiny platform, and then there's a bunch of lava everywhere else. And he's a big old flailing guy. However, if you attack him, a part of his body will fall off and drop a ring that lets you walk on lava in the middle of the boss fight. It's not the same thing, but it's pretty interesting. We'll just go here. Bloodborne doesn't have a gimmick weapon. It does have gimmicky fights, but it's not the same thing. Elden Ring has a Serpent Hunter, and the Blasphemous Claw, it takes on a similar role to the pendant for sure, the silver pendant. DS2 Key of Embedded Sword. That's just to open a door, but similar concept. Another, exactly, the Morgott's Shackle. That one works very similarly to the Silver Pendant or the Blasphemous Claw in that you can beat the boss without it, but it makes it easier. I always forget the Centipede exists in DS1. Yeah, there's a lot. It's not the most memorable boss, but it's pretty cool for what it does. Pox's curse acts like a psychopomp. What's a psychopomp again? We talked about it in chat, and I was like on Discord, I think. But I don't remember what it was now. I just thought of the name. Drug weapons are kind of gimmicky. Okay, so what makes a gimmick weapon specifically is when you fight a specific boss, it does something that it otherwise does not do. That's what makes a gimmick weapon. Now, it doesn't mean that they're bad without the gimmick, but Turtlefax is right that this weapon is actually really good.
Farewell, then.
I'm talking like PvP good. Even without the boss fight. But when you attack with it... Oh, that's not how you... I had to put it on the other hand. Hang on. Where the heck? See, this is why I didn't want to take it off. I knew I'd lose it. No, there. So when you attack with it, it just does like this. It's a normal weapon, nothing special to it. Psychopomp is someone who gets souls to the wherever. I don't understand. One who guides the spirits of the dead. Oh, now I remember. You know who is then? For sure. Roses. I don't think Dung Eater is. He just like eats them. He just eats souls. So now that we're in the boss room, do you see how it does this? Wasn't doing that before. That's a gimmick weapon. It doesn't mean a weapon that has a gimmick like transforming it. They're in a separate category. In this case. But yeah, now that it like senses. Also, just as a fun little FromSoft detail, a lot of the weapons that are gimmicks revolve around wind. I personally think it's probably just like a callback to the Storm Ruler from Demon Souls, which once again makes an appearance again in DS3. But the fact that you use wind, it just seems to be something they like to do for gimmicks, because you otherwise don't get wind abilities. This game kind of introduced some wind adjacent stuff, like the beast yells and roars and stuff that you can like literally yell at people and do damage to them and stuff. Yeah, so we've kind of created a subcategory because there are gimmick weapons, which are a specific thing. Oh, good start, getting chomped on. The Sekiro Dragon is 100% a gimmick fight. So not every gimmick fight equals gimmick weapon. Okay, you get me with that third chomp every time. If you watch my Elden Ring playthrough, you probably saw me get chomped by that 1, 2, 3 combo like a billion times. No, you defeat! I was totally rolling. I was so rolling. No. This is my favorite gimmick fight by far. Lighting reversal is kind of a gimmick ability in Sekiro. I don't want to consider Sekiro having gimmick abilities because it's more just, it's not quite there, but it's almost like as you progress, you unlock certain abilities, more powers. It's just kind of how the game works. It's a different structure. Episode 105 is missing. But episode 104 was the last one. Game boss of Bloodborne, the witch. I would say the witch. Also the little goobers, the mushroom goobers. I don't want to have to. You know what? We're gonna talk to her every time. Hey, I messed up.
Yes. Now, I will transport.
Every time. Oh, Mikolash! Yeah, Mikolash. Mikolash is very gimmicky, but I love him very much. How to get a second one? A second what? Storm-related Ashes of War? Yeah. So, we finally have actual storm element stuff in this game. But previously, it was literally only gimmick stuff, like this. Like the Serpent Hunter. This snake freaking hurts. Uh-oh. He's so cool, though. No! It's time. Oh my god! It's time. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yo, that's me sleeping with without my night guard right there. Knew this fight because I hate Rykard's voice? How dare you? Just kidding. It's time for together. Oh! Wow. Together! You notice how the gold in his irises? Like, it's... Wow, this cutscene is really framey. On PC, huh? Like, it keeps freezing. It's so weird. Jesus. PC's kinda scuffed. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is my first time fighting him on PC. I'm about to get a Chivo. He's got lots of fingers, like a lot. I think it might have something to do with his form of grafting. Like, genuinely, because Godric also has extra fingies. And then it's kind of got little hands, kind of forked tongues. Kind of like little hands, kind of like...
We will devour the very god.
Alright. Lord of Blasphemy. Yo, he's spitting? I still don't really know how to deal with him. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I love him very much, but I don't know how to deal with most of his stuff. I just kind of... Oh boy, we're gaming now. Ow, what the heck? Wait, that was the wrong button. I meant to do an R2. Whoopsie. Oh, the lava. Music a banger. Ow. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't want to kill him too quickly. We're gonna, ow. Ricky, help. Please, no. Sir? 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 He's kind of entrapped me in the corner. It's a little rude. We're gonna let him kill us so we can get the death dialogue. And also, we want to check out his moveset. He's so cool. You can parry the lava? Now we can devour the very gods with your frustration upon death. I'm not kidding. During my first playthrough, that one attack, the snake, because he still attacks with the snake in phase 2. It's this move. This move and the 1, 2, 3 snake combo killed me more than anything else in the entire game. Like, I actually died every time. Whoa, what the heck was even that? Oh boy. It's so funny. So literally, I'm getting like smoked by like skulls and lava and this giant sword man, and like the sky is made of fog and like pain and weird demons falling from the sky, and then the fucking phase 1 move is what takes me out every time. Okay, please kill me now. No, I want to see you do the blasphemous blade move, please. Oh boy. Do it. Do it. Freaking do it. Oh, he's snaking! I fear that move. Obscuring the roof of the cave. You know what? The fog also makes the place look bigger. It's crazy. You suddenly... Look, it looks like an endless expanse. It feels like you walked into hell. Like some kind of Dante's Inferno-ass shit with a bunch of skulls screaming at you and stuff. Like, seriously, this looks like forever. Oh. I think he did the move, but I wasn't looking. Can you do it again, please? There was like a lot going on at the time. Oh. Forgot about this. The Eyes Surco. I want to take a look at that for comparison purposes. It does look like we're in a Mordor. Sorry, they say it so much cooler in the movies. Mordor. I love this fight. Like, so much. It's really sick. Genuinely my favorite gimmick fight by far. Look at him stand. Look at him. He's got little feet under there. Look at him go. You know what I just realized, actually, in all seriousness though, looking at his design, he is basically growing out of the serpent's neck. Do you know what I mean? Like, he allowed the serpent to eat him, but he is the host. He's the host, but also the one in control. So he can use the snake to attack, but even in phase 2, it's basically just chilling there. It's completely, it looks dead, effectively. But he can still use it to attack. Oh my god, hi cat. Hey baby, there's like a lot going. Oh, I got eaten. That's awkward. Hi kitty. Hi. You kind of got me chomped on, sweetie. Oh, really? I wanted to see him do it. Okay, but he did it, so that's perfect, actually. The music is dynamic. Like when he forms the Blasphemous Clouds, the chorus picks up. Yeah, no, it's really, really, really cool. Is there dialogue to use jellyfish summon? No, there isn't. Okay, so Rykard wants to eat everybody in order to gain their power, which is why he consumes Tarnished. And also, you can clearly see the signs of corruption on his body. In phase 2, his true form, you see the face, of course. It's not, he doesn't exactly look healthy, right? He looks kind of messed up. Also, his weapon is covered in those finger, forked tongue tendrils. Like they're basically covered in flesh that moves independently. And the snake's body that has become his body splits open, and those same forked tongue, fingers, whatever, stick out. And it makes him look like a centipede, like a specifically the Japanese red centipede, which they have various centipedes, but generally the red centipede is not good. Centipedes in general in Japanese myth are no bueno. They are considered evil, vile pests. They represent corruption. Oftentimes corruption is literally just shorthanded with the symbol for a centipede. It's why centipedes are often, pretty much any Japanese game you'll probably notice there's some sort of weird centipede monster. That's why. It's calling back that whole imagery that they would pick up on immediately. Like Japanese folks would pick up on immediately. Not that, you know, Western audiences don't get it either. We look at centipede and we're like, huh, right? But it means something a little different. Also, the red centipedes in Japan are venomous as well. So they're also dangerous. Like, they won't necessarily kill you, but you need medical attention if they bite you. So there's a little bit more to it as well. It's not just like me who's terrified of them. In general, they're dangerous. So which centipede is your favorite? I really like Scolipede from Pokemon. He's pretty okay. Pre-snake feeding, did he not like the Golden Order? So the thing is, at the time, Cat, what are you doing? He was a praetor. Cat, what are you doing? He's being weird. So he was a praetor. It's kind of synonymous with a general. It's like a Roman military term, I think. I looked it up and then I forgot because I didn't have any frame of reference. Snake being a creature, corruption, mostly a Western thing, or is it global? It's very much like a biblical thing for sure, like E-Boy said, but the idea of snakes as not positive, I think, is sort of beyond that too, because, I mean, like centipedes, they're venomous and can be dangerous. So it's like wolves, right? Like wolves, a military judge, that's the other thing, yeah. So it's sort of like a general, but I almost feel like you could use the term inquisitor and it would mean a similar thing. It's not exactly equivalent, right? But like the idea of a Roman praetor sounds to me like an inquisitor. So they're kind of like these figures of justice. A very specific form of justice, kind of. Anyway, yeah, so it's sort of like wolves in that humans evolved to pretty much be scared of them because they will freaking kill you. So similar. Snakes kind of fit a similar role. Yeah, I don't really know. The one thing about FromSoft games too is snakes have their own symbolism as well. One thing that they're known for though is not really lying to you, but not telling the truth either. So even within FromSoft games, I'm talking about Koth and Frampt in this particular case. Snakes are depicted as ancient, wise beings that basically want to kind of manipulate you to do what they want you to do. So they'll tell you information and none of it's a lie, but they won't tell you the full picture. That's basically sort of their whole dealio. But one thing I want to talk about with Rykard's body, he still has arms, he still has legs. The snake, though, makes up what is his actual body now, and it really does make me think of Mesmer, who's, of course, a human body, but he's got snakes coming out of his skin. So for me, it's even more like a similarity between them, like Rykard was not born like Mesmer, but he's trying to be like him and evoke that image, so... Called Rykard a ruthless justiciar. Kind of lines with the title Praetor. Exactly, yeah. So I think at the time, though it's sort of unknown, I think at the time Rykard might have been working with the Golden Order as a Praetor. Like, I don't know who the hell else could give him a title like Praetor if it wasn't the Golden Order, because specifically I feel like his father. Because we don't have any sort of... We don't know enough about... like Rennala's side of the family and her people, but they didn't really have those sorts of titles. The Roman imagery and stuff I feel comes more from the Golden Order side of the family. But even when he wasn't, as far as, okay, we don't know when he sort of fell to blasphemy, but even before, like, when he was eaten by the snake, we don't exactly know. When Ranni did what she did, we don't really know. But Ranni gave a backup piece of the Rune of Death in the form of the Blasphemous Claw to Rykard as a backup. So... Primordial serpents in DS1 are so fascinating. Yeah, so I don't want to get too deep into DS1 stuff, even though it's so neat, but there's some hint in DS1, and it continues into DS2, that the serpents are basically two sides of the same coin, that they don't really care what you choose. They just sort of... They're kind of two-faced. There's also even maybe a slight implication that they might even be the same person. They just call themselves different names to speak to you at different times. Like, they really don't care what you do. They're almost like outside of the natural cycle, so they don't really care. They just want to kind of fuck with everybody. You know, there's sort of that slight suggestion. There's images of a serpent with a single body but two heads type thing. So they're literally one being. Anyway, it's a whole cool thing. But serpents are not necessarily positively depicted, but not necessarily negatively depicted otherwise, too. The more I think about how Rykard's face looks in the serpent, the more I think Dune was an inspiration. I don't know enough about Dune. What part of it? More info about Rykard in the DLC. I feel like we're missing the part of the story when he decided to be eaten by a snake. So I really think that we might get more information about Rykard in DLC through a character like Mesmer, but it won't be direct. It won't be like, hello, Rykard found this and then decided to be a blasphemer. I think it'll be a little bit more, this is the stuff that he found because this is the stuff that happened before. And, you know, because we already know through the lava sorceries that Rykard created that they aren't really made from scratch. He discovered the ancient hexes of Gelmir, which means that something else was there and he found it. So something came before that he derived inspiration from. Or it's like a Hydra, multiple heads to one body. It could be. I mean, Hydras are a thing in Dark Souls as well, but they do have a body. Versus the serpents appear to just kind of be like a long noodle with two heads. But no, definitely something there. Real life Damascus goats? This is unfamiliar to me. Okay, so I just wanted the death dialogue and to just see some of Rykard's fight because frankly he's like really, really, really cool. It's just...
Now, I will transport you.
Well, we're kind of strong right now because I had to wait to fight him until later in the game for the quest, so...
Farewell then.
I don't like the tinnitus simulator during that little cutscene, but whatever. I really wonder how the heck she brought us here though. Like, it's so weird. Our ears ring, and then we end up here. Okay, I wanted to read the eye surcoat as well. So this is a sign of Gideon's servants. It's probably up here. Here it is. Eye surcoat. Brown surcoat draped over chainmail. The insignia emblazoned on the front marks out the wearer as the eyes and ears of Sir Gideon the All-Knowing. So it's one of Gideon's servants. It's really that simple. Basically, I think this is the only one that we find, but we can presume that there's others. And that's how he knows where the other demigods are. But what's funny about Gideon is he's all like, I know everything. I know where everyone is except for these few people. But the people who he knows where they are, they literally haven't moved. You know what I mean? Like, Rykard's been at the Volcano Manor. Godric maybe semi-recently took up, you know, his home is Stormvale, but pretty much everyone is exactly where they were at the start. So it's a little funny that he's like, ah yes, I'm the only one who knows where they are. And it's like, I would hope so. You're old as shit. You were probably alive back then, Grandpa. You know what I mean? Tanith sound like the voice at the end of the DLC trailer? No, not to me. But it's really hard to tell. Her voice, Tanith has a sort of fanciness to her. She sounds fancy. Ofnir is a little translation for Odin, who's got eyes everywhere, and who also has like he's missing an eye because he gave it up for knowledge. Yeah, no, he's definitely supposed to be like an Odin-like figure for sure. His main goal is knowledge. Charged attack? A charged attack is when you hold down the button. So like in R2 is just this. It's not a good place to do it. But when you hold down the button, it becomes longer and more does stuff. More does stuff? More damage. You know what I mean. The Ouroboros-like design of Rykard is there as well. You know what's interesting? I don't see Rykard as an Ouroboros. He is definitely... You know what's interesting too? If you look at the serpent here, it looks like a hand. Like a wrapped up hand. At least it always did to me. When I first saw this, I thought it was like a hand. Like a giant hand. Very similar to the giant hand enemies. Rykard's also very often suggested to be the origin of the hand enemies, just because his hand looks like them and they have the rings just like he does. I really just think that I don't really know where their origin is. Oh my god, I just realized this chandelier has freaking cages on it. Oh, that's metal as hell. I love this like violent opulence. That is how I would describe the Volcano Manor. Everything is decorative, but inherently violent. They're hung from chains, which held people. You know, like, it's so cool. Imagine a finger creeper the size of Rykard. I'm not gonna lie, the one on the mountaintop of the giants, I think is about that size. It's huge. Odin had crows, Gideon had ears. We also have someone mentioned the owls and how the owls look at you, and people think that the owls could be like Gideon's folk. I'm wearing the surcoat, aren't I? I was trying to... Dang it! Bad timing. I don't have that timing yet. I meant to show off the fashion. I wanted to look at something. Hang on. Just stay over there, bud, okay? So some people think that the Gideon's servants are also the beetles because they have eye symbols on them. And I mean, it's possible, but I don't really see too much relation. And the thing is, the eyes are... Oh, no. Don't eat me when I'm wearing my not cute drip, bud. Fun detail. If you die to the serpent... Why am I... Oh, it's happening again, chat. The freaking blocking bug. Okay, just eat me. If you die to this grab attack, the snake literally swallows you. There's a separate death animation. I'm gonna try to get it. Eat me. No! Not like that. Eat me. Please, eat me. Oh, watch this. Isn't that so cool? There's a couple things like that in the game, but this is a really neat one. He straight up eats you. There's a really cool special animation for that death, so... Yeah, this happens sometimes. I don't know why. It seems to only happen on PC. When I go into my system menu, L1 works fine. But when I'm in the game, it considers me auto-blocking. So I have to, like, close the app. Scarab jiggle physics? Listen, I know everyone's like, oh my god, I love jiggle physics on the boobies and the butts. This is what jiggle physics was invented for. Like, this is what I want to see this sort of shit. Like, I want to see, like, a fucking stupid hat that's a bug also. Like, you literally put your head in a fucking bug and it jiggles. This is what that was invented for. I'm not joking. Like, this is what I like to see. This is evolved. Eye symbol looks like a hieroglyph. I can see that. What's really cool about Gideon's armor is how many... Ah! Fuck. I gotta close the freaking game. Butterfly helmet in DS2 has jiggling fluffy antennae. Yes. The clit hood doesn't jiggle though, because it's very solid. It's shaped. It's got wiring in there, for sure. Elden Ring needs to close. There we go. Yeah, so Gideon's armor has different eyes and they all kind of blend together. So if you look at the eye on the surcoat, it literally has like what looks like a teardrop coming out of it, and that teardrop's also an eye. Like, it's basically one of those, like, how many secret eyes can we hide in this design? Yeah, don't start. Listen, I know people are like, hey, I don't know why this word is modded in the channel. Fetishes. That is all. like degeneracy. And not mine. Know what I'm saying? Lands between bug jiggle. I'm just excited for freaking Hades. I didn't get into the like alpha testy thingy, whatever it's called. It's for very good reasons. Yeah. I feel like there's been a weird amount of people who've discovered that particular one lately, and I've just been like, why? And it's like, do you really want to go to a female streamer's chat and ask why a word is banned? Because I promise you, it's because of fetishes. It's really, like, the answer is always going to be the same, my dudes. Always. Like, why would this random word be? It's really even not that funny, dude. Can I have more waves of alpha access? Yeah, no, I hope I get in on one of the other waves. Honestly, I probably wouldn't have been able to play it anyway because no rest. I got to play the beta, so that was really fun. And then, you know, my jaw took over my life for a moment there. I don't even want to know exactly. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so we're gonna okay, I'm stalling a little bit because I really like Rykard. I don't love too many bosses in this game. But I just like Rykard. He's such a spectacle. He's a cool face. He got through 2 health bars, 2 separate designs. He's got sick music. He has a funny voice. Like, it's just...
Yes.
I don't want to beat him, dude. He's a fun fight. I don't want to think about fighting him without the Serpent Hunter, but he's still very cool. I also leveled up the Serpent Hunter. I've actually never done that before. You know what? Also, just as eye-wise, it kind of looks like it's clutching something inside, too. Like, to me, I don't know if it's intentional. I don't know if I'm, like, seeing stuff that isn't necessarily there. But it does look like a hand holding something. Like, maybe sort of this angle? You know, like something clutched within. Also, looking at it, the serpent is already, it's already got the sort of slice going through it, right? Like you could see the open wounds on the side. However, until Rykard takes over, those little fingers or forked tongues are not sticking out yet. Thought the tinnitus ringing might have been her castanets. I don't think castanets make that sound. But she doesn't have them yet, because Patches has to give them to her. She doesn't have them. Go around for waking him up? It's a good question. Able to kill him with bleed? Show you how OP bleed is? Yeah, bleed is really strong because it does percentage-based damage, right? So it always does a certain amount, which means it's very strong for bosses like him for sure. Wouldn't a bunch of snake eggs be a clutch? Yeah, I think you're correct about that. This is actually a good point. I've never done this before, to look from the other side. I can't help but feel we maybe weren't supposed to, because that looks like a... It looks like partially transparent? Hang on, let's take a look. Doesn't look quite right there. Don't wake up. He's very eepy. Yeah, from this side it just looks like a bunch of snake parts clipping into each other, huh? You could see the arm there, though. What that arm doing? You can see the tail! Oh, that's so cool. That's really interesting. It's proximity based, it looks like. So if we can go around the arena and just leave him be. Also, really interesting, yeah, I really feel like part of the serpent is just, like, not rendered. Like, it's literally just transparent there. Like, there's quite a bit of it. Huh. It's a little interesting. I haven't noticed this before. I do want to talk about a Bloodborne boss. Now, okay, I don't know a lot about cut content in these games, but one game I know a fair bit about cut content is Bloodborne, and that is thanks to Lance McDonald. I watched his videos about restoring cut content, and I mean, the ones I did way back, I've seen them. So, effectively, in Bloodborne, there was a boss. I don't remember what it was called. It's been a minute since I've seen the videos. But, there was basically, a giant snake ball boss. Like, a gigantic one. So, if you're familiar with Bloodborne, there is the, Forbidden Woods, which are basically just a place full of snakes. It's, like, literally... snake balls. They're literally giant balls of snakes, like wrapped all up and stuff. And there's a boss fight that is Shadows of Yharnam, and before Shadows of Yharnam, the alpha version before that, it was a cut boss, was a giant snake, like literally a gigantic snake. And I wonder if some of this isn't reused from that, but it's been a while since I've seen that video. Lance McDonald like pretty much restored it and showed off some of the animations and stuff. I don't think it's on purpose. Yeah, it's a little weird, I'm not gonna lie to you, because like specifically that section in the bottom corner, like the texture's just missing. It's a little weird. FromSoft's normally a bit better about this sort of stuff. Like if you can literally just go around and see the boss, it's not like this looks. It looks incomplete. But then again, maybe it's on purpose. Maybe because like if you look at the tail, doesn't it look semi-transparent there too? Maybe it's intentional. I can't see how the fuck this would be intentional, but maybe it's intentional. Maybe it's like partially a spirit snake or something. Arms, actually, Rykard's arms rip out of the snake's stomach? The snake mutate combined with him. It's hard to tell because of how wrapped up the snake is, but his legs are still present and his arms are still present. So it just looks like it's... The arm is sticking out of the snake, but it's also like clipping, so it's hard to tell right now how it's supposed to be. Yeah. Shadow and Yarnum boss was cool too. Oh yeah, I love Shadows of Yarnum. I think I prefer what when they came up with, but it's cool. Texture errors, actually. Look, and the snake's like, yo, who's there? You're looking at my bad side. How dare you? Wait. Oh my god, it has a tail attack? I don't think I've ever seen that. Maybe. Yo, what's up? I'm not gonna lie, that slightly scared the shit out of me. This is a scary boss. Oh god, it's happening. Oh god, it's happening again. Visual glitches slip through? Yeah, basically, FromSoft games, they're very, very good and very, very clean usually, but, you know, things like that do slip through for sure. It just be like that. Snake. You can see Rykard's face poking out there. And now you can see the hands poking through. So some of them are truly hands, but some of them look more like forked tongues and are like partial bodies. Oops. Whoops. Additionally, what a fantastic design. Like, so disturbing. Flesh is growing on his sword, which he keeps within his body. His weapon is... He is the vessel for his own weapon. Very much like Malekith as well. Also, it's not quite the same. But Messmer's weapon, while a spear, does definitely look a bit like the Serpent Hunter, at least to me. Then again, you know, I call every weapon a... every spear and halberd, I call it a poker. So, like, I'm not exactly, like, an expert. I'm probably gonna die here, actually. Yep. That wasn't great, but it's okay. I like fighting him. Find out a lot of typos or translation errors. Most of the typos were fixed pretty early, but there were definitely typos, yeah. Bullshit extendo grab in phase 2. Dude, I love the Shadows of Yarnum, even though they're scary. Mesmer got big Rykard energy all over. Yes, but I think Mesmer came first. We'll see, because I know he looks young, but that's the thing. Like, okay, you know, it's character height is important. Character age is important for sure, but at the same time, Rennala looks young as hell, and her son Rykard looks significantly older than her. So I don't really want to look at age too much when it comes to that sort of stuff, because I know people are like, oh, but Mesmer looks so young. He's probably like the same age as Miquella and Melina. And I'm like, yeah, he could be, but like also Rykard looks older than his mom. So maybe there's something more to it, you know? Character length? Don't get me started on the character length, dog. People took one look at red-headed ass Mesmer and were like, it's Miquella! Non-hands supposed to have an effect of them being hands? Definitely, but it's interesting because they only have 2 fingers. Like these ones have more hands. Like these ones, some of them have 3, 4, 5. They have various amounts of fingers. It's pretty interesting. But no, a lot of them do look like a forked tongue. Rennala's an actual grandma? Rennala's an actual grandma. She looks like she's like freaking 25 years old. She's got that retinoid. Treat yourself to 18 inches of Mesmer. Okay, gamers, I'll be right back, okay? Give me 1 sec. Hang on, I was so excited I didn't unmute. Hello. Hang on, I got my boy. Larksa, thank you for the raid. I'm so sorry I was AFK. I was acquiring the boy. I heard him creating some chaos in the other room, and I was like, somebody needs some snuggles. So I love his face so much. Thank you so much for the raid, Larksa. Welcome. Welcome, raiders. I'm Raph. I'm doing a loreathon, so we're like hunting for lore and talking about like Elden Ring or whatever. Basically just like playing badly while talking about story. And also like I have this boy. Yeah, he looks grumpy. He's very happy, I promise. That's just his face. He's got resting cat face. It's not his fault. Larksa, how was your stream? What were you up to? I know you probably want to get food and everything. Like, I know you stream for like a long time, so please feel free. Thank you so much for bringing your community over. Welcome, everybody. How's it hanging? Everyone, check out Larksa, fantastic streamer. You might consider her the throat goat. Because of her voice only Elden Ring run, which was very pog. Playing some Fallout. Which Fallout? Have you seen the show? Because like, no spoilers, no, I'm not gonna say anything, but like, I love it. Oh my god, yes. I love Fallout. It's actually so exciting to see like renewed, because like, I don't know, it's just sick. I love it. Getting my lore on Poggy. So I'm wearing lip gloss today, which, as my lip gloss wearers will know, makes your lips basically made of glue for cat fluff. So I'm like a little nervous about this one. The show is so funny. That's why I like it. Seriously, you can't make Fallout and not make it funny. For real. Closer look at Rykard's little hands. Okay, I will in just a moment once I get my hands free, because it's full of the boy. Marlo, show everyone how pretty you are. Why do you look so grumpy, Fluffer boy? Come on. Here, show everyone how pretty your cute face is. Hang on. Okay. There's my little boy. Yeah, Master, I'm caught up. Finally, I got caught up. With pausing to shoot, choose enemies' parts to shoot at. Oh my god. Who posted that? Someone in my Discord, I think today, posted about like a basically a VATS moment in Fallout, and I freaking died. It's so funny. Have you had dinner yet? He has had dinner. He has his wet food. Yes, he's such a good boy. Yes, he loves the chin scratches. And the forehead kisses, but I can't kiss him right now because I got lip gloss. Alright, buddy. Thank you for visiting. You want to go huff some catnip and run around? Bye, buddy. Back to gaming! I only have Marlo. Yeah, he's an only cat. Okay. What does one of our cat food taste like? Eat it. It's cheap. You can just buy it. Try it anytime you want. You probably shouldn't do that for like legal reasons or whatever. I don't know, man. Who am I to stomp on your dreams? Okay, so see, basically in the picture that you depicted, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Quite a few of them in the cutscene are specifically, they looked like 2 fingers or a forked tongue. Like not quite a forked tongue, but definitely something less like a hand, versus he does actually have full hands sticking out of his body. Although full hands is perhaps a bit interesting, considering now that I get to see them close, quite a few of them have 6 fingers. Using her wide internet platform to encourage eating cat food? I mean, you're a doctor, like, should people not eat cat food? On the nip again? Okay, my cat, he has this toy that has a catnip attachment to it, like a lot of cat toys, and he literally just like sniffs it, chomps it with his little teethers, and then he'll just like zonk out. But like he gets really hyper, he gets like aggressive and crazy. Like if I pet him when he's on the nip, he'll freaking chomp me. It's not illegal to eat cat food. It was so funny. I love when he, like, I try to encourage him to have healthy habits, you know? Not too much catnip. Catnip only in moderation. Botana didn't say it's bad. Yeah, he's a dog, dude. You can trust him. Wow, who did this to your furniture? Like, who would do that? Tanith? 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 Yo, what's up, Dashing?
Now, I will transport.
Larkster, if you're still here, let's play Helldivers sometime. That was really fun.
Farewell, then.
No, I think the tinnitus simulator happens every time. I'm just trying to ignore it because it's the exact same freaking level as my freaking tinnitus and it drives me insane. Cat food eaters? I wouldn't eat cat food. It smells stinky. You know how bad that freaking wet food is? Dog food is really high in protein, just saying. My cat loves eating dog food and refuses to eat his food. I mean, I feel like it's probably because the dog food is... Whoop, cute input. Foggy. You know what? I've realized that the third Monch is basically just bullshit. I feel like the cat knows that you will give him his food, but the dog food is like bonus food. Do you know what I mean? Cats are smart. Oh, that's much quicker than I thought it would be. You notice the floating pool of poison, by the way? Fuck. No. Oh my god. The phase one is honestly harder sometimes. Oh boy. Oh boy! You know what it is with this fight? If you have a good cycle, you can annihilate him. But if you don't, he will eat you. Like, literally. Stop. Stop being poisoning me, you stinky. You... Okay, just... You know what? Just kill me. We get to see the unique animation again. Poggy. Look at that. Don't you look like a scrumptious little morsel? I like, too, how the camera actually follows you within the snake's body so you know just how much you've been eaten. Oh, it's a really cool animation. Everything I know, he only lives off coffee. It's like me, too. I love coffee, for real. For real. But yeah, sorry, before I left, I saw someone ask a question about YouTube, on YouTube about lore or something. They were like asking us to my first playthrough. It is not. Feel free to ask questions. Actually enjoying it. Bro, some people will eat, like, just mayonnaise out of a jar, alright? Like, I'm not trying to yuck your yum, but I never want to see that in my life. Just, I'm good, man. I'm fairly normal with my food tastes. I like... food. You know? Like, I don't think I have any, like, habits that I have to, like, secret or hide, because people will be, like, terrified of me conceptually. Like, all things considered, I think I'm pretty normal. I don't know how to dodge that. It's, like, actually so bad. Every time. What's wrong with eating mayo? With a spoon out of a jar? It's no. At least add some tuna. Yo, tuna mayo is absolute pog. Hey, can you, thanks. Oh, I was greedy. I used up all my green. That was my bad. That was my fault. That was my bad. I shouldn't have done it. That was... It's the same chompy. Because what happens is you get chomped, and then you get chomped again, and you get chomped. It's just how it is. Eating mayo out of a jar is basically just eating an egg is fine. No, like a lot of eggs though, dude. It's like a lot of eggs.
Yes.
No.
Now, I will
Listen, I I know if you go to the gym and you need like your gains and whatnot, like I get it. But if I see someone eating like just absolutely crushing like a bowl of hard-boiled eggs, I'ma also think that's rather unusual. Like if you have just like a bowl of eggs and you just eat them as is, that's a little odd, you know? Mayo and ketchup on beans? Okay, alright. Oh my god, that was like really sudden. It's a proper boy dinner right there. Yeah, I'm like, my favorite dinner is like cheese and like maybe some bread or like crackers, really. Like that's my favorite like girl dinner in quotation marks. Mayo and ketchup is a S-tier condiment combo, however. I'm with you. You know what I love to do? Mayo with sriracha. That's my favorite. I'm kind of weird with ketchup. Like sometimes I'm just like, nah. I prefer mayo with like fries. Which, like, some people are like, ah, it's weird. Nah, dude, it's just European, okay? The Europeans love it. I love how it screams. Like, it's such a great sound. Ever try mayo and pizza? No. I'm okay, thank you. Hey, Rykard. By the way, Rykard is yet another recycled name. In Dark Souls 1, there is a character whose name is Rykard, and the only thing we know about him is that he has a rapier, because it's called Rykard's Rapier. That's pretty much, well, we know a little bit more about him, but that's basically like the main stuff. And it's honestly, because it's a FromSoft game, they could just, we don't hear his name, but it could very well just be Rykard, you know? Oh, what happened? What happened? Oh boy, it was a joke. Please leave me alone. Fuck. No, 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 not the skulls, not the skulls. No, 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 no. Help. Holy. I'm dead. I live, bitch. Oh, I'm having so much fun. I love this fight. Oh! There was too much on the screen. I couldn't see. What's that? Oh shit, is that weird lava shit? Oh boy, it comes out of his mouth? Ew! Ooh! Ow! Grab his snake and twist it? Doesn't it kind of look like fireworks, but like really like unacceptable ones that would probably cause like an extreme forest fire? Oh shit! Whee! Despite really liking Rykard, I don't fight him very often, because he's kind of like off the beaten path. So there isn't like a reason to for most of my runs, except for if I'm doing lore. No! Oh no, I have a cat fluff in my mouth. Ugh. No, chill. Where's the cat? I love my cat. It do be cat fluff losing season. Oh boy. What the fuck? This is a bit of a dangerous situation to be in at this time. Help. 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 Worth it. So these are hexes. Like death hexes. He uses like Fia's folk. There's a cool running attack! Yo, that was so sick. Oh, that is so neat. I've never done that. Oh, I've never done that before. Oh, that's so cool. It's the charged running R2. Bye, Rykard. Thank you. I love you. Look, I got a Chivo. Like I said, I've never I never fought him on PC. Wee. Wee. I mean, I think it's a great spear. Yeah, great spears have that. Vikes has that. It's just cool. I've never done it before. It looked really cool with the wind effects. Chaos Theory, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for 11 months. Welcome back. Really appreciate the support. Enjoy your emotes such as Raft Snake, which is really poggy. Explain why the weapon made to kill the snake is found in the snake's lair. Probably because the last people to try to kill Rykard were in fact his own servants, like his own warriors. It's just kind of a thing. It's the type of thing that it's odd to consider, but honestly is the type of thing that I kind of dismiss because it's kind of always like that with these, you need this weapon to fight this boss. Now when I say that, I know people will go, well, you don't need it. You don't, but generally the weapon to defeat bosses like this, the main thing about Rykard, the thing that makes him kind of a gimmick is the fact that he has this lava pool around him. You need extra range to be able to hit him. He's also very tanky. So all of this combines to make him difficult to fight if you don't use the proper weapon. You need weapons that have quite a bit of range to be able to even hit him, or else you'll basically get stun locked to death by the lava. It won't kill you, but it'll prevent you from attacking. So that's always just the case because from a gameplay perspective, they don't want you to sit there attacking a boss that you can't kill. They don't want it to be confusing for you. The gimmicks that are a little bit more optional, like the Blasphemous Claw or the Silver Pendant in Dark Souls 1, or the shackles from Morgott and Mohg, those you don't need them for the fight, so they are away. And you can get them and they will help you, but they're not required. They just help. But the fight is basically challenge run level without the weapon, so they don't want you to miss it. It's kind of one of those things, yeah. Sorry, there's so much cat blood. Made a terrible mistake. But the thing about it is it's actually interesting. So the main gimmick weapons, the Storm Ruler in Demon Souls, the Storm Ruler again in Dark Souls 3, and the Serpent Hunter. So the Serpent Hunter being here, there is a phantom that tells you about this weapon. That's how you're supposed to figure this out. Besides it being here and having a special animation, you're supposed to talk to the phantom who says, take the Serpent Hunter, kill the blasphemous serpent because he smells bad. You know, like that's how you're supposed to kind of figure it out. Now, why does Rykard just keep it here? The only thing that can defeat him? Well, because the serpent never dies. It's probably evoking the image of the Ouroboros, the snake consuming its own tail, which is a symbol of constant renewal. It's a very powerful alchemical symbol. And definitely Rykard is meant to be evoking it. But it's interesting because then we also have Mesmer, who seems to also be evoking that similar image with the serpents. But the thing about Rykard is he let the snake consume him, and then he sort of controls the serpent, and thus he consumes other Tarnished. That's his goal. He wants to eat Tarnished and gain their power. And then when he's killed, Tanith comes over here because she needs to consume her lord. Let's go tell Tanith and Recusant Bernal and everybody that this happened, and then we'll go over here and we'll see what's going on. However, in his death dialogue, we kind of hear what Rykard really cares most about. He just wants to effectively be free. He doesn't want to be chained by anything. And that's effectively what this whole concept with the runes is. Having to fight one another. Like, to a point, he kind of has it right. It's just what he does to try to fix it. Ah, we gotta awaken Morgott's rune. Okay. Great rune of the Shardbearer Rykard, devoid of any benediction. Seek the divine tower of West Altus, which stands upon the precipice at the coast southwest of Langdell. All right, so we'll go awaken these. But if we're gonna talk just briefly, admittedly, the lore for the Storm Ruler is a little fuzzy in my head. It has to do with the original in Demon Souls. It's a religion of the area and sort of specific to that particular region, and I don't remember everything we know about it. But in DS3, the Storm Ruler is used to defeat Yorm, who has become consumed by the Profane Flame, and as part of another questline in the game, we help Onion Bro kill him because Yorm wants to die, but he's sort of possessed by the Profane Flame and has become corrupted. So we're basically putting him down out of mercy. So it makes sense that the weapon's in the room because he wanted to die, right? He wants us to defeat him. Rykard, it could very well be that the man's just kind of, well, you know, he's cocky, he's arrogant, he doesn't think that anyone could defeat him. He doesn't seem very concerned. When we defeat the serpent and he wakes up in phase 2, he's like, cool. You know? Like, he's not bothered. And when you kill him, he's also not bothered. Ah, my thanks. Alright, so now that we've fulfilled the serpent's wish, the spirit's wishes, notably, by the way, this spirit right here is a spirit a little bit more like Latenna. Where's Latenna? Because she chose to become a spirit. This is one of the few spirits in the game who A, talks to you, B, responds to you, actually is aware that you're there, and C, does not have the mushrooms around its body. It's different than those weird phantoms we can talk to and get a little bit of dialogue. They never seem to notice you're there. They're kind of locked in the same things that they were thinking about before they died, sort of thing. But that one is actually a functional spirit who asks you to do a service to him and to help his, you know, people effectively. Snake persona wasn't intelligent enough to suss out the threat the sword posed? Could be. One thing too about Rykard, he's described as greedy. That's his main thing. He's like, he must be put down because he's greedy and blasphemous. But another thing that can be attributed to him is gluttony. He basically sits there and he waits for other people to present him food. He doesn't go hunting for them. He just waits for them to come to him. If it were up to him, if it weren't for Tanith, I don't know how the hell the Volcano Manor would function. She basically does all the actual work. She has Raya scouting out people to come here to join. Tanith uses her silver-ass tongue to convince people to join the Volcano Manor as well. Like Dialos came in here. I was like, you killed my servant, I will punish you all. And she goes, ah, you must have the makings of a champion. And immediately wins him over with nothing but fucking riz. And then Rykard sits there sleeping, waiting to be fed. He's greedy. He's slothful. He's gluttonous. A little bit of that 7 deadly. And definitely lustful. Definitely proud. Basically, if we're talking 7 deadly sins, my man pretty much embodies all of them. And I think it's pretty intentional, for sure. Also, like he said, if you kill him, it doesn't really matter. He can apparently come back. He doesn't seem concerned by it.
You. It's true then. You've defeated our lord. No. I must thank you. Our lord was yet weak. You have taught us that defeat is not the end. Our lord is immortal and will one day rise again. Stronger. Until then, I must stay the path and do my part. I will leave the Volcano Manor before long. I suggest you do the same. I will miss these encounters. The champion who walks the tainted path shines all the more. I always was an admirer. This is farewell. Perhaps we will meet again along the path. This is perhaps...
Okay. So she's obviously upset because she truly cares for Rykard and honestly believed him to be the mightiest, and we defeated him. But we are not the villain to her because it's part of their code. We aren't meant to be weak little prey tied up to be consumed to the serpent. Rykard wants a fight. That's part of it. The difference is we are the main characters, so we simply respawn and get another chance, but presumably there was many... Hi, cat. There was many Tarnished who came in there, fought the Lord, didn't make it, got eaten, just became a part of him, right? That's normally how it works in these games. We just happen to be the main character. But, like she says, the Lord is immortal. He'll rise again. She just needs to eat his carcass.
Now you've gone and killed Rykard. You scheming little doxy. Cripes, you make this nonsense seem, well, less nonsensical. Perhaps a Tarnished will be Elden Lord after all. But for now, this manor is finished.
And he's untethered once again.
The demigod beast is slain, and Tanith has lost her head. A fine mess. But how else could it end? When Daddy Ambition's head over heels courting Lady Blasphemy.
That's such a good line.
Well, here I am, untethered once again. Goodbye, my friend.
It's a little bit of what Godfrey says to you. A crown is warranted with strength. When you lose to Godfrey, or really Horalu in this case, that's what he tells you. If you defeat him, you are the strongest, and you deserve to be the king, effectively. So if you defeat him, he's like, well, you're stronger than me, that's it. Rykard and Radahn sure like their battles. There's sort of a sense of nobility to them in that regard. Time for Tana to die? Yeah. Stream the DLC on YouTube too? Yep, I'm gonna be co-streaming both, yeah. Get him to kick you off the cliff this run? I sure did, and then I went all the way back up and I talked to him, which I found out that's the thing you can do. I didn't realize that he's actually visible there when he kicks you off. You can see him and talk to him before he kicks you. So we did that dialogue. I've never done that before, which is really cool. So we got some really cool, interesting stuff that I've even never done before. I didn't even know about. So now he's gonna go to the Shaded
What is
Castle.
it? Oh, come to make a parting donation to Patch's Emporium?
Sure. I want to get his dialogue, so I'll buy like one thing.
Cheers for that.
Okay, bye. Don't think I've ever seen him after this. Really? Yeah. So I believe now, this is a later game questline. By the time I got to this, the game had been patched, but apparently Patches' questline was unfinished, and they added a couple of things to him at a certain patch, but I hadn't done it before, so I don't know what changed. But basically, I think the castanets part was added, but I'm not sure. But he appears at a couple places. I'll show it off.
So, you killed Rykard. I harbor you no ill will. The strong take. Such is our code. Even
They're not
he was
hypocrites.
prepared to meet a wretched end when he first took blasphemy unto his very flesh. But any road, the Volcano Manor is no more. Though we may yet fulfill an old promise. We hunted our own kind and took what was theirs. And with everything in hand, the time has come to rise against the Erd Tree.
So when he says fulfill an old promise, I really wonder if it isn't the promise to Ranni, because that's the only promise I can think of, considering Bernal. Bernal, keep in mind, is basically the one true champion of the Volcano Manor. He is the closest equivalent to us. With Rykard gone, he immediately goes to Faramzula, takes the Blasphemous Claw, and is going to take on, from what we can tell with the Blasphemous Claw, is going to take on Malakath. But of course, we get there first. But that's sort of his whole thing. He's actually wanting to do what they do here. Like, Tanith is sort of the figurehead. She's not a champion herself. She's just trying to get more people in to be champions. Patches is there just to be there. Dialos is, not really, champion material. Raya has a different task. Bernal is real. He has his code. He's a knight. He's really interesting. But he knows what's going on. And when he says the old promise, I really wonder if it isn't the promise to Ranni, because Rykard was the backup plan. And considering Bernal takes the Blasphemous Claw, makes sense. Anyway, that's pretty much everyone here, unfortunately, except for this silent knight, who we will deal with shortly. Bye, Tanith. Where is Rykard? Also, looking at this, it's really close, huh? Like, Rykard is basically in the middle of the lava in terms of location. First meeting, he was happy if we said that we'll stay true to the Golden Order. Basically, Bernal does not want anyone to follow in his footsteps. Oh, wow, really interesting angle. Look at this. Now that we can see them up close, the three-fingered tongues are very much like... They look like a crane game, you know? And these ones are just straight up little wiggly tentacles, huh? Ew. Also, 3 is an unlucky number. Where is it? Do we have it? Is it this one that says that? In the lands between, having 3 digits is seen as a bad omen. So the fact that so many of these fingers, you know, are 3 in 3s is probably meant to evoke that. Hey, Tanith!
Oh, you... Allow me some time. Our lord's carcass is vast, and not easily consumed. Dear Rykard, please, find purchase within me. I wish to be your serpent, your family. One day, let us devour the gods together.
Cute. 3-finger jellyfish tentacle? Very much like that. Uh-huh. Okay, I just wanted to point out, actually, I didn't notice this myself before, but his eye is now fully gold. He doesn't have those sort of red tendrils coming into the iris that we saw in his cutscene, so he does have a different form. It's pretty interesting. It's as if the blasphemy has left him. Also, she never makes any progress, but I mean, like, this is a pretty solid chunk of progress she's made, honestly. Right, the castanets. Honey gold eyes? Yeah, he sure does. Okay, so Bernal, okay. Bernal doesn't want people to follow him in his footsteps. That's why he's happy if you want to follow the Golden Order. But when his maiden was cast into the flame, that's when he realized that he didn't want to continue the path that they were supposed to take anymore. Some people theorize that he burned his maiden and it didn't reveal the path to Farum Azula. So it's sort of like he did what he was supposed to. He followed all the rules. He was going to be this great champion. And then even though he sacrificed his maiden, the way didn't open. That's possible. That is definitely an interpretation, because rather than it needing to be any maiden to burn, it needed to be specifically Melina. Like, Melina is the original kindling, and thus she's the only one who can open the path to Farum Azula. Some people theorize that. I personally read it more that he did what he was supposed to do, and the path to Farum Azula did open, because he does get there. And it's possible he follows us, because we can't be sure when he gets to Farum Azula, because when we arrive there, he's there, right? So it's possible he got there on his own, or it's possible he followed our steps, kind of like other NPCs. But the thing is that I also think it's possible that he did everything that he was supposed to, but upon sacrificing his maiden, he realized he didn't want it anymore. Do you know what I mean? Like, he did everything he was supposed to. He did the right things. He lost his maiden, and in that grief, he realized, this is stupid. I don't want to do this anymore, and he became a recusant. Honestly, both are possible. I'm not here to tell you which interpretation is right, because at the same time, it's rather ambiguous. Both have their validity, but I personally think it's more interesting if he basically lost his maiden and had the path open before him, but realized he didn't want to take it anymore, right? So I don't get why he's hostile. The strong take, I guess, it's sort of like there can only be one Elden Lord, there can only be one champion, and that is the moment that we prove which of the two is stronger. That sort of thing. Anyway, let's go progress these quest lines. So Patches is next at the Shaded Castle. And yeah, he's not easy to find. I found him in my first playthrough because I was looking for what's her name? Millicent, and I was running around and I just happened to see him there. I was basically dropping by every bonfire looking around. But yeah, he's here. If you watch the first playthrough, I literally just ran back and forth over here. Oh, he's not here yet. Oh, there he is. Never mind. See? Easy to find. I just basically did like this a few times and didn't even see him. Then I was like, wait a second. Yo, I'm so glad you're enjoying yourself, Ibarb. If you're a male character, Patches will call you a scheming little bastard. I didn't know that. I always play as a female character. That's so funny. Whoops. Oh, and then we'll get the runes. I just want to get these quest lines. What weapon was I? We can get the Blasphemous Blade. Well, like, for real, I want to use that. Oh, I'm so pumped. Okay, hang on. I also forgot about his actual soul. Or remembrance, I should say. Remembrance of the Blasphemous. A remembrance of Rykard, Lord of... It's Rykard. Lord of Blasphemy, hewn into the Erd Tree. Rykard took the form of a giant serpent that he might devour, grow, and live eternally. I understand. The road of blasphemy is long and perilous. One cannot walk it unprepared to sin. I think that could just be sort of like flavor text to sort of depict his personality, but I really wonder who he's talking to here. I wonder if it isn't Ranni. Like, it's really interesting. Ranni sort of followed her correct path as far as we can tell. She learned from her mother. She was instructed by Renna, the Snow Witch. She was groomed to be the Lunar Queen, eventually starting out as a Lunar Princess. And then she went on a different path. And Rykard was this noble justiciar who was sort of the source of justice in the land, and, you know, then he ended up a blasphemer, and I really wonder if it wasn't at the same time, considering Ranni gave him like a backup. Only game where Patches dies via story? I don't think he dies though. I mean, I guess he can. You can kill him, but other than that.
You again. A shame you had to see me like this. I had a bit of a slip up, that's all. I should have stuck to what I know best. No matter. I know I can trust you. Gullible, yes, but a good soul. Make certain that Tanith gets this.
Dancers, castanets.
It's nothing, it's just... makes me sick to see her all bent out of shape.
Patches is a soft side, he always
Come on,
has.
Tanith, back on your high horse where you belong.
Were you serious? Yeah, he just shows up at a starting cave. Very much like Patches, he ends his quest right where he started. I know, it seems like he's gonna die here. Trust me, it's very much like... If a FromSoft NPC has that, I made a mistake voice, and then you see them in this sort of pose, yeah, it's safe to assume they're dead. Unless it's Eileen, because Eileen is always fine. Copium.
You're able then? Then I can rest easy, my friend.
He's actually so dramatic. Yeah, I know. It does seem... He literally just goes like, oh, and now I can die. And then he just shows up back at his cave, and that's it. Like, that's literally... Now, the thing is, you don't get his gear, right? He doesn't drop anything. That's sort of supposed to be your tell that the quest isn't done. If you do not get their gear, something else is missing. There's a couple exceptions. For example, technically Yura's quest is done when he dies, but you don't get his gear because Shabriri, right? Vare, unfortunately, has sort of a weird interaction where his gear is acquired at a different location, not through him, but that doesn't happen if you fight him already. So Vare is another sort of exception. But yeah, you don't get his stuff. I honestly think he's just sort of... Well, I mean, he's kind of a drama king, you know? Is he breathing if you zoom in? Oh, that's a good question. I should have checked. But no, I know he's alive, so... Patches definitely tried to steal something from Elimer and got his ass beat. The thing is, Elimer is long dead and he's still... I mean, I guess he could invade, right? It's a little odd with the castanets. Let me read them before we give them away. Castanets used by dancers from foreign lands, received from Patches. The passionate dance comprises no seductiveness, but merely a dignified beauty. I actually really love that line, because too many people hear dancer and they immediately think like stripper or something, and it's like really funny to me that people inherently sexualize the act of dancing when, you know, it's such an important human ritual and is more, and not to mention there's nothing wrong with stripping, but you know what I mean? Like people are like, oh, dancing is very sexy, and it's like, it's also really hard and full of cool, what do you call it, athleticisms. Have some castanets.
I have no need of
Dude,
that.
she's like a freaking owl.
I must continue devouring my beloved lord.
Freaking what? She's like, what is it? My god, she's actually so funny. And that's it. That's the quest. That's all.
Oh, you. Allow me some time. Our lord's carcass is not easily consumed.
My neck when I'm mad, but someone brings me chips. What is it? My god, she's so funny. Okay, yeah, we are gonna kill her though. Sorry, BBG. Where's my freaking sword? Oh man, I love how funny this game is. Like, that's probably just sort of her position versus the... Like, wait, curved greatsword. Where's my freaking curved greatswords? Curved greatsword. Curved greatsword. There we go. Get a fun line if you do patches quest? I honestly don't remember. It's been so long. North America, due to Puritan influences, heavily sexualized human bodies even when they are not in a sexual situation. Very true, very real. That's why everyone is naked sometimes because we must, like, you know, shower and bathe and, like, you know, whatever. And you can't show, you know, nudity on the television, but no one, hopefully, in their lives will see extreme violence, but you can show that on television in North America. You know? Sort of that concept.
Oh, you. Allow me.
Right, I'm gonna kill you now? I'm so sorry to do this, but, yeah. So if you attack Tanith...
Oh, my lord. Rykard.
Oh no, he's pissed. Immediate dust? Yeah, it's more like a spirit. I mistimed that first roll, unfortunately. Oh, he interrupted me. Rude. The way that piece just broke off. Oh my god. Oh! Why is a Crucible Knight her guardian? That's an excellent question. And I believe he dropped something unique that will tell us. But it's actually a really interesting case of how even amongst a certain order that we think of as unified, there will always be exceptions. Hey, I rolled. Aspects of the Crucible. Breath. Tanis Knight has died. It's interesting that he invades you too. Like, he's not here with her physically, but he invades you. It's pretty neat. The thing is, it's been so long since I've done this. There is... I remember there being something about one member of the Crucible Knight Order who didn't side with the Erd Tree or something like that, but it's not this item description. I don't remember where this comes from. If someone knows what I'm talking about, feel free to tell me, because I remember reading it, but I don't remember where it came from. Because this one is basically just like, hey, it's an aspect. So the Crucible Knights effectively seems to have sided with the Erd Tree, with one exception. And that would be probably because the Crucible took the form of the Erd Tree. So the the Crucible Knights are described as interesting, ancient Erd Tree incantations, because they are Erd Tree incantations. Is this symbol different? No, it looks pretty much the same. Yeah, really neat. Okay, so aspects of the Crucible Breath, one of the ancient Erd Tree incantations, creates a throat pouch on the caster's neck, allowing them to spew fiery breath while walking. This is a manifestation of the Crucible's primal vital energies, an aspect of the primordial Crucible, where all life was once blended together. So, the Crucible became the Erd Tree. And there's definitely evidence that there was a visual change with this. And also the nature of the tree changed in some way, shape, or form. But to keep it simple, the Crucible Knights sided with Godfrey. They are described as Godfrey's soldiers, Godfrey's knights. But the thing is, the stuff they use and the stuff they do, they don't need to channel anything. What they do is sort of, what do you call it? They don't require anything in particular. They don't need a incant, like, what do you call it? A talisman? Hang on. A seal. They don't need a seal to cast spells. They do it out of their own bodies. There's something special about them. They're definitely older than other things in the series. Here we go. Armor the Crucible Knights who served Godfrey, but they probably predate Godfrey. That's kind of what I'm talking about here. Also the fact that it looks serpent-like and has the really ancient, what do you call it, at the bottom? How it, like, curves upward? What's it called? When it rotates around? I'm blanking. Give me 1 second, though, gamers. Okay, hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. Marlo has this wonderful habit of waking up and being very wanting to play. That's not really grammar. He really wants to play right when he wakes up, and he wakes up right when I start streaming. So when I hear him running around being a little rambunctious, I like to drop his toy and throw it for him a little bit, because by the time I'm done my stream, he's napping again. So I try to give him some playtime when he wants it, because he's my precious guy. Anyway, okay. A lot of evidence for a few Crucible Knights losing their faith and heading off elsewhere. The one that's really blatant, though, is this one. This one sides with the people who are trying to burn the Erd Tree. It's really interesting, because the Crucible Knights in this game kind of take on the role of the Wandering Knights. A lot of previous FromSoft games have this concept of the Wandering Knight. It's not unusual. They have a unique drop. They tend to be harder enemies. They have a unique drop that you cannot miss. If they like fall off the map, they will drop the item for you. It just appears in your inventory. It's not something that appears on their corpse, and they're not respawning. This fits the Black Knights in Dark Souls 1, which are sort of the ones who started that. I don't think Demon Souls has this concept. Dark Souls 2 was supposed to have it with the Haid Knights, but I believe in Scholar of the First Sin, that was pretty much removed, and they just sort of, the Haid Knights are just in Haid. There's a couple exceptions, but anyway, the idea of the Wandering Knight, that's what they take on. So they're kind of all over the place. But this one is not wandering. He's not all over the place. He is specifically Tanis Knight. That's it. He still uses Crucible incantations, and he still uses all their equipment, but he is, you know, trying to do the complete opposite. And I really wonder if it isn't because the Erd Tree in its current form, the Crucible Knights seem to have sided with Godfrey in the war for the Erd Tree, because Crucible equals Erd Tree, but this one seems to have disagreed. He wants to burn the Erd Tree, presumably to take it back to its previous form as the Crucible. So, yeah. Godfrey also comes from the Crucible era. Oh, one thing I want to talk about with them. The Crucible Knights use some of Godfrey's attacks, like the Stomp and the stones. That's Godfrey's thing. But Godfrey, as far as I know, doesn't use anything to do with the Crucible. To be fair, he's just brute strength, right? So other than his, like, Earthshaker attacks where he hits the ground and little earthquakes show up, everything he does is just brute raw strength. He doesn't use any incantations, he doesn't channel anything. So the Crucible Knights are really similar to him, but I wonder if they didn't... The Crucible Knights seem to have their stuff that's older. And the thing is, they're called Ancient Erd Tree incantations, but I really wonder if they're older than the Erd Tree. Do you know what I mean? Like, in the Erd Tree in its primordial form. Manifestation of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies. Primal, primeval, really ancient things are associated with this. Okay. And then we get Tanis' outfit. Also, her body's here now. It's pretty weird because we hit her. Her body vanishes. This guy invades. We take him out. We get a spell from him, an incantation. And then her body shows back and we get her drop. Pursuer felt more like a stalker. Pursuer's different, but similar. Pursuer is kind of unique, actually. I love Pursuer and Forlorn.
My sister said there's no way you can build a car out of spaghetti. You should have seen her face when I drove pasta.
It's a stupid one. Jeez, Master, thanks for the 100 bits. Crucible Knights from defeated faction joined him when he... Let's go back to protect their aspect. Protect the Serpent faction, not just Tanith. No, I really think they protect Tanith. It's really interesting that they showed that this is Tanis Knight and it sides with her specifically. It's pretty interesting. I really wonder too, because there's also something going on with animals, right? So we know a little bit about these god serpents. There seems to be maybe one, maybe there's others, but they're god-devouring serpents. These are super massive and powerful serpents, and apparently pretty ancient too, because they're like old. And then we have beings like Turtle Pope, right? Who's like also very ancient, and if you ask me, is pretty associated with the Crucible, just because his whole thing is talking about how everything can be conjoined. Because heresy is a contrivance, and it is not native to the world. Because he's OG, he remembers, from what we can tell, he remembers the Crucible. What he believes is that everything came from one thing, so everything can be recombined, right? So I really wonder if this idea of these like ancient animals, and then we also have like the Warhawks, which have their own culture apparently, the Stormvale Warhawks, and they had a lord, right? So there's something about animals, like, and then we have the beastmen of Farum Azula, and then we have the dragons, and we have the lions everywhere. Really, it's just Sarash, but like there's this idea of like lions as being really ancient and representing different things. I really wonder if they aren't just kind of wandering around. I don't know, they're really weird, but they use animal parts. One trying to reach Mohg's palace are very odd. Which is the one that's trying to reach Mohg's palace? Horns and wings and those things were considered sacred until Marika said no. Yes, one thing I'll add though, I really wonder if it's Marika who said that, or if it wasn't Radagon who said that. I really feel like a lot of that whole animal parts, crucible, ancient stuff is bad came from Radagon specifically, because Marika and Godfrey, like Godfrey took on Crucible Knights in his charge, right? They were his soldiers, his warriors, his knights. They weren't, what's interesting too, they weren't able to be tarnished. They weren't exiled with the tarnish because they're clearly in a different category. So they're different. They're really unique. I really wonder what they look like under the armor. I mean, I know we're not going to see, but like, I really wonder, like, are they like super cool looking, or they just look like kind of like a guy, you know? When you get to via teleport of the Belfries. Oh, that one! Just there alone looking up to Mohg's palace? Oh, yeah, I never thought about that. Radagon, because he hated his red hair. Yeah, so Radagon, it's not even his whole appearance and hating his red hair. Yes, for sure, that's part of it. But Radagon just generally hates things that talk about what the Erd Tree was like before. So if anything predates the Erd Tree, such as the Crucible, which is a form of the Erd Tree, he seems to hate it. So things that used to be considered sacred and associated with the Crucible became maligned at a certain point in history. And that, I think, is tied to Radagon. Like, I don't think it's Marika, because Marika had some sort of relationship with Hugh. Even if it was that of someone worshipping their god, I really, really wonder, like, would Hugh worship someone who said, you know, you suck because you're an omen? Misbegotten, sorry. Like, it'd be weird to me. It's a weird idea to think, like, I don't think Marika was this, like... Wait a second, hang on. I'm about to nerd out over pillars again, everyone. Pay attention. Nerding over pillars. Pillars. There's no character model inside Crucible. I know, but, like, I want to know what they look like, you know what I mean? Like, I know that, like... Trust me, if we could see, Zuli would have already exposed it. Serpent climbing up pillars. This is really interesting because this sort of coiling... That's the word I was looking for. Coiling. Hang on. I was looking at this armor. Do you see, like, the coiling serpents at the bottom? It looks like scaled serpents coiling upwards. Thing is, it definitely looks serpenty more than anything else. Let's go look at this in better light. We see pillars with what looks like something coiling up a lot in the DLC trailer. There's still, like, background hissing around here, huh? God, what a beautiful place. Like, gorgeous. I don't want to go. Tanith, Raya. I don't remember what's the best way to get there, but there's a couple paths. Staring off into nothing like he's given up. I really, you know what? That's something we should pay attention to, the Crucible Knights. And we should go fight that one that you're talking about, the one that's staring up at Mohgwyn's. I went to the wrong place. Wait a second. Oh my god, you can still get the tonic. She just leaves it on her seat. Huh. I forgot about that. tonic in a small brass vial banishes distress and bitter memories. A gift bestowed by Rykard sworn to blasphemy to Lady Tanith, who unfortunately had no use for it. My lord, there could be no greater distress than to forget you. Aww. Honestly, kind of cute. Like, I know that one of them is like a giant serpent and also like kind of like, you know, a blasphemer and like kind of a monster who like eats people, but like I ship it like FedEx, dog. Yo, bad timing! Thank you for 9 months! Celebrating 9 months of lore deep dive seems not a bad way to close the day. That's what I'm saying. Welcome back. Thank you for 9 months of support. I really appreciate that. Please enjoy your new butterfly. You get a new one. It's blue. Oh, there's a mountain of fire, but I hardly feel a thing. I'll have to head further down. I think this one changed. So yeah, this is Alexander. I think when I first got here, this was patched in. I don't think it used to be Alexander's model. It used to be just like a default. And I could have sworn it like cut off and the implication was that like someone kicked him down, like Patches kicked the guy down. And I actually do believe that Alexander got kicked down by Patches. But he didn't care because that's what he wanted. But I do remember on release it wasn't Alexander's model. Or at least when I played it, because it's not like I got here on release, but you know what I mean. So that's changed, I think. But I just have to rely on my memory, which can sometimes be dishonest. Alright, let's go to Raya. I think we needed that. Prison Town Church. No, where do I want to go? Temple of Egglite. Okay. Seems like a Patches move. Yeah, it could just be to hint where Alexander goes. That he's like down there. But, you know, it's the path to get to Volcano Manor, you know, like the most direct way is to get kicked. So I feel like he probably got kicked. I'm almost guaranteeing it was not Alexander's model initially, though, for sure. Never knew about the Alexander sign. Yeah, it's a little hard to find. Have I talked to Alexander in this playthrough? Do I have the pot? I do. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good with Alexander. The 2 coiling snakes could also represent the Caduceus staff, an ancient symbol of medicine. Wasn't it Hermes' son who had another staff? We talked about this on the Discord, but I forgot his name again. AKA the Staff of Hermes? Yeah, and you know what's cool about that Staff of Hermes? It's associated with Hermes, but it was apparently gifted to him by Apollo. So it's one of those interesting things that a gift became associated with the one who received it as a gift. Obviously, it makes sense, but like it's just cool. Hero wearing the Elden Lord armor? No, I'm just trying to like show off the... Wait, what's that in the center? Do you think that's obsidian? This is really cool armor. Ah, that's it. The staff of Asclepius? Asclepius, something like that? Yeah, it was 1 snake, but it's a snake coiling upward versus the Caduceus is 2 snakes wrapped around a staff. And it was a symbol of medicine. So it's like a positive depiction of serpents. I'm going the wrong way again. Armor looks nice. It really does. I'm just showing off for like lore, but I'm also looking for Raya and forgetting where I'm supposed to go. Right, she's here. She's here. I remember. Easy Clappius. Stop. Imagining Patches kicking Alexander off the side is hilarious. I could have sworn it used to have a dash. Like that's why I thought that. Because the ... dot's a little bit more like he trailed off. But I remember it used to be like a dash, like he got cut off or something. I don't remember though. It's been too long. If anyone knows what I'm talking about and they can like restore it with their magic powers or something, let me know. But
to kill me,
I sure am not, Raya.
You've always been so kind and uncompromising.
I'm not gonna give her the tonic of forgetfulness. I kind of want to know what happens if you give her the tonic of forgetfulness, though, because I've never done this before. Maybe we do give her the tonic. For the dialogue, we're going to give her the tonic. Wait, does she still give you the reward if you give her the tonic, though? I've never done this before. I want to get the dialogue. I just want to make sure we get Datekar's woe. No? What do we get? Nothing? Just a hilarious scenario to imagine. Yeah, I know. Trust me. The idea of Alexander standing at an edge, getting kicked off by Patches, and then Alexander being like, sick, shortcut, is just so fitting for both their characters. No, it's not from Salavis. This is the tonic from... Well, technically, we got it from Tanith's chair, but it's from Tanith originally. Just go back to the manor and wonder why it's empty. Oh, that's cool. We got to do that another playthrough. I'd really like to see that, but I really want Datekar's woe.
I suppose I knew in my heart of hearts how kind.
I've never done that. I've never given her the tonic before.
You always were. I suppose I knew how kind.
I think it's just giving us opportunities. Maybe we have to rest. Last time I did this, I don't think I had the tonic, so that's why it keeps popping up. Doesn't Patches push Siegmeyer also in Dark Souls? So, is Siegmeyer in Dark Souls 3? I call them all Onion Knights, so I never remember which one's which. He pushes him into a well after taking his armor. Or at the very least, he tricks him to go down a well and then steals his armor. One or the other. It's very sad. She has no idea what's going on where everyone's gone. Yeah, it's not. I don't like the idea of giving her the tonic. Trust me, it's just something I'd like to do for lore at some point. Like, you gotta do the bad ends sometimes. Sigurd in DS3. So DS3, I know for sure he gets fooled by Patches. Patches steals his armor for a while. It's part of his questline. You have to buy it back, actually. But I did the same thing. I went the wrong way. In Dark Souls 1, I don't remember if Patches specifically fucks with Siegmeyer. He might. There's one place he falls into, and I don't remember if he's like, Patches kicked me down. I really don't remember. Yeah, I don't think it's DS1. I think it's a DS3 thing. Obviously not Dark Souls 2. Demon Souls, no onion. I think it's just Dark Souls 3. What banning I've never been able to do is to kill Millicent. It's really sad. She doesn't deserve that? She doesn't deserve it, no. Especially since part of her questline does basically... Her happy end is her going on a journey. I looked for her for a long time in my first playthrough, by the way. I was sure she would show up somewhere, and I never found her because her questline's not done. But I think if there's a character show up in DLC, it might be Raya. I'm not saying for sure, because it's not very common they do that, but Raya is really interesting. She's not required for anything. She gives you a shortcut to the Volcano Manor, and you can totally kill her at several intervals. But on her first appearance, she has the same force field that Roderika does. You cannot attack Raya in her first appearance. Roderika is unkillable. She's required. You absolutely cannot kill her. So it would make sense for her to show up in DLC as well, potentially, maybe. Honestly, I just really like these characters, so it would be cool to see them, but I'm looking forward to the new characters we're gonna meet. Yeah. He falls in Sen's Fortress. I think he gets stuck because of the balls rolling down the hill. Because he's so slow. Vare showing up in the DLC to call us maidenless again? Powerful. Alright, Datekar's woe, it increases damage taken. Now you might be like, what the hell? This is just a Dark Souls thing as well. Pretty much all the games have an item like this. One of them is acquired by beating a difficult optional boss in the DLC. Wait. Where do you get the one for What's that flying dragon called in Dark Souls 1? I'm forgetting all the names. It's been so long since I've played now. Do you get it from the tail? No, you don't get it from the tail cut. You get it from killing him. Calamite, thank you. Calamite. So there's a dragon in Dark Souls 1 DLC. It's optional. A fairly difficult fight, and your reward is this. It's the same thing. It's just it's a ring that increases your damage taken. And the thing about Dark Souls 1 is you only have 2 ring slots, so it's like there's even less reason to use it. It's just a thing. I feel like it's Miyazaki's just like, make it hard for yourself. There you go. Yeah, the Calamity ring. It's like, this ring makes you take more damage. You know, like it's just one of those things. It's just FromSoft, man. So okay, so I was thinking about this whole thing a little bit. Disturbing likeness of a woman whose skin was flayed. She smiles with a serene tenderness, increases damage taken. It is said that this woman, named Datakar, indulged in every form of adultery and wicked pleasure imaginable, giving birth to a myriad of grotesque children. So this is Raya's mother, basically. It's implied anyway, because we get the item from Raya, and that scared the living daylights out of me. Thank you, Rot, for the sheep scream. Now, what's really interesting is her skin was flayed. Now, I know we talked about before how this might very well have been the location where the Glomide Queen ruled. The main reason for this being, well, the serpent skin, the Godskin noble here, the white garbed fire monk, not a fire monk anymore, like a Godskin monk. But there's something else. And it was me nerding out over a pillar again, and I want to show it off, but the problem is the Volcano Manor is such a freaking night. This isn't the right place. When you killed Calamite the first time, felt betrayed. You want to know the main problem of the Calamity Ring and Calamite? The tail cut, dude. That tail cut made me freaking lose my mind. Where is the place that I'm trying to go to? I'm having a moment. No, we can just run from Temple of Aegli. Gideon Ofnir has a portrait of Marika in his room. Ah, excuse me. Wah. True word is getting his damn tail cut. Hardest tail cut in the game for me. It drove me insane a little bit. Not gonna lie. Wow, that's a lot of sneezes. 5 sneezes? I probably about, I think. Did I go the wrong way? I think I went the wrong way. Let's take the elevator. Horrific amount of screen glare when I was trying to get that tail cut. Why? Yeah, I do have sneeze lords, true. Did the Godskin nobles skin her? The thing is, it seems that she wanted to be skinned. It's a little weird, I gotta tell you. Also, just notably, Datakar in the original, like 1.0 on release, like the game came out, they changed the item description from release, and the Datakar was a man. And if someone could give could type the actual description, because it's pretty interesting, but like, I can't help but find it a little troubling how it was changed so intensely. Because that's the main change, but like this whole like, she was like really gross, and she did like wicked sexy things. She was like really kinky, so she's like really bad. It's a little weird. Sneeze-a-thon? I sneeze like a dad. I remember the Sneeze Clippers arc. There was not a Sneeze Clippers arc, was there? I actually didn't know that sneezes were like a thing until, like, keep in mind, I knew a lot of weirdness existed, but I was unaware of that one. Hey, Bullfight! Thank you for the 65 stream streak, Poggy. 4 away. Oh, nice. Okay. Excuse me, you must all decease. I'm about to do some big lore. Oh my god, they almost killed me. Also, kind of interesting. We talked about it before, but there's something else going on with these folks. They got poison eyes. We don't have that in the game. The formless, there's something about a formless serpent There's definitely history here that we don't fully get explored in the game. Sneezing is a kink? Yep. You wanna how I found out? Because I was on Twitter and a streamer basically posted, if you guys are clipping my sneezes, just know that I see it and I delete them after stream, sort of thing. And I was just like, wait, sneezes? And like, yeah, apparently it's a thing. I didn't know. That's how I learned. That was news to me. And I'm not surprised by many things. I saw that post. Yeah, that's how I found out. I should delete those. Stop. Alright, I have to kill you. I'm so sorry. You're very cute, though. So, this mysterious throne has obsidian. Also, these really interesting columns, they're kind of like, they're similarly coiled. They have that similar sense of the ones we saw at Rykard's arena, but these are, in a way, beautiful. Like, they're pretty intricate and gorgeous versus Rykard's are like made of bodies and serpents, and it's kind of like nasty. This is one of the prettiest rooms in the game, and then there's just like a bunch of bodies on the floor. But yeah, I really, really, really wonder, like, I'm torn because a part of me is like, okay, in terms of who owned this place and who inspired a dude to get eaten by a serpent to be a blasphemer, I feel like thematically that's Mesmer, right? But then when I see Godskins, and then I see Datakar's woe and her skin was flayed, as in like peeled off, right? Like, which seems to be what the Godskins do. I really wonder if this isn't the seat of power of the Glowmite Queen. Now, I'm not the first person to suggest that. Like, I know people have been talking about, off and on, I've seen the discourse of, like, the Glowmite Queen was at Volcano Manor. That was her seat of power. And it makes sense because here we have these columns with obsidian. And obsidian is, of course, the volcanic stone. So where else are you going to get volcanic stone? And is strongly associated with the Godskins. So I just wanted, I know we talked about this last LOREATHON, but I wanted to readdress it now that we got data cards. Well, we have all the information all together. So I wanted to put it all in one little section. Where is my seal? Godslayer's seal, a sacred seal of the Godskin apostles inlaid with obsidian. And then we have this. It's pretty neat. Neat symbol behind the chair. Do you mean like the little patterning here, or is anything in particular? Mesmer is Glowmite Queen and Marika's love child. I mean, the thing is, based on like what I think, that would make a lot of George R.R. Martin sense because I think they're siblings or something. So there we go. That would be there's the George R.R. Martin incest that everyone, you know, wants. But there's still something that isn't fully addressed, and we don't see it. There's hints of it. We have flying serpents, and they literally have like bird feet. They have wings. And then we have these arrows. Wait, chat, where do I get that shield that bites you? It's somewhere on Mount Galmir, but I don't remember where. On the tapestry, it's hard to see. I tried to look at it last time. I didn't see any particular patterning. Godslayer's seal is found in Stormvale Castle? Yeah, Godskin stuff is found all over the place because their order is basically in disarray since the Glowmite Queen is dead. Like, they still have an order. They're still apparently able to create new apostles. Well, they're still able to channel the flame because they had, until we came along, possession of the Godslayer Greatsword. So, they're scattered, and there's stuff because it's scary to people who are demigods and stuff. It's hidden away, locked away, put in various locations. They're not as organized. They don't rule anywhere anymore. They don't have a leader anymore. But it doesn't mean where you find their stuff is where they are. You know what I mean? pillar, like down the middle. Ooh, hang on. Is that like... Oh, fuck. I forgot the light goes out. I kind of do see what looks like a serpent right there. Two coiling up around each other with the heads there. That to me looks like a caduceus. Like actually, because it looks like two serpents mirroring each other, or it could just be one. I feel like I've seen something similar to this before, but not exactly the same. Maybe the depraved perfumer garb, because we do have depraved perfumers around here as well. Wait, no, sorry, that's Shaded Castle. My brain had a little moment. Woman killer. I guess I don't have depraved perfumer yet. I don't remember where you get that. On the shield, maybe? What shield? Ah, thank you for the original description of data cards. Whoa, okay. Disturbing likeness of an old noble whose skin was flayed. He smiles with a serene tenderness. Increases damage taken. This soft-featured man's name was Digdakar, and he was one of Captain Rykard's paramours, as well as an attendant of his Inquisition. He would test new methods of torture first upon himself, making a gift of his pain and first-hand knowledge to the one he loved. Yeah, do you see what I mean about how this description is like, she was a kinky lady and therefore evil, is very different from the one of, and the only change appears to have been that, you know, Digdakar became a woman. It's a little monka. I guess they wanted to make it Raya's mother because, you know, that description focuses less on birthing children and more about being a torturer. But, and it is changed, but it's really interesting that they changed it. There's some pretty significant changes, yeah. Okay, this is a better angle. It, to me, does look like... Hang on. Is that another head? Yup. Yep. Okay, so it looks like two serpents coiled around, or maybe just one with two heads. I wish I could move this freaking chair. But it's definitely coiled around what looks like a staff or maybe a spear. Could just be a pole though. Okay. We want to awaken the Great Runes. Galmir Knight Cape. Oh, wait. I think yeah, that could be it. Hang on. The Galmir Knight Cape. I do have that for sure. No. The thing is, this looks way more narrow in the center, what they're wrapped around. And it's just straight. This definitely predates... this is like... That tapestry is ancient. I don't think we've seen that tapestry, but we've seen similar things. The image of like what looks like serpents coiling is very prevalent. Throne is even bigger than Elden Throne in Morgott's arena. Yeah, I think it's like... Because they... in Morgott's arena, you're supposed to fight there, so they don't want like a giant obstacle in the arena. But, okay. Okay. The Great Runes. Let us awaken them. I forgot to go upstairs at the Forbidden Lands. I was so distracted. Galmir Cape Sigil does seem reminiscent of Messmer's weapon. Yes. And we have to remember that Rykard, when he was still a Praetor and being like an Inquisitor and a Justiciar, like it looks like he was still at the Volcano Manor. So he apparently was based there. Even though he didn't create it or build it or rule it, like it existed before him. He created his lava sorcery, and at some point he became Blasphemer, but it's possible he was there for a while with no issue. Like, while still being a good Inquisitor. Oh wait, I want to get the Blasphemous Blade. Yeah, I definitely want to do that first. Because, well, no, we'll just do this. Time between now and DLC has gone by fast. Time between me starting the LOREATHON and DLC has gone fast. Oh, isn't this pretty? God, it's so cool. This game is so beautiful. This is to awaken Morgotts, I believe. Looks like the decoration behind that throne is being deliberately covered. It's definitely obfuscated. Oh. Yeah, this is so jarring. Fell Twin. Is that Blood Flame? Yep. So these twins are supposed to evoke Morgott and Mohg. I don't really know why you fight them in this like really disconcerting Four Kings ass arena and where it comes from. It's really mysterious, but also just really cool. It says twin, not twins, so there's another set somewhere. Yeah, Morgott and Mohg, I just said that. Anyway, one uses Blood Flame, while one uses a curved greatsword. I think it's a curved greatsword. And basically just like Morgott has the curse within him, but otherwise doesn't use Blood Flame. So it's Morgott and Mohg. Very polite, fighting you one at a time. Genuinely, yeah. Wow, it's actually making me like, not like motion sick, but I'm definitely feeling a little woozy fighting in this arena. It's so cool. Pretty rubbish Four Kings tribute deck. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of, I really love the Four Kings fight, and this arena is so neat. When this first happened, I was terrified. And then, you know, it's just a couple mobs turned into a mini boss. I don't know. I really like this, but I wish they'd done something a little different. I feel like this concept of like enter an area, suddenly you're in pure darkness could have been utilized in a lot more interesting way with more interesting enemies. We fight a lot of Omen. They're not even bosses, they're literally just mobs, right? Inquisitor's Girandol is from Rykard times before being a snake. I wonder, because the Inquisitor's Girandol became the basis for the Iron the Iron Virgins or whatever they're called. I forget their actual name. I think they're just called Iron Virgins. Well, whatever. I feel like I use like 5 different names for every enemy. That design was used, so the Girandol came first. Also, Inquisitor Giza. Or sorry, not the Girandol. Sorry, I got Giza's wheel and the Girandol confused. Sorry. Rykard was involved in torturing, but it looks like the Volcano Manor had torturing even before that. You know what I mean? It's really hard to know the exact timeline because Rykard became that was where he was based, where his soldiers were based. And he stayed there. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the Girandol. I forget what kind of weapon category. There it is. It's a spear. Abductor Virgins and Iron Virgins. That's the name I was looking for. Abductor Virgins. I like Abductor Virgins more because it reminds you that they abduct people. That's what they're meant to do. Yeah, sorry, I got confused. The Giza wheel is what was used to design the ladies, the Iron ladies. It was like their inspiration. So they came later, and Giza, who was the inspiration for it, was a torturer who invades you. So he's not affiliated with the Volcano Manor. He's not there anymore, but he still invades you. Okay. Instrument of torture used on nobles behind the curtain at the Volcano Manor of Mount Gelmir. So it's kind of ambiguous. This might have been during Rykard's time, or it could have been before, or it could be both. It could have been used before, and then it was used during Rykard's time. Do you know what I mean? I'm not sure, because the evidence points to the fact that what was going on at the Volcano Manor was going on for quite a while before Rykard. And yeah, with the whole Formless Serpent, and like there's other stuff going on there that isn't fully explored. The concept of what the serpent was, the poison eyes and stuff. Okay. So I want to awaken the Great Rune, like I said, and then we'll get Rykard's Great Rune awakened, which I don't remember where that is, but I'll just check the item description. And then I would like to get the Blastus Blade. And then I'm going to get that snake shield that bites you. This is a Morgott defense system to protect his rune. I wonder if it's not supposed to be just like a, hello, Morgott and Mohg are twins, because it took me a while to figure that out. The game doesn't tell you super straight up. I didn't know who they were related to for quite a while. However, they drop a spirit with a really interesting description I'd like to read. Here we go. So when you defeat the Fel Omen twins, you get Omen Killer Rollo. Spirit of Rollo, known as the first Omen Killer. Once a famous perfumer, Rollo imbibed a physic to rid himself of emotion, thus enabling him to enact his nightmarish labor, hunting the Omen. In other words, a lot of the Omen Killers did not want to do it. For some reason, like, why they were told to, it's probably one of those, they didn't have to do it, like they were sort of forced to do it, but in order to be an Omen Killer, he had to remove his emotions. Probably because a lot of the people he was hunting were children. Like, it's a cruel act. Morgott's Great Rune. A great rune of the Shardbearer Morgott. Its blessing greatly raises maximum HP. Ironic because he is very squishy. This great rune is the anchor ring that houses the base and provides proves two things. That the Omen King was born of the golden lineage, and that he was indeed the Lord of Leyndell. It's really fitting for Morgott as well. Like, you know, anchor ring housing the base. Interesting that Godric's is also the anchor ring and is in the center. Hurting children thing? Yeah, but what's interesting as those two Omen, the Fel twins, drop it, I wonder if the twins didn't, perhaps like representing Morgott and Mohg, didn't take him out. Okay. Let's go awaken the other rune. Coast southwest of Leyndell. West Altus. Coast southwest of Leyndell? Oh, is it this one? I don't awaken great runes very much. Right, this is this one. Okay. Morgott's rune is really good too. It's actually pretty interesting. I think in terms of best runes, Godric's and Morgott's are some of the best because they just give you stats. In Morgott's case, it's HP, which is obviously a really important stat. And in Godric's case, it's like he gives you a ton of various stats. It gives you a huge advantage. I think it evens out to being like 40 levels or something if you have a rune arc active and Godric's rune. It seems like a powerful rune, but it's interesting because the runes appear to take on... So one thing that's kind of easily glossed over, I personally completely forgot about this fact until we addressed it during this Loreathon, but the runes, we know the runes change because of their holder. So like Melania's rune is, like represents her determination. And Radahn's rune burns to resist the rot because he himself was afflicted by rot. So that we knew. But one part that I forgot is that the runes apparently change their wielder as well. Whoever has a great rune, it changes them. It could be one of those absolute power corrupts absolutely type situations where simply by having that level of power, their personality or perhaps even their body changes. But it could also be sort of a mutual thing where they're sort of bonded and connected to the shard, and thus they change each other in some way, shape, or form. We don't really know what the nature of that is, but it's something talked about by various characters. I think I don't remember who says it, but like the demigods, something, the taint of their great rune, like something changes within them. Rykard's great rune. It coils. It has that same coiling appearance as the pillars. So now that we have Rykard and Radahn's rune, we can start to see that siblings appear to have similar runes. Because their runes basically look the exact same, and they were very close siblings. So the lines and the placement of them does appear significant. Theory why Radahn is so large, it was because of his great rune? It's possible. Yeah. Melina corrupted Radahn's rune. That was, yeah, that was the rot. But either way, the great runes themselves appear to have changed their bearers. That's just, it was like a multifaceted thing for sure. Says anything about Rykard that his divine tower is the closest to the Erdtree besides Morgott Moat? Yeah, it's actually interesting. Sealed tunnel. That's how we get there. Interesting. Honestly, we don't know enough significance, like what is the significance of the divine towers yet. We don't really know who made them. They're really weird. Their architecture doesn't fit much else. This very much looks to me like the Fell God's Eye, right? That in the center is a meteorite too. We see figures mining them. So they're used now by the Two Fingers, although the Two Fingers are dead. And that's another interesting question too. What killed the Two Fingers? Because Ranni's Two Fingers appears to be fine. And in fact, killing it is a major part of her story. And then we have these who just kind of keeled over conveniently. Also, they look like birchwood. Like they literally look like they're wooden. But yeah, I don't really have an answer for these things. They're just freaking weird. Also, right here, I wonder if this is like ash or what's up with this ground, because it sort of evokes this image but larger, right? Big circle in the center. Okay, did I read the rune? Ah. A great rune of the shard bearer Rykard. Its blessing restores HP upon defeating enemies. Rykard was amongst the children of Rennala and Radagon, who became demigod stepchildren after Radagon's union with Queen Marika. But Rykard fed himself to the blasphemous serpent, great rune and all. Whoa. Ooh. Sorry, my inputs got weird there. So it's interesting because his rune probably looked like Radahn's. Radahn's rune is on fire. It burns to resist the encroachment of the scarlet rot. You can actually see the rot in it. It looks, once we get Melina's, we'll be able to see it. But this one, it's got the coil on one side, sort of perhaps the serpent. Or perhaps someone else, like whoever uses coiling in their architecture. It's pretty interesting. Also the color, it's very lava-like. Like this one literally burns, but this one still has that fire texture to it, especially on the right side. But if killing the rune holder kills our corresponding Two Fingers, we can't get up here until after we kill the rune holder. Yeah, the door doesn't open. The thing is, it's... Ranni got rid of her rune. And her Two Fingers is apparently okay. It's just a bit odd. I'm not sure. It could be something to do with that, but like the way that they look long dead. Then again, the Two Fingers that we appear able to communicate with also has massive chunks taken out of its flesh. Like it, you know, they could probably function even looking like this. And since we see Radahn's rune actively burning him. Oh, I don't remember that cinematic. You can see Gelmir from here. And God, Gelmir looks actually scary. Doesn't it look rather Mordor-like? Like, honestly, I've never really looked at it from this angle before, but it looks threatening, demonic. You can see the edge of the Volcano Manor there, some of the architecture. It's a frightening place. That's where people were tortured. For apparently no reason. Alright, let's go get the Blasphemous Blade. I was lied to by that dungeon. I thought it was going to be full of seals. You mean the sealed dungeon? But it's past tense. So the seals were there. But it's sealed now.
You. What is it?
It's not the sealing tunnel. If it was a sealing tunnel, then yeah, there might be seals there. That's not where you get the Blasphemous Blade. I'm really excited. I've never used a Blasphemous Blade before. I've heard it's very strong. And I finally have a build for it, so I'm kind of pumped. I just want to use a cool thematic weapon. So, Rykard's Rancor. I was actually really interested about this spell. The terrible power of Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy, summons searing spirits that leave a trail of delayed explosions in their wake. These spirits manifest from the rancor of heroes who met a violent end. The Lord granted them an audience, whereupon they were welcomed by the maw of the great serpent, and within the serpent's bowels they became the Lord's kin. Yeah. It's really similar actually to what Dung Eater does in a way. Like, he consumes spirits and he uses their anger as part of his strength. And that's basically what Rykard does too. He uses a spell that literally... Also, it's very much like the other rancor spells. No, they're sorceries. Summons vengeful spirits that chase down foes. Summons a horde of vengeful spirits that chase down foes. He is his own. I can't believe he doesn't get indigestion, dude. Like, imagine eating people who are pissed about it. Sacred Sword of Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy. Remains of the countless heroes he has devoured writhe upon the surface of this blade. Now they share the same blood, bound together as family. Some HP is restored upon defeating an enemy. Unique skill, Taker's Flames. Raise the sacred sword aloft to set it ablaze with blasphemous flames, then bring it down to fire off a forward blast. The flames steal HP from those they touch. Even Rykard's Great Rune, that's his thing. He steals HP from people he kills. It's very much like a cannibalistic, primal, predatory type of Great Rune, and it seems to have been that way even before he got devoured by the serpent, so it's pretty interesting. Is all the soul-consuming stuff kind of hinting at the Erdtree doing that too with Erdtree Burial System? I really wonder. See, I know there's some people who theorize the Greater Will was not actually evil, like the Greater Will is benign. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Maybe it's my Bloodborne that the Greater Will and the gods are unknowable type thing going on here. But I really think that the Erdtree in its present form has been co-opted by something else. That I think is definitely, that's my take on it. So the Crucible was natural and fine and a part of the life cycle, but it's since been co-opted by something else, and I don't think it's a good thing. Tree. Pretty simple. The boy, Radigan. It's interesting that Gideon basically, I know he doesn't look up from his books because he's a big nerd, but like right within line of sight, he does have a portrait of Radigan. Wheeled out with Sword of Milos. Does Sword of Milos, oh, I think, did they ever patch the, Radigan? Think it's Marika? No, that's Radigan. He's red-haired. The arms? No, that's Radigan. Guarantee. This is Marika. That is also Radigan. I bet they're indifferent, like they're Eldritch and they're... See, that's the thing. I actually think that's one major difference between Bloodborne and Elden Ring. The outer gods in this game take on a similar role to the great ones from Bloodborne, but in Bloodborne, they are truly Eldritch beings in that they are unknowable and indifferent or largely unaware of people. That's their whole thing. But in this game, they appear to want to interact with people and be worshipped, and they seem to gain power from it to the point that they are interfering with one another, trying to get more worshippers, right? So they directly interact with people and have people who want to spread their influence. So it's a little different on both sides for sure. But I think personally, I take a little bit of my Bloodborne with the Greater Will. I can't see the Greater Will as benign. There a tune when she has red hair too? No, she doesn't have red hair. When Radigan is in power, her hair turns red. So Marika is always depicted as blonde. They are separate individuals who share a body, and the hair color is a significant tell. Yeah. The hairstyle can be the same though. Okay, so I got the Blasphemous Blade. I'm gonna level it up a little bit. I think I need more strength though. Let's take a look. God, I have so many weapons. No wonder I can never find anything. In Bloodborne, they don't communicate. The only thing in Bloodborne, they seem to respond to crying, specifically infant crying. Although that's because of their own goals. I probably passed it a billion times considering I'm in shields. You know, whenever I look at my inventory, I'm like, I should be able to find it. It's a giant freaking sword covered in blood. You know what I mean? And then I can never freaking find it. Is it a great sword? I think it's a great sword. It's gotta be up here then. You know what? Let's just do this. How do I do this? There, hang on. Wait, which one is it? Sword. No, sword is this one. There we go. Okay. Wait, did I not take the Blasphemous Blade? Did I get distracted? Is that why? Dang it! Rap looking for weapons is its own minigame. Do you know how much of me searching for weapons I had to cut out of my first playthrough? There was a tactical misstep. No wonder I couldn't find it. Morgotts! Wait! No, this is huge. I forgot. I really want to talk about something from Morgott's because does it? Hang on. Okay, I never read this. I think... Yeah, I just forgot to read Morgott stuff. Someday you'll learn category order? Nah. Bro, literally, okay, I make fun of Hugh because if I leave the room and talk to him, he says, I thought you were dead, because he has no object permanence. Meanwhile, I've been streaming this game and playing this game for thousands of hours, and every single time I start up a stream, I go, like that guy, the blacksmith, what's his name again? And chat has to tell me it's Hugh. I have this problem remembering names. It's so bad. Like, I literally make fun of him for forgetting. I don't remember his fucking name. So, you know, this is how I be. Left the store without the groceries. That's basically what I did. Remembrance of Morgott, the Omen King, hewn into the Erd Tree. Oh shit, way back when I defeated Rykard, someone asked me how Rykard is hewn into the Erd Tree even though he's a blasphemer. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. He has a great rune, right? So the great rune comes from the Elden Ring, which comes from the Elden Beast, or they're sort of linked together, which came from the Greater Will. So it kind of seems like you don't really have a choice. Kind of like, you know how there's like spirits decrying being cursed and Dung Eater's victims are fearful of the curse. It seems like possessing a great rune, it doesn't really matter. You're kind of like siding with the Erd Tree. You're kind of doing what it wants. Do you know what I mean? Ranni doesn't have a remembrance. She's a little different anyway. Though born one of the graceless Omen, Morgott took it upon himself to become the Erd Tree's protector. He loved not in return, for he was never loved, but nevertheless, love it he did. Tree didn't care about him, but he did. Even space monsters get a remembrance? Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Even things without a great rune, too. I'm not saying that every great rune holder gets remembrance, but I think that could be something to do with it, right? Like he's gaining power from something linked to the Erd Tree, so of course he's going to be a remembrance of it. Yo, Sutrabo, thank you so much for the Prime. Welcome back. Thank you for 2 months. You do or you or you don't. There is no in between. That's stupid. Yo, welcome back. Thank you so much for the Prime. You get 1 per month. Thank you for choosing to use it here. I really appreciate that. Thank you. All the other remembrances that aren't part of the Golden Order are also hewn into the tree. It seems like if you're powerful enough to have some kind of impact on the world, you get hewn into the tree. Yeah, the tree has influence. Like it's sort of impossible to fully grasp what the tree does, I think. But no, there's definitely something to that. Okay, so now that I have the blasphemous blade, for real this time. It's a gray sword. Okay, so gray swords are up here. So now I know why I couldn't find it. Sacred Sword of Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy. Remains of the... Oh, I read it already, right? It's really pretty. Like, hideous, but really pretty also, you know? It also has, like, physics, you know? Like, it moves, it wiggles. Ooh, look at that little bit at the bottom, huh? You see, or more at the top? Like, look at that. Do you see how, like... Look at this, they're, like, stuck together. Look at how gooey! That's so nasty. Dude, imagine, like, having this weapon held over your shoulder and they freaking tickle your neck. Like, imagine just like, ugh. I would not use this weapon with this particular fit, dude. My god.
Wow, I took you for to it's all out your
Hi, Hugh. Sweet boy. Alright. We need to get some stats. Also, how do I have so many runes? I had someone drop them for me. They're forbidden, like, evil runes. It's for the LOREATHON. I'm not doing a challenge run, you know what I'm saying? Ooh, we can level these up too! Pog! We're freaking set, dog. I don't have any sombers. And I can only pick one of these to level up. Let's do that one. Your Jello buddies? I wonder if this sword smells, you know? Like, do you think it smells like blood, you know? Like that copper smell? Very interestingly. So the sword itself is... Okay, let's try to get some better light. Let's look over here, maybe. Something I blew into a napkin the other day? Can I advise you to go to a doctor? Like, maybe like a sinus expert or something? That can't be right, dog. I mean, it was in a snake. Ew, that's so true. It's gross. It's probably real stinky, yeah. Anyway, the sword itself, like, I know it's like covered in blood, but it definitely looks like the Crucible Knight's sword in terms of its color. Like, well, not quite. Let's do a comparison. It could also be the lighting here. Let's go somewhere more neutral. It tastes like a battery. I was talking about sniffing it, not freaking eating it. Are you insane? Ugh. Like the strong smell of copper. And it's freaking raining, of course it is. Very squishy and sticky to hold. Yeah, like definitely you want to wash your hands. Good view of it before the corruption in the Volcano Manor portrait. Which Volcano Manor portrait? Oh, you mean the one that... The one thing about that, the lighting. I'm worried about the lighting there. Yeah. Sorry, the one where he's holding it for sure. But I'm trying to get a look at it without that... Yeah, here we go. No, it looks way straight up more gold now. That's what I was expecting. It's just also bloody. Because when Rykard's holding it, it does look very golden. Honestly, I love this imagery. Beautiful, intricate golden sword. He's this, you know, he's the praetor, the source of justice in the land. But it's very opulent as well. And then now it's stained in blood and also entrails are growing upon it. Yeah, you get a great view of it. But I really just wanted to see the color. Let's go take a look though. Yep. Handguard looks familiar. Does it curve upward? Let's go take a look. Serpent Slayer Spear Handguard. Let's go take a look at that, actually. Don't know why Rykard committed blasphemy. So we learned bits and pieces from Rykard's goals, what Tanith wants. I truly believe that Tanith isn't lying to you. I think she might be sort of manipulating certain facts. Oh, interesting. Dang it! I freaking broke it. not gonna lie, it looks pretty different. The guard shape is really interesting, though. Like, I know it's the same weapon, but it's just, it's so interesting when it's... Yeah, 2 red gems. One there, and one there. Even before the, Blasphemy, he had the red gems, which is interesting. Ghost Flame Torch? Oh, that's a good idea. Let's go take a look. Well, no, if we zoom in, the torch will go out. But still, we can take a look with the light, not zoomed in. Oh! Oh, she's a gamer. I'm not moving ever again. You see, that hair to me still looks gray. I don't see the blonde. Maybe at the top. I'm not jumping because it'll break the chair. I can't believe I did this jump. Like, this is like the ultimate gaming right now. Yeah, it looks really gold now. Like, the color is pretty accurate, but it's so interesting how what a different... Oh my god, cat, don't touch my feet, weirdo. Please tell me that's my cat. Don't tell me there's some sort of strange cat. I felt something touch my leg and it was not my cat. I don't know, maybe I'm just feeling things. That was weird. Maybe it's the freaking sword in my hand because my cat is over there. Hi baby, you're a good boy. You wanna have a nap? Did you hear that? He answered me. You got spooked by a ghost? Yeah, I just felt like a little, like you know what, a cat walks past you and they have their tail up and it just goes... Anyway, yeah, the hair to me looks gray. The sword looks very gold. But even in this image, to be fair, this image is still supposed to depict him as the Lord of Blasphemy. He's still got the hands reaching up, right? And what looks like a snake or a snake's skin over his wrists. So, like, this is still him as the Lord of Blasphemy, but this is, like, his ideal form before he became, like, a serpent sort of thing, I guess. Oh, my cat is so cute. Oh. How do you take a screenshot again? Is it F12? That's not right. Oh! Yes, it is. I want to save this. This is so cool. I like keeping things that I have myself. You have an opinion on Renala Child Order? I think Ranni was the youngest. And not really a reason. He just kind of has like little sister energy to me. Either way, they're matrilineal, so or I guess matriarchal in this case. So Ranni was the one who was needed to be a successor. Other than that, order doesn't seem to matter too much, honestly. It's fun to discuss, it's just I haven't put too much thought into it. I think Rykard was probably the firstborn just because I think it's my own bias, because he looks the oldest. But I mean, like I said, he also looks significantly older. He has wrinkles when Renala looks very young. So age is... lore and age, we can't take too much from it. Okay, I'm gonna take a couple more screenshots because this is like legendary to be able to see with such good freaking lighting. And also I'm floating and it's funny. It also looks like he has like an obsidian ring. A lot of gold ones. Okay. We need to two-hand this weapon if I'm to use it, but I also need more strength. How much strength do I have? 20. We're close. In fact... we can probably level it up. Little hands on the bottom of the painting? Yeah, they're reaching. They're already there. God, it's crazy how this lighting is so red. I actually didn't realize just how much color this portrait actually has. Alright. Oh man, I'm so excited actually to use a blasphemous blade. This is so new to me. So someone was wait. Remember that serpent shield? I asked where it is. I think someone told me it's in the northeast of Gelmir. Where is that exactly? I don't remember. Gelmir is really hard for me to navigate. Maybe it's around here? Like near the corpse stench shack? Northeast of 9th Gelmir site. I don't know where the heck that is. There it is. Northeast? Volcano Cave. Wait, wasn't that where I was? Isn't Volcano Cave? Really? Ranni and Rykard were initially on good terms before he let the serpent consume him. But the thing is, I wonder when that happened, because to side with Ranni, he receives the blasphemous claw. So it sounds to me like Ranni and Rykard became close around the time of, well, Ranni basically told Rykard that you will be my backup plan. Use the mist if you cleared the cave. Okay, so it is in there. I just haven't found it. That's actually really helpful. Thank you. Okay. So Ranni trusted Rykard to be her backup plan. That's pretty significant. Hang right. Okay. Oh, you said it's past them? Well, now I'm confused because I found this whole thing. Oh, God. Ooh. Listen, I know they basically get one shot, but like, my God. My God, you heal so much. I feel like I'm playing Bloodborne. What the heck? And it attacks pretty quickly. Drop down, then keep right. Okay. But not all the way down. So hang on. You mean this right? Yeah, I'll find it. Oh boy. Ooh. 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 Wow. This weapon is so strong. What the fuck? Okay, like, I knew it was strong. What the hell? So the Golden Order folks were hanging out here. Like, the Leandale Knights were hanging out here. How'd that go for you, brothers? Pretty good? It's literally called the Coil Shield. My God. Also cope with Taker's cameo? Oh my God, hang on. Stars HP upon defeating enemies. Yeah, I just want to try it. Oh boy. Taker's flame is wider than it looks. Oh yeah, I know. I've done a lot of PvP. I've dealt with this a lot. It's my only experience with this weapon is getting hit by it. Coiled shield. Armament designed for gladiatorial combat rises above its peers as a particularly showy specimen. The sculpted bronze snake is a poisonous breed, boosting the wielder's resistance to poison. Unique skill, Viper Bite. Give the shield a quick shake to temporarily bring the bronze viper to life, inciting it to lash out and bite foes. Bronze again. Honestly, I have like, I feel like this is the type of thing who, if someone has like access to every single text file in this game, they just do Control F bronze. I bet there's some really interesting stuff with what things are made of. Bronze for the gargoyles. Bronze for the gargoyles, which are alive out of corpse wax. Okay. Blue-white meteoric ore. Barbed rod. Mm-hmm. You have the duelist helmet? No, no I don't. I have part of the set, as you can tell, for like... Cloak wrapped with bronze snakes, eaten through by scarlet rot. Worn by gladiators who are driven from the... This is... I got this for fashion. This you get later in the game. That's if you're asking why I have this. This is just because I wanted it for the fit. Worn by gladiators who were driven from the Colosseum. So... Snakes. Now, okay. Snakes equals gladiatorial combat. We see a lot of serpents on duelists and gladiators specifically. They have snakes upon their bodies, literally crawling up their arms. And they are there to fight in the Colosseum. The Colosseum was a way to show... God, this is a cool freaking shield. Was a way to show... I think it was described as like honor for the Erd Tree. Like it was you would fight for the honor of the Erd Tree. It was just like a ritualistic thing. It was just like honor by combat. But it died down around the time of Radagon because Radagon had different sensibilities. This was probably a Godfrey thing. Right? They're the heel characters for everyone to boo at. It's possible, but it's also possible. I think we talked about this on the Discord. Like I was mentioning how it's possible that the snakes weren't always perceived negatively. So in the lore of Elden Ring, snakes bad. I say bad. Snakes bad. They are betrayers of the Erd Tree associated with cardinal sin and specifically betraying the Erd Tree. But in order to betray something, you have to be on their side. You don't become a betrayer by just being a villain and being an enemy from the get-go, which means that the snake was probably an ally of the Erd Tree. Think of, Lucifer, the devil. He was the brightest angel in heaven before he became the ruler of hell, right? He is the betrayer, the first betrayer. That's why it's such a big deal, because he was an angel, right? So I feel like that's what the role of the serpent is supposed to be taking on. Also, in Paradise Lost, what image did the devil take on? That of a serpent to whisper into Eve's ear, right? Like the idea of a biblical betrayer and manipulator is there too. King Calamite, we were just talking about Calamite earlier today. Welcome back. Thanks for 25 months. Welcome back. I said that twice. Poggy. I do be repeating. Hee. Their helmets make people angry. Their entire outfit make people angry, yeah. The entire outfit has the effect of Shabriri's Woe, which is why I have it in the top icon with my effects, yeah. Godfrey's era probably was more inclusive, and strength and loyalty were all that mattered. Definitely, but it was also a little bit more, in some ways, savage, right? Like arena gladiatorial combat, under Godfrey, the idea of strength and fighting was an honorable thing, but like, I mean, also like, it's kind of brutal. You see the marks on the duelist backs. They're not combat wounds. They look like they were flayed or whipped. Like they are covered in deep scars. It's pretty violent as well, right? Bronze weapons are an easy way to evoke something more primal like the IRL Bronze Age. Yes, so bronze. Is bronze an alloy of copper and tin? That's what it is, right? Bronze is made from copper and tin. So before we had like iron, we used bronze, I believe. That's why it's called the Bronze Age, right? Like it's an era where some of the first weapons in human history are made of bronze, so they're like really ancient. Yeah. I believe it's like the first alloy because it strengthened both materials. Thanks, RuneScape knowledge. I actually don't know that from RuneScape. I know that from oh my god, what's that game called? The one that you're like a Viking and you build little things? Fuck, I'm blanking. I played it for a while before, you know. Valheim! Yes! I learned that from Valheim, which is pretty recent, all things considered. I didn't play RuneScape, though. Aluminum bronze is more modern material? Yeah, it's... I mean, I don't know about that, personally, but we're not meant to be evoking something super new. Brass is zinc. Oh. So yeah, the serpent comes to life and bites people. It also poisons things. There's something going on with serpents. I don't think we have all the pieces, and I wonder if Mesmer is a part of it. But we have lore of formless serpents. We have arrows that evoke this image of Loyal minions of the Formless Serpents, their fangs are dotted with deadly poison. Do I have the Serpent Bow? If not, I'm about to ask chat where the heck I don't. Chat, where do you get the Serpent Bow? Viking Minecraft is basically Viking Minecraft, yeah. Caelid, where in Caelid? That's where you can buy the arrows from one of the merchants there. It's not surprising. From Steve? Minecraft Steve? Abandoned cave. Oh boy. Is that the one where the Iron Maiden is across the roots? Cave that has a gold scarab talisman. I don't remember what that is, I'm afraid. But thank you for the information. I just don't like fully remember. I don't remember all the cave names. There's too many of them. Which cave is it? Serpent God's curved sword? That's another one. Yeah. I also have that one, so that one's like. This one is of the hang on, where is it? Oh no, it's happening again, chat. I can't find it. It's a great sword. It's with the great swords. Is it a great sword? Fuck. No, it's a curved sword. It's a great curved sword. Wait, did I pass it? No. It's a great curved sword. They're different. They're somewhere else. Fuck. Wait, what am I looking for again? It's a really cool sword. My inventory's too big. There it is. I found it. Formerly used to offer up sacrifices, this sword restores HP upon slaying an enemy. So this one, okay. Inductor Birch. It is the one I'm thinking of. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. Curved sword fashioned in the image of an ancient spirit deity and tool of a forgotten religion practiced on Mount Gelmir. So, and also look at the handle of this weapon. We don't have it yet, but when we get Bernal's weapon, it's eerily similar. Rykard, while cool and interesting, is basically just a big old copycat. Real talk. He just co-opted things that existed before him. It's cool though. And that's what's so cool too with him, is I really wonder if we're gonna find out. Okay, there's a lot of people who when they first saw Mesmer were like, oh my god, he's like Rykard's son, right? And I totally understand why. It's just, it's a little funny. Because I don't remember the best way to get here. I know where I'm going, but I'm having like a brain, there's like a hole in my mental map. We'll just run around Caelid. I love Caelid. Not a copycat, I'm a taker? Yeah, you know what? That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Horrid Scarlet Rot Gauntlet? What, Caelid? It's my favorite zone, how dare you? Who the brother is that mentions in his prayer to the greater will? Oh, yeah. No. I don't have any thoughts on that, but it's cool, right? Personally, I feel like Rykard was inspired by Mesmer. Yeah, that's exactly. Sorry, I'm just trying to, meme about Rykard right now. But that's pretty much exactly my point. Rykard. Oh boy. Rykard came first. In terms of, we see him in the base game. It's a really common thing that people run into, that when people see something first, they assume it's the origin of it. It's just like a human psychology thing, but it's a little funny because I remember when Mesmer dropped, everyone was like, oh my god, it's Rykard's son. Oh my god, Marika and Rykard had a son. And I'm just like, what? I think Mesmer came first. I know he looks younger, but like, I still think he came first. It's just really funny. I like people. I like their brains. But even then, as far as we know, Mesmer doesn't have anything directly... I don't have that, Grace. Doesn't have anything to do with poison. Okay, he's appeared in a trailer and, we have 2 lines of dialogue from him. But we don't have anything to do with poison with him, so I really wonder where this serpent thing came from. Cave is more south? Yeah, don't worry, I'll find it. I'm just exploring. I'm having a fun time. It's along the bridge, though. It's along the... Wait, hang on. I know how to get there. Wait. Nope, that doesn't work. I know exactly what I'm looking for, but I don't remember how to get there. I feel like my knowledge of Caelid is slightly disjointed despite how much time I spent here because I've done so much invading here. Oh, I left Grail alive. I'm gonna have to fix that. Feels related to aberrant sorcery? I definitely get that vibe. Mainly because of I think he's the one who did the impaling of the giants. Also, you gotta wonder why thorns became associated with the guilty. Maybe it has something to do with him and his sin. Anyway, any excuse to talk about Mesmer. But what I'm saying is I think some of the figures we're encountering in the DLC are characters that have a role in the past of the story of the Lands Between. Considering that apparently Miquella is walking in Marika's footsteps. And I wonder, and he's looking for her. Oh boy, here come the dragons. It's the same animation as the Ruins Greatsword. Whereas Mesmer on the hotness tier list, he's gonna have his own tier at the very top for sure. I can't wait to redo that for DLC. I can't wait to... So I've been waiting. I used to have like a ranking of my favorite FromSoft games, and I have been waiting on creating an update to that because I really want to wait for the DLC so it's fair. So I'm so excited for the DLC. Oh, by the way, one neat thing about Grail. So she is so large that she cannot move anymore. But she is likely the mother of the dragons here. Also, she's probably Caelid rotted, you know? Like Scarlet rotted, because it's all over her body. But this is the Dragon Barrow. This is where dragons like lived. They fled to escape the Scarlet Rot, but it looks like they're kind of screwed now. Oh my god. So why is there so I thought there was 4 of you. There's like 6. Oh, I'm out of juice. That's awkward. Yeah, if you kill all the dragons, I thought there was only 4, but it's been a minute since I've done this, to be honest. Grail gets taken out. She's like linked to her dragon children. Ow. Heals so much. Whoops. Grail, we get it. Oh my god, that one scared the hell out of me. Not a bad heal. CGS prime time, what's up? Oh, don't kill me. Oh, I lived. Oh, so I had to take out 5 of them, it looks like? Yeah, we got a dragon heart. And Grail's done. But yeah, this is what she was laying on. It's kind of like Dark Souls 3. Find yourself a sweetly rotting bed to lie upon. Like, seriously, this was underneath her body. I really wonder if she wasn't rotting while she was alive. Like, this might have been a mercy thing, you know what I mean? Dragons are so close to Malachus Sanctum. Piece of Missoula where dragons are abundant. Trying to go back to where they think they're safe. It also reminds me of the dragons Aerie. Like, I really wonder if the dragons that we see around there aren't some of the younger dragons. We do see ancient dragons there for sure, but the dragons flying around don't look like ancient dragons. Not cheesing straight to level 50. Yeah, she does drop a lot of runes too. So this is one of the giant skulls, I think. It's kind of hard to see, but it looked like a skull. Now that I'm on it, I can't tell what I'm standing on. XX shows us the dragons can get rotted. Yeah, in fact, I think is it the Dragon Barrow map? Hang on one second. I think I have it. Give me one moment to find it. Here we go, the map of the Dragon Barrow. The dragons that escaped the Scarlet Rot made a nest of the plateau to Caelad's north. Thus it was named Dragon Barrow, and none dared to enter. So they fled from the rot, yeah. So for sure they can get rotted. We know that from XX. We also know it because they fled from it. They wouldn't flee from it if they couldn't get rotted. But it's actually really interesting to consider because dragons are made of stone. However, that's ancient dragons. And these dragons might not be. Because they're way weaker. Like significantly weaker than they used to be. From their ancient form. Then again, even ancient dragons I think they're still vulnerable to bleed. Like, they're not, like, bleed weak, but you can still get a bleed proc on them. So even, you know, living stone can bleed, apparently. Crystallines are also made of stone? Yeah, well, they're made of crystal, which apparently is distinct. But the thing about dragons is that they are apparently born, they simply are stone beings, versus crystallians were constructed by somebody and brought to life. Kind of like golems. But crystallians appear to have a will and a want, versus golems are not. They are just protectors. Their scales are stone? Turn to stone as time passes? I mean, dragons are just like, their scales are stone, but the like their outside is stone. They're just like made of stone. Yeah. Common theme in Dark Souls? Yeah, also in Dark Souls, dragons are also made of stone. It is very similar. Wow, the crystallines can be rotted. Oh, actually, that's a great point. But it's not that unusual when you realize that crystal equals glintstone, and glintstone is alive like amber, apparently. It's the vestiges of life of the stars or something. It's amber of the cosmos. So yeah, it can get rotted because apparently it's alive. What's really interesting about the Scarlet Rot is it is a type of rot that appears to favor and target the living. But no, thank you for the reminder. I completely forgot that about the Scarlet Rotted Crystallians, probably because I hate them. So I just sort of erased them from my memory. But yeah, no, absolutely. Crystallians, though, interestingly, are alive. They have a goal. They want others of their kind to be born. They want to find their creator or something like that so that they can find more crystallians. They want to propagate. They want to continue to live, versus golems, who are sort of given a will and just sort of given a weapon and told to protect. You know what I mean? I still am looking. There it is. Found it. Okay, can I make that jump? I feel like I can't. One second. Can I make that? I feel like I'm gonna die. YOLO. Wasn't that bad. This game scares me a little bit. Black Knife Assassins are immune to rot. That is interesting. Do you think it could be something to do with their protective garb, that it keeps them hidden but it also keeps them safe? It's just a theory, but I do really wonder about their garb. It's very unique. So, there's a abductor version over there. It's not unusual. They are there to abduct people. They're kind of all over the place. But it is interesting, considering you get the serpent bow here. What's the red buff debuff you get when she roars? Reduces damage and defense. Yeah. So, also, it looks like it kind of enrages the dragons around, so they get the red eyes. It's actually pretty interesting. Bloodborne also has a similar thing where an enemy will scream and it gives a buff to enemies around, specifically the female beast patients. When they scream, they buff everyone around them and they become very aggro to you. Like, if they scream, you're in trouble. It's actually pretty scary. So it's kind of like a recycled concept, but it makes sense here because they're protecting effectively their mother. And they seem to be linked to her when, you know, the way to kill her, the intended way, you're not supposed to be able to attack her. Like, you are able to and you can bleed her, but you're not supposed to be able to kill her. It's not an exploit because they haven't like, it's not, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying the intended way to take out Grail is to defeat her children. Cave, I did not know the location of this one. Yeah, you know, actually, I found this because I invaded someone, and I think it made it into the first playthrough because I noticed it when I was skimming through the VOD. I cut out PvP, but I found someone here, and I was like, wait a second. You know what's funny? I almost noticed this in my first playthrough, but I was so distracted by the Iron Maiden, I didn't do it. Never one-time kill her children? Most people don't. Most people don't. Like, you can attack her, but she's supposed to be super, super tanky. The only reason people are able to really pull it off is because of bleed, because it does percentage-based damage, so it just chunks her. Alright, give me 1 second. Just gonna use the restroom and pet my cat. I'll be right back. Hello. Anyone here think Miquella will be killable in the DLC? No, I don't think we'll be able to interact very much with Miquella, personally. Honestly, that's what I'm hoping for. I think they could definitely pull off like a Miquella's body is a boss thing without messing with it too much because of Miquella apparently having disconnected from his body and being fairly like, oh crap, very not caring about what happens to it, for all we can tell. I'm so curious what Miquella's plan. He's the most mysterious, obviously. Oh no, I forgot this place sucks. Oop! And I forgot my lights. Gotta get YouTube chat open. I accidentally closed it. There we go. Yo, welcome back, Justin. I just can't wait for the DLC. I really, really hope that FromSoft is in good form as usual. That's all I want. I want them to twist the lore on its head. I want them to do stuff that all of us go like, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. I want them to introduce a character. Like, I feel like people think it's gonna be Mesmer, that the character that throws everything on its that throws everything off in the lore. Like, I'm personally already like, dude, Mesmer answers so many questions and blah blah, right? Like, I'm definitely engaging in it too because I love his design. I think he's such a fascinating character. But then there's gonna be probably stuff in the lore that absolutely confuses the hell out of all of us, and we're just like sitting there like, what do you mean? That doesn't know. What? I mean, surprise Miquella Child, for me, surprise, not Miquella Child, sorry, Marika Child, that should have surprised nobody. That's like the most basic surprise they ever could have done. The Serpent Bow! No! Don't poison me. Stinky! Stinky! We gotta read that bow. That's why I came here. God, I really like this weapon. Someone we've never heard of will come in with the left hook, won't be Mesmer. Exactly, yeah. Kind of like Manus or Orphan. Miquella will use his blood to paint a new world of peace for his people. Yes. How's LOREATHON going? It's been really good. Yeah, so I didn't stream this weekend, which was a real bummer because I really wanted to, and I'm having a lot of fun like playing this game and not Demon Souls, sorry. Dragon's Dogma 2. But my face muscles were freaking painful as heck, and I'm hoping that will be a thing of the past because I finally got that night guard that I mentioned to you all. I remember this being very annoying because of these freaking dorks up there. Yeah. It's unlocked. Man, this weapon is so strong, like stupidly. Abby, I was really bored this weekend. I was like, I want to stream, but my face hurts. I need to find some guys to kill to heal, please. Oh, that's good. Yeah, fuck it. Places associated with Ranni and her children. What? Oh, a second one. I don't know. It's a little bit like the Godskin thing. There's Godskins around places associated with Radahn, Rykard, and Ranni. I personally think it's a coincidence. And I know there's not too many coincidences in these games. What did I get? Dang it, I forgot. Also, yeah, there's a lot of them in Lanedell. I really think it's one of those things that they're what abductors are doing is they're abducting people to be tortured or experimented on. So they're going to be all over the place because they were sent out to abduct people. The gold scarab. Thank you. Thank you. I just need to freaking rest, please. The place is a nightmare. And they're in Mount Gelmir. Mount Gelmir is likely where they're from and where they're abducting people to. But yeah, when it comes to enemies that are meant to abduct people, it makes sense they're all over the place. But yeah, they're in some really random places. So like, I'm with you if you think there's more to it, but people have a similar thought on the Godskins. They're like, oh, the Godskins are associated with Renala's children and stuff. I really think that the Godskins kind of, we don't quite know their goals. We know the Glowmite Queen is significantly older. She's more equivalent to like the age of Marika. So she's like an equivalent to an Empyrean. You know how Melina and Miquella and Ranni are all Empyreans of the same generation? That's kind of like what the Glowmite Queen is. So she's older and kind of unknowable, basically, you know? So, I don't know. I feel like they're all over the place for a similar reason. The Radahn's Tower is a big one that people use as evidence. I personally think that they were there first and they're using the basement because we aren't able to access any other basement of the Divine Towers except for Radahn's. So I really wonder if Radahn even knew they were down there. And also, how often did the demigods go to their own divine tower? Are the towers associated with them? Like, what exactly is the relationship between a great rune and a divine tower and the two fingers and the demigod? We don't really know. These are sort of ambiguous questions. So we can definitely get some theorizing going, but we can't be certain of anything, unfortunately. I say unfortunately. If they gave us an answer, I would be bored. I'd be like, meh, I like questions. Ah, okay. So this is why I wanted to come in here. The Serpent Bow. Malformed bow in the shape of a pair of poisonous snakes imbues arrows with poison through pagan magic, revealing its true worth when used with poison-infused arrows, used by assassins known as the Formless Serpents. Holy shit. That's what the assassins are. They're... Okay, listen, I'm just gonna put another... How many fucking assassin guilds do you people need? At this point, you gotta think of... like the size of your market. Like there's so many assassins in these games. Like we have the Raven Mount Hunters, we have the Formless Serpents, we have the Confessors, we have the Volcano Manor. Like, y'all got more assassins, y'all got targets to kill. Well, I guess their targets are other assassins. Huh. Fundamental lore question is always, was this asset placed by design or due to a time constraint? Yeah, we always have to wonder about that. But I'm going to be real with you. FromSoft's really good about asset placement. In fact, in this game, probably more than others even, like, and others definitely have environmental storytelling. They upped it to another level in this game. Like, I really think we can acquire some very, very interesting lore from statues and things like that. There's one example of art, like real art that exists in the world that was used in like a asset library that FromSoft used, but they actually changed it and customized it. They removed one of the animals and replaced it with a lion. We know the significance of the lion in the lore of the game, but the fact that they did that means they thought about it, means they looked at this asset library and was like, okay, I'm going to use this and I'm going to put it here and then I'm going to make it lions instead of this animal. Like, we actually can get lore because they looked at it themselves. They did that themselves. The original real life art didn't include a lion. It's like so cool. I love it. It's really neat. Can't even die. Why are there assassins? To be fair, the assassins might have been around before the whole not dying thing, but you're right. Assassin Wars? I would play it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I would totally play an Assassin Wars game. I'm being a little facetious. They all have different goals. We actually don't know about the Formless Serpent. I actually forgot that they're specifically these assassins. This is so interesting. And pagan magic. I don't know if we hear the word pagan used otherwise, but this is probably... And the fact that they use an animal as their icon, a serpent, right? Okay. Real quick, I'm going to talk about Mesmer again. I know everyone's like, oh, always talk about Mesmer. I love Mesmer. He's very exciting. He's very exciting. But, of course, he has two serpents coming out of his body. He's strongly associated with them. He's probably an older figure, but one really, really cool thing. This is more Dark Souls, but one thing that snakes are known for in Dark Souls, and I feel like this might be kind of being invoked here with Mesmer, sort of a pseudo-recycled concept. Serpents are failed dragons. They want to be dragons, but they will stay serpents. There's something inherent with serpents as wanting to be like dragons and being unable to be dragons. Even in Dark Souls, where they're kind of described and depicted as villainous. Like, not quite, but dragons are the bad guys. Dragons have to be killed for the age of gods to start. When the dragons were the ones in power, it was bad. So it's sort of... It's not quite that simple, but the dragons needed to die for Dark Souls to begin. It's like a major plot point of the entire series. It starts with Gwyn defeating the dragons. But even then, dragons are this pure form. People try to become dragons. There's dragon cults even in Dark Souls. But serpents are not able to achieve that goal. They will always simply be serpents. Mesmer, if you look at his serpents, they have wings upon them. They're not natural wings. It looks like he carved stone wings and placed them upon them to give them the look of little serpents. Also, he himself likely is potentially even the source of dragon community. He's got the dragon eyes, and he uses a weapon, like his flame looks like the dragon communion seal, so he's probably the origin of eating dragon hearts. People eat dragon hearts because they're trying to become like dragons and take on the power of the dragons of their own. The OG Drake Knight, yeah, and then we also have knights who kill dragons in Dark Souls. It's like a whole thing, but it's just really interesting that with Mesmer, we have these older concepts from previous games being evoked already. But he still fits in perfectly. I'm not saying they're going to use the whole snakes want to be dragons, but I think it's interesting that he's associated with snakes, but he literally has them cosplaying as dragons. It's really adorable, actually. Okay. There is a couple things around here that I never picked up, and I think some of them have some important lore I'd like to get. Reversal of Chinese dragons and snake. Snake is dragon. Punish. I'm actually not familiar with the Chinese dragon and snakes. So you're saying that that's what dragons became snakes? I might have to clarify that a little bit further. I think we get some perfume bottles around here. I don't think I picked those up. Maybe the perfumer got... I remember something about traveling perfumer. Street of Sages ruins. Huh. Do you think Celia used to be bigger? Like, I think that's sort of being implied here, right? Like, Street of Sages? Sage Gowrie. Who do you think Melina really is? That's what I'm looking for. Yep, the perfumer's traveling garb. Perfect. I think she's one of Marika's children. I think she's very ancient. And her burning was the initial burning of the Erd Tree because it burned before. She was the kindling. But other than that, I'm not sure. She could be the Glowmite Queen, or she could have the power of the Glowmite Queen. Because the eye thing is very significant, but it's also ambiguous because eye color is shared by people in similar factions. And it can also represent the power that you have. Man, that like healing sound is kind of addictive. I understand now. I understand why people use this weapon. It's so good. Rock Sling, that I knew this was here. I actually remember this. I think you get the gravity staff here too. It's like the only spell I used in my first playthrough up to a certain point. It's really strong though. Ooh. So I managed to somehow get that close to the tree and burn it. I think Mesmer has to be associated because serpents represent betrayal of the Erd Tree and cardinal sin is burning the Erd Tree. I don't know. I know I'm not the first one to bring this up, but I know some people have discussed the whole Cain and Abel situation, with Cain being like the first murderer and Abel, his brother, in the Bible being like the first victim of murder, being the one who was murdered. I'm not super familiar with the story of Cain and Abel because unfortunately, like at school, we never learned like any sick stories. So I don't know too much. But I know that Cain killed his brother basically. The meteorite staff, let's go. Okay, that's most of the stuff that I can think of being here. Sorry, I forgot what I was saying. Cameo's Talisman? Yeah, I'm stacking them. I should take this off though. I don't really need the extra heal. I just wanted to see how big the heal would be. Let's use Radon's. A little bit of strength would be good, I think. Anyway, so if Mesmer perhaps used his use Melina, who's potentially his at least half-sister, but we don't really know, right? I know some people are theorizing that Mesmer might be linked to the Glomite Queen. There's a lot of connections to be made with these characters, but it's hard to know which ones. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. It's still very ambiguous. We don't even have DLC yet. We're just theorizing right now. But considering Melina has the gloam eyes, there's definitely something to it. I'm so sorry you were spawning. I love how they emerge. It is so cool. Cain was a fuck up, Abel was a prodigy. Everyone loved Abel and disliked Cain. He was jealous and smashed his head with a stone. Yeah, yeah. Abel was the good one and he was murdered. But there's something about... So Melina is, of course, burnt and bodiless, but she remains alive. So it's pretty interesting to think that she is... And she's the kindling maiden. The reason she's able to burn again is because she was kindling the first time. The reason she was burnt and bodiless and remains is because she's not done burning the tree, it sounds like. I just really love Caelid. It's so comfy. Let's visit Sage Gowry. I don't remember where we are with his quest. Entity born of the action from the flame that burned the Erd tree in the past? I think she burns because she burned before. I really think it's that simple, but who was she before? I don't know, because she... Also, why does she look different in that one ending, right? Like, why does she get such a makeover, right? Her hair is different, not just her hair, but her hairstyle, her hair color, everything, right? I don't know. There's a lot of questions with her. I'm not certain about her. I used to think that she was... I mean, I say I used to. I honestly still think this could be a thing. She is the Glomite Queen's spirit, but she has been spirit tuned into Marika's daughter. She has been created into a separate being. She's been neutralized, becoming an ally, but she used to be an enemy. And this link of Glomite Queen also being the kindling that burned the tree associated with sin, but Mesmer's the one who lit the flame, right? Like, you know what I mean? There's like, Mesmer's the flame and she is the kindling. I don't know. There's something going on there, but I'm not certain. A lot of things are possible, but I don't know if I have a solid theory anymore because of the information the DLC has given us already.
Welcome, welcome. How may I help?
Apparently in no way at all.
Do you need me for something else?
Okay, bye Sage Gowry. Let's read the items that I got in the swamp. Last part of the Cain and Abel story is that Cain is branded with a mark for a sin. Oh, the mark of Cain. Yeah, I have heard that. I think I know that from like the Lucifer show or something. I'm not joking, most of the shit I know about Cain and Abel comes from like TV shows. Do you think that Melon was only suitable kindling for the flame and the other normal mortal means were enough for other tarnished to be lured? I really don't know. That's a great question. I think Bernal sort of gives us some information on that. But I really wonder because... So, Vike could have made it to Farum Azula apparently because he had the Frenzy Flame, so he could have made it. So if the Frenzy Flame is enough, but the Frenzy Flame is a pretty powerful flame. So I don't know. The question really is, did Bernal make it to Farum Azula before we lit the flame? Or was it him doing the right thing and then the path to be Lord did not open that led to him becoming a recusant? Both are interesting. Whether the path opened and he chose not to take it, or whether the path didn't open and he became a recusant, both have some really interesting story implications. So it's whichever theory you think. But Bernal is the closest we get to an answer, and it remains ambiguous. Wonder if we'll get to spare Melina because of the DLC? I mean, I guess we could take her into DLC, but I wonder if she'd come with us. I have to get this character ready, or not. Okay, so I realized on top of the LOREATHON, one thing I really need to do is get characters ready for DLC. I don't know what that's going to entail for me yet, but I'd like to get them ready, so... It was over Cain's jealousy that God loved Abel more, because Abel would provide a better sacrifice to God than his brother. That's trippy. Cain and Abel's a really interesting story. For some reason I feel Malekith was a Gloma between Shadow. I just don't think... I don't think the Shadow could attack their own host. We know that Blythe can, if, you know, the Empyrean disobeys. But we don't know enough. Also, if that Shadow... Okay. If the Empyrean vanished, I think the Shadow would too. So if the Empyrean was defeated, I think the Shadow would too. I think that's just a part of it, because you can't have a Shadow without its source of light. Right? So I personally don't really vibe with that theory. I think Malekith is way too attached to Marika. So, it just, you know, because Malekith apparently did it under Marika's orders, although admittedly it's a little ambiguous, I guess. How many Godskins are we expecting in the DLC? I hope we get some, like, fucked up super Godskins, but, like, cool ones. Okay. God, what do we do now? I'm done the Volcano Manor. It's kind of a bummer. I love it there. We were working on the mountaintop of the giants before. Yeah, I guess we'll just continue there. Progress. In fact, speaking of lords, we can take on Vike now in his Everjail. No, you don't lose your weapons when you start New Game Plus. You can bring whatever you want. Really is kind of a pretty area with the spectral trees. I do wish there was, like, more trees, though. Ones could make sense given his name. I don't think so. I think it's really as easy as, to the demigods, death was gone. They could not die. The only thing in the entire world that could kill them was the Rune of Death, which Malekith held, and thus he became a source of fear. So his name didn't mean death of the demigods from the get-go, but because he became the holder of the Rune of Death, his name became associated with death. Do you know what I mean? It's one came before the other. It's not chicken or the egg. We know which one came first. Like, imagine a bunch of kids being like immortal children, like children who do not know death, who it's a foreign concept for them, talking to one another, being like, "Hey, do you know what dying is?" And the kid's like, "Nah, it's gone now. Mom told me it's gone now." And then the other kid's like, "Yeah, but there's this one guy who can still do it. His name's Malekith. He's got the death rune in him and he could kill you." And the other kid's like, "Ah!" That's basically what we're talking about here. His name became associated with death because he became the only source of it possible.
Is someone there? A customer? Well, how long has it been?
I don't remember what you sell, and I don't think I've talked to you yet. Ooh, vagabond. Yo, Stade! Welcome! What's up, raiders? Hope you're ready for some freaking lore. So why don't we die when he kills us? Why don't we get eaten by Rykard the first time we lose to him? Because we're the freaking main character, baby! No, seriously, it's a game. You can't just die. You know, there's no like hardcore Iron Man mode. Lore? What's up, everybody? Yeah, we're continuing the LOREATHON today. Are you still playing, were you working on more, the mech game? Or Armor Core? Or were you doing, the modding? I'm good at speaking. Welcome in, everybody. Malekith is so cool. Malekith is really cool. I really like him. I may not necessarily enjoy fighting him at this time anymore, but he's still really cool. He's a cool guy. I don't have any lightning great bolts. We'll buy them for lore. Great bolt tipped with clump of gravel stone shards. Cool. Working on the armored core clone. Oh, neat. At this time, yeah. I kind of said that with the energy of I will not be taking questions at this time. And that's kind of how I feel about him, yeah. We have arrows, we have great arrows, we have bolts, we have ballista bolts, neato. This is a lore accurate run. You have to start over if you die to Malekith. Well, then we're starting over, baby. Nah, I know what you're saying. There's a few things with Malekith that are really interesting, and it's possible that Malekith is going to be sort of because a lot of what we know about Malekith, at least personally, I take from Blythe, right? Because Blythe is also an Empyrean's shadow. So we take what we know from Blythe and we put it back and apply it to Malekith. So for example, what's really interesting though is Malekith is still apparently on the side of Marika, and it doesn't seem to have turned upon her. It's possible it's because she's contained. But even when she was betraying the Greater Will, Malekith remained loyal to her, unlike Blythe, who sort of the baleful shadows were forced to betray him. Why isn't Goldmask here? Is this where Goldmask is? I thought it was. My boy. Modding that coral generator. Oh man, I freaking love Armored Core. I love it so much. It's such an amazing game. This is very important, everyone. I want to do this first.
You promised me when we turn 14, we go to see the stars. I've been waiting so long. Forever and ever, it seems.
Okay, no more dialogue.
Sister, where did you go? Dear sister, you're finally here. No time to waste. Let's see the stars.
Is so sweet. Also, you get the best gesture in the entire game. Fancy spin. The amount of people that I fancy spinned on in PvP was somewhat egregious. All shadows were created by the Earth Tree. Created by the Two Fingers. The creation of shadows is something linked directly to the Two Fingers. Really interestingly, actually. Because the Two Fingers, I sort of describe them as messengers who maybe don't have all the information, but when it comes to the creation of shadows, that seems to be something that they do. So they're probably more powerful than even I give them credit for sometimes. But yeah, you're on the right track. Just slight difference there, because I think it's really neat, because the Two Fingers, they don't seem to know everything. They seem to relay messages, but nonetheless, they seem to have a specific power of their own. Primal Glintstone Blade. Okay, I want to talk about those jellyfish before I get to sidetrack because it's really interesting. So, the jellyfish are stargazers. They're looking to see the stars. The whole thing about becoming 14 and seeing the stars, it makes it sound like a coming of age thing. This one, the one that we summon and return to here, is Aurelia. A floating spirit that illuminates its surroundings. Prone to tears, the jellyfish girl searches for her distant home, will bravely spew poison at foes on her summoner's behalf. It seems her name is Aurelia. So, she probably wasn't always a jellyfish. There's something about the jellyfish basically... Based on this interaction, it's implied that they are the spirits of children. Why they've taken on a jellyfish form? Probably they don't want to show, like, I don't know, children spirits or something. Maybe a little dark and just make them jellyfish. Roderica gives us this spirit. That's likely why we know her name, by the way. The reason we have a little bit more information on her specifically is because it was a spirit given to us by Roderica, who is, of course, as we know, very sensitive to spirits, as someone who has the potential to become a spirit tuner. So she's a little bit more insightful than others would be. Now, I'm really bad with accents, but based on the lore, I'm gonna assume, I'm pretty sure that the jellyfish girl speaks with a Welsh accent. I think it's the same. Does Roderica have a Welsh accent too? I'm really bad at telling accents, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not even like I need to hear them more. I can't tell them apart. The cadence sounds like it though. Fun tie-in, ending AC6 song named Stargazer. Oh, really? Okay, so I'm gonna read the Talisman because it's interesting they seal it actually. Most Faes in the game have Welsh accent. Slight difference. Carians have a Welsh accent. Voice actors credited as English tend to be from Leyndell, associated with the Golden Order, but Carians have a Welsh accent. So that would be like Blythe and Ranni. Aurelia is very Welsh. Roderica isn't. Okay, so Roderica does not have the Welsh. I didn't like I said, I can't tell. Welsh community went nuts when they heard of Melina. So much Welsh influence. Really? Melina, interestingly, has an English accent, though. She is an English voice actress. Roderica sounds Scottish. Listen, I have trouble parsing accents. It's just like a thing for me. So like I'm just gonna have to trust chat on this one. But the reason that I'm very certain that the jellyfish girl is Welsh is because the stargazers likely, like, we know that the Carians, the Carian royals, like really just Renala's family, Renala was a stargazer, so it's likely that the stargazers effectively all had Welsh accents. They come from one people, but they since split and thus have different accents and speak differently. Roderica has a southern British accent. Okay, interesting. She's from a different land. She's apparently a noble from a different land. What about Selen? Can anyone tell Selen's accent? I don't think she doesn't sound Welsh to me. But no, that's why Ranni and people associated with her, the Carian royals, have Welsh accents. There's actually a lore to be acquired from accents as well. So then we got this Talisman. Selen is Welsh. Is she? Because that kind of tracks. So I believe that we know the Carian, like Rea Lucaria, was founded by stargazers, but they discovered the primeval current and they became fascinated with it. And it looks like some of the most OG individuals who founded the Rea Lucaria school were primeval sorcerers. It's ironic that it got banned, and I think that was Renala's influence. Primal Glintstone Blade, an old glintstone blade that has been stained with blood. Reduces FP consumption of sorceries and incantations at the cost of maximum HP. The old sorcerers would slice open their hearts with these blades to imbue a primal glintstone with their soul, and thus did they die. So this is basically what Selen does. Like, that's why her heart is a primal glintstone. This seems to be the origin of it. It's interesting this is sealed away by the girl. And then here, this is a lot of people don't, I didn't discover this until I think my second playthrough, but there is an interactable gravestone down here, twinned gravestones actually, right below them. Like, you can kind of follow the cliff here. Here lie Aurelia and Aureliette, who never saw the stars. So it's interesting that they seal it, because I don't think this happened to them. I think they simply became spirits. Like, I don't think their heart was replaced with a glintstone. I think they simply died. How the spirit was taken away so far from home, we really don't know. Apparently, probably the ashes, the spirit ashes, were taken, and thus Aurelia was left alone. But Aureliette has been waiting here this entire time. It's pretty sad. But we reunite them. Except kind of, because we still have our jellyfish. But whatever. Then again, excuse me. There is precedent for us leaving a spirit but still having access to it, which I think happens to Latenna. I don't think you lose her spirit if you complete her quest. Can someone correct me if I'm wrong? I never summoned Latenna's spirit, so I'm not certain. They upload their mind to the stone. It's an alien USB. Not quite alien, but like, yeah, you basically got the spirit. Yeah. You keep it? That's what I thought. Okay. So likely we basically reunite Aurelia and Aureliette, and we still get the spirit, but Aurelia isn't there anymore. It's pretty sweet, actually. So I call them stargazers. I meant to call them astrologers. Sorry. I got confused with the stargazer talisman, which is still, like, they were stargazers, but the astrologers gazed upon the stars to divine fate. Where's my stargazer talisman? Stargazer heirloom. The young astrologer gazed at the night sky as she walked. She had always chased the stars every step of her journey. Then she met the full moon, and in time the astrologer became a queen. So this is Renala's story. She founded the Carian Royal School. She became the leader of Raya Lucaria. This is her history. This is her story. But there's other things related to the primeval sorcerers, and that would be right around here. We'll get to it, but I just want to explore the rest of this area. Latenna interestingly chose to become a spirit. Yeah, so she can travel with us because she won't be able to move anymore because Lobo's gone, so she kind of needed to complete her quest. For a meter before she got imprisoned in that cellar? Oh, right, yeah. The reason Selin is imprisoned as well, interestingly, is because she can't be killed. And I really wonder if it's because Jaren didn't know about the primal glintstone or if he couldn't interact with it. Like, I think both are possibilities. Because Jaren wanted to kill her. It's interesting to me that he didn't simply take the primal glintstone, but maybe he simply didn't know. The whole primeval sorcerers, it looks like they taught each other, but maybe kept everything else secret because they wouldn't know how to, they wouldn't want their secrets to get out and then people could kill them. Ghost tree lore? Honestly, I really don't know why there's ghost trees. I think it's cool and spooky, and there's spirit animals everywhere. It could have something to do with the ancestral woods. Honestly, not certain, but everything here is spectral. Like, so many things here are spectral. It could also be like a place of death. Many things have died here. But most of the spirits are small animals. Smart enough to know that Selin had backup plans and he was empty when he finds her. Yeah, he's clever.
Nice to see you. I can't believe you've come all this way.
I can't believe you don't have shoes on, brother.
I've been gripped by a terrifying thought. The rhythms and calculus of the Master's finger betray a suspicion of the holism of the Golden Order, a conceit, I am afraid, that cannot be overlooked. But how could this be? I dread to even entertain the possibility, but somehow I cannot cast aside my doubts about the Master. Tell me, have I simply lost my head? Only, if the Master were true to the Golden Order, why would he think to breach this forbidden mount of fire? Oh, Master, put my mind at ease. Dispel these fearsome thoughts. I want to place my trust in you, to be your scribe.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but it's like really funny. Ooh, I've never done this before. I don't want to do it, but like, intriguing concept. I'm wondering, I've never done this before. This is really cool. Sorry. Eclipse Sanity, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate. I said that twice. Sorry. I'm repeating myself a lot today, but whatever. It's what I do all the time. Okay. I'm repetitive. Okay. I like talking about things. I wonder if it's possible to use magic without catalyst. Can other beings in this world use magic without catalyst? So, interestingly, we mentioned it briefly before, but Crucible Knights can. Magic, you seem to need something alive. So, like amber glintstone, which is amber of the cosmos, tends to be embedded into staves to allow you to use it. Like you channel it, your magic through that.
Repeating herself. Name a more iconic duo. Raph Smug.
It would have been funny if it said it twice. Thanks for that, Invincible Bud. I just need to say thank you like 3 times, okay? I'm also Canadian. Alright? Oh, Crucible Knights don't use a catalyst. They simply use their incantations without that, so it's pretty interesting. But otherwise, you seem to need to use some sort of amber. The amber can be made of blood in the form of red glintstone. Amber can be glintstone. I didn't read the meteorite staff. Never given him that tonic? I know! Me neither! I kind of want to do it! I've never done it before. Doesn't Corrin kill Goldmask? It's a little ambiguous. The strain of birthing a mending rune, and I do say birthing, because that's how it's depicted. Even Dung Eater is depicted as gestating his great rune. It's very much like giving birth. Giving birth is fucking dangerous. It can kill you. There's a lot of blood loss. It absolutely wipes out the body. It is a dangerous process, and that's basically what's being evoked. Fia, Dung Eater, and Goldmask all have their mending rune, but they are all dead afterward, or catatonic, for all intents and purposes, dead. So I wonder if Corrin kills Goldmask, or if Goldmask simply completes his goal and dies. It's a big FromSoft thing too. When you complete your goal, you die. Same thing happens to our boy Topes as well, who does not birth a rune, but he creates a new school of sorcery, and he sort of like holds it in his hand, and then he dies. Yeah, no, so it's interesting, the figures who do not need... Oh, and you also need like a rune is cast, not a rune, like when you cast a spell and the symbol appears. I'm blanking on what that's called. But basically, you sort of cast the rune and then the spell appears, but you need to... A sigil, thank you. Oh, the sigil. The sigil appears and the spell is cast. So it's pretty interesting. You basically need to... It is kind of like creating a rune in the air for a moment, you know? There's something there. They transform into a rune, maybe? It's very much depicted like a child. Fia makes it quite literal. Dung Eater, I think, is... it's described as him gestating it, very much like birth. I don't know what to do, chat. What happens if you give him the tonic of forgetfulness? I feel like very few people know this, because I've never done this. Wriggling hands are so icky. Yeah, I can't believe Corrin isn't more distressed by this. Like I'm literally rolling up naked, covered in blood, with like a freaking blasphemy weapon, and he's more concerned with like this. He doesn't drink it? Oh, sick. Well, let's give it to him.
Need something else?
Would you like a tonic of forgetfulness?
What is this? It will make me forget, you say, so that I can push aside these frightful thoughts. Would that I could. Would that I could.
He's seen too much. That's actually pretty cool. I like that he won't drink it. He really is peak performance in a man, isn't he? Watch a YouTube video instead? No.
It will make me forget, you say, so that I can push aside these frightful thoughts. Would that I could. Would that I could.
Been looking for cocoon chrysalis metaphors. I think
May
you're
the
right though.
golden order
There's
shine
definitely
through you.
cocoons and chrysalises and transformation in this game. Like it's absolutely there. I just don't think the rune specifically is that. Okay, bye. Sorry, that was supposed to be this. Gold maxing? Oh, so sorry, I wanted to address what Corin said. Gold Mask is looking beyond. He's basically doubting the Golden Order because, well, there's lies within the Golden Order too, including lies, but more like obfuscating. Radigan didn't want everyone to know everything, so he hid knowledge away, to the point that even apparently his role was hidden away. People didn't know about the skeleton in his closet that he was Marika. Hey, what's up? It's nighttime, so y'all is pissed, I guess. You know, I really like the flames. I haven't used this weapon before, but it's interesting how the flames on the body are very red. Like when they burn? Cool. So, Gold Mask is getting to the truth, but the problem is that Corin is scared of it because it's doubting his entire religion and way of life, and it scares the hell out of him. So he doubts Gold Mask, but his entire goal and reason for being is to become Gold Mask's scribe. So he doesn't want to forget about it, but he nonetheless doubts Gold Mask. I don't know if he kills Gold Mask. I really don't. It is interesting that Gold Mask is just kind of tucked away in a corner somewhere, though, for sure. Yeah, Corin says that Gold Mask is doubting the holism of the Golden Order. He's trying to get to the truth, whatever it is. And eventually, what that turns into... The thing is, Gold Mask's runes suggest that Gold Mask saw the gods, specifically Marika in this case, as the fly in the ointment, like the problem with the Golden Order. But he basically said the problem with the Golden Order is the gods. Like there's... It's pretty blasphemous on its own. And this obviously freaks the hell out of Corin because this is so far above his level, effectively. The T-pose you make when casting Radigan's Rings of Light have the hands turned upward. Otherwise, T-posing has the hands turned downward. I've never used Radigan's Ring of Light. We might have to try that this playthrough because that's really interesting. Radigan's Rings of Light, that's probably one of his older spells too. Maybe? I was greedy. It was my bad. Oh my god! That was too slow. Kill a Corin and Gold Mask quest can continue. I don't know. I've actually never tried to kill Corin. We'll try to give it to him again. Oh right, you become 2. But with 1 shared health bar. Basically, they are 1. This is a really interesting Erdtree fight. The main gimmick, of course, as you just saw, it splits into 2. But they share a health bar. Considering how close this is to Gold Mask, I don't really think that's significant, but it is interesting. It's basically like a Radigan Marika situation, except, you know, they both take damage. I don't know, it's just a neat little fight. Yeah, I personally don't don't read that Corin kills Gold Mask. Oh, the other thing about Corin too, he knows the Erd Tree is supposed to burn because he's an exiled prophet, which means he saw the Erd Tree burning and refused to recant it. So like he already knows about this. It's pretty interesting. He also sees the Erd Tree as a source of perfection, versus Goldmask is going deeper. Still not entirely sure if it means the Outer Gods or the gods as in Marika Radagon. I personally read it as Marika Radagon because they are the reason the Elden Ring was shattered in the first place, right? So they are the fly in the ointment. In this case, it's Marika's fault. Radagon didn't want it. But nonetheless, Marika shattered the Elden Ring. If she wasn't around, the Elden Ring wouldn't have been shattered. This wouldn't have happened. I honestly, because of this, as we talked about before, I'm not the only one with this opinion, but Goldmask's ending is probably one of the worst endings and one of the scariest because it's basically removing the option for the Elden Ring to break again. You're creating a perfect golden order, and that's really scary considering that's beyond stagnation. That's stagnation without an option to ever be repaired. It's genuinely terrifying. Like, it'd be up to someone else to find a flaw within this flawlessness. Also, there's something about like free will being removed sort of thing, because that's often what Marika represents, in a way. Goldmask says to have this almost scientific mind, pursues the truth even if something he dislikes or challenges his beliefs. For sure, he's trying to create... The thing too is that what a mending rune is, if I... Okay, let's read the one that I have. So, I don't really remember if we get to see the rune active, but I really feel like the mending rune, at least this is my read, I really don't know if there's like evidence for this, but the mending rune is like the case for the Elden Ring. So the Elden Ring is in pieces, and you place the mending rune down, and then you put the pieces back in, and it sort of encases them. So the mending rune is kind of like the outside of the Elden Ring. You don't need it apparently, but it sort of brings something into it, makes an order with it as the outside. Not just stagnation, but absolution. Perfect, never-ending set form reality, never able to grow ever again. Yeah, that's another thing too. It's beyond stagnation. But no, that's why I personally read it as the gods as in Marika and Radagon. Because the Elden Ring, to want to mend the Elden Ring, you still have to have the greater will active there. So I think that's sort of who Goldmask still... Goldmask thinks the greater will is perfect, and the flaw was Marika who shattered the Elden Ring. Staff embedded with a dark purple glintstone said to be the fragment of a meteorite. Boasts high sorcery scaling and boosts gravity sorceries as well. However, the staff cannot be strengthened. It's pretty interesting. Probably a balance thing. Oh, there is the Staff of Loss. Wielded by sorcerers who believe that discovery comes through acts of asceticism. The staff only distinguishes itself when casting invisibility sorceries, but that is reason enough for some to wield it. So, you can cast... You need... a glintstone to cast spells, except for you don't. You can cast without them. Interesting, isn't it? Seeing the argument that Goldmask's ending is the best ending, it's all up to interpretation. I'm not saying that anyone's wrong here, but I really think that the problem with Goldmask is that he removes the one who allowed us to function in the first place. The Tarnish could not exist without Marika. Marika allowed for something to break the order that she created. She was able to do that. And if you choose Goldmask's ending, you remove that possibility forever. It's terrifying. Like, the lands between were not looking so hot. Even by probably Radagon's age. Hey, Mariner. You're so cute. Look at your purple water. Ow. Look at your lacy fit. You look so cute. Oh! Not bad. Y'all got death root. Oh right, we actually do need to get all the death root too, so I might have to go back and remember which ones I didn't pick up. Hopefully I've been thorough, but I don't remember every dungeon that has a death root, unfortunately. Elfin Steeple. I forgot he's the one who drops the steeple. That's so interesting. We gotta go fight a death bird now. No faith requirement, which is weird for an incantation. It is definitely, but Radigan's. Let's take a look at my incantations right now, because that's actually a really good point. Where's the Golden Order Fundamentalist ones? So, the Golden Order Fundamentalists. They're, oh god, I hate that stupid freaking bell. They're both int and fate. That's actually one major differential of them, with the exception, of course, being law of regression. I wonder if there's no faith requirement because it's all about realizing the truth and has nothing to do with faith. But no, that's a really good point. It's quite an exception. Had enough with being God? Honestly, this is one of my major assumptions, but I think there's lots of evidence for it. Marika realized that what she created was not what she wanted, and she started rebelling almost immediately after making the Erd Tree all-powerful. Basically, she defeated all of her foes. Godfrey also defeated all of his foes. They won the war, and it seems that at that moment, Marika was like, fuck, what did I do? And the reason for this, that I think this, is because it seems very quickly that she made the plan with the Tarnish and sent them off. Also, Radigan was brought back. And Radigan and Marika, either, depending on your theory, combined or recombined. I am personally now of the theory that they recombined, that they were once one. So my theory, they were one. Marika perhaps created Radigan. I don't really know why, because he's like her complete opposite and foil. But probably it was necessity. I think it's part of the process of creating a rebus, is it requires a period of separation as well. So anyway, they were split apart, then they recombined, but Marika didn't want it anymore, but she didn't have a choice. And right after that point, right when Radigan becomes the second Elden Lord and Godfrey is cast out, there's very little mention of what the fuck Marika was up to at that point. Like, super, there's like nothing. We know very little about what she was doing. It's all Radigan did this, and you know, this happened, and it seems to have been Radigan's influence, and the Golden Order did this, and like Radigan this, and this changed, and it just seems like he becomes way more dominant, and I think it's because she was kind of rebelling, and the Greater Will was like, put her down, right? I really shouldn't fight this guy with 172,000 souls. Give me 1 second. Smash them together like a toddler with Play-Doh? I really don't think so. I think Marika choosing the fate and choosing what she did is a significant part of the lore, but then realizing that she made a mistake. The leader, like the sort of... Oh, let's take a look at this moon, actually. 1 second, just, like, side note, because this is actually really interesting. People think that's Ranni's rune, and I definitely think it makes some sense, but it also kind of looks like the Crucible, like when we see that, do you see the straight line, and then it kind of like follows the edge of the moon, and then it's like got a couple like sort of curvy. They're not quite straight, they like follow the curve of the moon. It looks like a depiction of the Crucible. I don't know, but people think that's where Ranni's rune is. It's just on the moon. Death of Godwyn affected her? I personally don't think the death of Godwyn affected her, because I think she like planned the Night of the Black Knives, so like I don't think it was that. Like I think it was because she truly did care for her children and she needed to fucking kill one. I think that definitely messed her up. The Elfin Steeple. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, so many. There's so much cool lore in my brain right now. Greatsword patterned after the black steeple of the Helfin, the lampwood which guides the dead of the spirit world. The lamplight is similar to grace in appearance, only it is said that it can only be seen by those who met their death in battle. It's probably Rose's white grace-looking fire, because we are dead. That's the thing about the Tarnished. They're alive but dead, so that we can see the light that guides the dead. It's pretty cool, actually. That's wrong. So that's the top, probably? Or is that the top? I don't know which way I'm supposed to hold it. Like, is that the top? Or is that the top? And it's the lampwood? Lampwood is so fucking weird. I love it. But yeah, no, for me, I think that Marika... Okay, Gwyn did a sin. That's his whole thing. Vendrick made a big mistake. Basically, Dark Souls 1 and 2 especially, and Dark Souls 3 a little bit too, although Dark Souls 3 doesn't have like a Gwyn figure. Basically, the entire Dark Souls series can be summed up as the people who came before you really fucked up. You need to try to fix it. That's basically the plot to the games. And Dark Souls 1 is Gwyn did a big sin, and then you need to fucking do something about it. You need to choose, but the choices all really end up being redundant. Dark Souls 2 is Vendrick is a coward who hid away from his scary, scary wife because he's a coward. Go fix it. Dark Souls 3 is all of these powerful historic heroes burnt, and they have to burn again, but they don't wanna because they're ooh, sad. Go kill them and make them burn. Everyone before you fucked up and you need to fix it. You're basically a janitor cleanup squad in all the Dark Souls games. But in this game, Marika fucked up, but at least she tried to fix it. You're also the cleanup crew. You really are. But at least she actually helped you and guided you there. And that's what's really cool about it, is the reason the Tarnish exists is because of Marika trying to apparently undo her mistake. That's why I don't really buy the, a lot of the theories that don't, you know, like, it's like, oh, Marika was like really grief-stricken, so she burned the Elden Ring because she had like a tantrum or whatever. If the shattering of the Elden Ring was easy to do, then she wouldn't have had all these plans going on, I feel. Lords of Fire and DS3 didn't want to light the fire because the fire was fading. Yeah, I mean that too. Some of them basically like recused themselves or were like, no thanks. Also, burning sucks. But you're basically the cleanup crew. Like, you literally, the Ashen one in Dark Souls 3, you literally wake up because it's like everyone else fucked up. In fact, honestly, it's kind of similar to Elden Ring in that the demigods aren't able to cut it, so you need to fix it because they didn't. So it's pretty cool. Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, and Game of Thrones. Good, I use my souls. I don't know the Star Wars very well. I don't see it too much in Lord of the Rings, though. If anything, I feel like Lord of the Rings is about a new age that needs to begin. Because the whole thing about Lord of the Rings is leading into the Age of Men. No screamies, Tweety Bird. Last Age of Glory has ended and they need to move on. Yeah, stagnation is like a big bad thing. Do not do the stagnation. Not saying I'm kink shaming Bloodlust, but I'm definitely kink worrying. That's fair. Oh god, it's a death bird? Not just a death bird. The worst one in the entire game. Shut up. I said no screamies like 15 freaking times, you rude ass, tweety ass, mutated bird. No, 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 no. No, no, are you, no. At live, bitch. Prince Lothric was like, let it fade. You know what's really funny about Prince Lothric? It's implied that he learned from Aldia. The Aldia. That's why Lothric is so freaking based. That's true. That's real lore. The scholar of the first sin, dog. Hey, how about you quit it? No. 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 Burp. No. Okay, I just drank like 15 juices. I'm greedy. It's fine. I'm just real thirsty, dog. I'm parched. Just let me have my bevy. What's wrong with that? It's happening again! Holy! I'm calling Miyazaki. I fucking iframed the hit, and then I still died because everything in this game needs to have 15 distinct hitboxes because everything's like 15 wave-based AoE explosions. Eat my entire ass, you stupid bird. I'm texting Miyazaki about this. He will hear from me. Risk of things falling into darkness from that frailty? I don't see that too much in Lord of the Rings, to be honest. Like, yeah, the age of whatever is like bad. But I wouldn't say it's stagnant. I think it's pretty distinct. Ow. Nice try, bitch. Deathbirds have their own outer god. So the Deathbirds are a little weird. They appear to be associated with death. Now you might be like, what fucking isn't in this game? Oh yeah, that's very true. But they've basically been sort of like, I don't think they always used to look like this. We have images of Deathbirds and they don't look like this at all. So the fact that their scream does deathblight to you as well suggests that they are now sort of... that death itself has been corrupted by what happened to Godwyn. Some people think deathblight came before Godwyn. I truly think Godwyn's the source of it now. Or Godwyn as the Prince of Death. Right? Because it's not really Godwyn anymore. We call him Godwyn as a shorthand, but it's clearly not him anymore. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Holy shit. No! I was too greedy. No, 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 no! No, 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 live! Live! I live, bitch. God, that's such a cool spell though, isn't it? Woo! Rancor. Woo! Eee! Ah! Die? This weapon's really good. Misshapen by the misallocation of the Rune of Death. That's a very neat way of putting it, yeah. But it looks like death itself can be infected by Deathblight, which is really weird. But what Deathblight is, basically, because, okay, I think it's really cool that they're called those who live in death. They're not undead. Because undead, you could probably say that those who live in death equals undead. But they use those who live in death, which is such a cool phrase. I'm obsessed with it. Probably to separate from Dark Souls, where you play as the undead and the undead and the undead, right? Like, they're trying to probably use a different phrase there. But what Deathblight is life and death combined. Because they are alive, but they're dead. They are neither. They're a fusion of both. So death has been corrupted by life, and life has been corrupted by death. It's this awful in-between that should not be possible. But that's effectively, if anything, like I often describe Godwyn as the Prince of Death in his new form as a cancer, and that is an idol. Like, I'm not saying that, you know, whatever. He literally grows and spreads and replicates without any regard for anything else. He's basically life taken to an extreme, just constantly growing and spreading and you know what I mean? Like, that's basically what he's become. He infects others as well. Roger didn't know about Deathblight? What do you mean? He did. He knows more than others do. He studied it. He's really wise. All the Tarnished are considered undead, but it's not the term that's used for us. But yeah, we are basically undead. We are those who died, who yet live, but we also are not those who live in death, so there's a difference. Created the most terrifying boss, the Tibia Mariner. Deathbirds. Although Deathbirds probably existed before, they are simply changed. Is that Ordina? Oh my god, it sure is. God, Ordina. So cute. Terrible, terrible place. But really cute. You can't see the young yet towering sister from here. Wait, is that the young yet towering sister? No. She's like... God, it's so weird. I don't know where I am based on this. Life lives forever until it becomes a wretched thing. That's really interesting. I haven't heard about that. I don't really know a lot about comics though. But no, that's effectively what Godwin's become. Do you have any Miquella theories? Definitely have some. Thing is, I've mostly talked about them. So like, I think I might bring up some stuff again to sort of rehash based on if we discover something. We will talk about a little bit Miquella up here with Castle Sol because he's this was his project, what was going on here. At least the last thing that happened here was likely under his control. I don't think I have any too spicy Miquella theories or anything. My main like spicy theory is that Miquella and Melina, for that matter, are not quite children of Marika and Radigan, but they're a little bit more like, not like clones either, but they're basically distilled versions of their parents. That's why they're so similar to their parents. That's my main thing, is like, I truly think that Miquella and Marika are more than just similar. I think they're supposed to take similar paths too. But their personalities are so interesting. It's a little bit of a nature versus nurture thing too. I really wonder if they're gonna play with that with DLC. I don't know. My other spicy theory is that Miquella is really not gonna be that involved in DLC. Not as much as people think anyway. But that's really it. Just the usual. Nothing too spicy. I am planning, like I haven't worked on it yet, but I wanted to do like actual scripted lore videos. I've talked about it a little bit and I have a couple ideas. And the most popular one, unsurprisingly, when I put it to a vote on Twitter, YouTube, and Discord was on Miquella/Marika. And what we know about them before DLC. I want to do like a pre-DLC series. Towering Sister seems super significant, seemed to play little to no role. I mean, she's just sort of like the source of more and Albinarix? So there's sort of a sub-context within the game. Not sub-context, like a... Not quite a subplot, just there are several species in the game that are trying to replicate themselves. They're trying to have... effectively have children, but not directly. So Albinarix want there to be more Albinarix. They don't want to die out. Crystallians want there to be more Crystallians. They don't want to die out. So I think it's really as simple as that. God, I hate this place with the stupid constant freaking lightning that you can't turn off. The sound tilts me off this earth. Giant Girl's basically the Blade Runner plot. I literally just saw Blade Runner and I have no idea what you're talking about. Wait, the Ryan Gosling one or the original? Because the Ryan Gosling one, I'm like feeling that now. Yeah, I forgot. I was thinking the original. Any other saints in Elden Ring? No, no other saints. The use of Saint Trina is pretty neat. Yep. Did you just jump my blade of blasphemy? Excuse me? You freaking lion? These lions are really interesting. I just want to point out, I didn't notice this. Someone showed a picture on the Discord because it's really hard to see them. But those things on their back, those are horns right there, growing on their heads. Whoop. Thank you, lock on. Are chained to their skin, and the chains are drilled into their skin as well. Like these are awfully tortured beings. Potentially mistreated because of their association with the Crucible. 2049 more than the original? I did too. The original... Listen, I know it's a product of its time, but I really, really didn't like the whole, like, thing where it's like, oh, they're in love. No, that was creepy, dude. That was, like, really creepy. No, I did not like that movie very much. It was weird. The sequel is... I don't know. I like the world. I like the world building a lot, but like the characters, like I know they're largely supposed to be pretty hateable, I guess, but like I just hated Harrison Ford's character so much. Holy crap. Pause beside these lions and showcase their features. They just don't stop moving, so it's hard to see. Villeneuve directed Arrival, which has got to be worth something. I am curious to see. I actually want to watch Dune 2. I might take some time to watch it. I think it's like out on streaming now. I very consciously did not want to see that movie in theaters because remember I talked about I have trouble hearing accents? I also have trouble watching movies without subtitles, especially when the entire movie is a bunch of people whispering very quietly and then suddenly very loud atmospheric background sound. I can't hear shit, Captain. Like I need subtitles. I watched the first movie and I literally had to watch it again with subtitles because I didn't understand shit all. I'm not kidding. It was just like Timothy Chalamet being like for the entire fucking movie. I don't know what happened. I don't understand you people. Talk louder. Talk louder. So I'm sitting there like I'm like, what the fuck did you say? And then suddenly a fucking worm or something appears and everyone's like, and I'm like, I'm dying. I'm dying. Oh my god. I honestly, I like movie theaters, but I hate movie theaters. You know what I mean? My god. So I'm very excited about the movie. I've heard very good things about Dune 2. Also, I've heard they changed a couple things in the books, which sound like good changes. I read a little bit about them. I don't care for spoilers when it comes to movies because sometimes knowing how things are going to be makes me more excited to watch it. I know it's a little weird because it's like, Ruff, you hate spoilers. Nah, I actually don't really mind spoilers. It's just I worry about spoilers when it comes to a stream-related context because that affects how I like react to the game. And like changes the experience for everyone else. So that's where I get really, really, you know, about it, right? But like if I'm watching a movie and I'm interested and I read like something vague, I'm like, oh, neat. One is better if you read the book. Yeah, I do want to read the books. I'm a big reader. But honestly, I had a little bit of an issue with Dune 1, and the main issue with Dune 1 is... Okay. I don't know if this is a fair criticism. I think it is, though. You kind of need to have a satisfying ending to a movie, right? In my opinion. Maybe this is a hot take, but if you have a movie ending, it should feel like a solid closed chapter. I know that we've kind of moved into this like cliffhanger thing with movies. I loved Into the Spider-Verse, but it also did this where they're clearly just set up for a sequel. But the problem is, Lord of the Rings was a trilogy, And each of those individual stories felt like they're so, at the end of the first movie, I'm like, wow, that was great. At the end of the second movie, I'm like, wow, that was great. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just fucking be like, okay, there's gonna be another movie, and like, just wait, lol. Dune 1 pissed me off because I listened to these freaking nerds not being able to understand what the hell they were saying for like a fucking 3-hour movie. And then, at the end, it's like... I'm having a rough go over here. Anyway, the movie ended and I was like, that's fucking the end. And it was a terrible, 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 terrible ending. I had no satisfaction at all. At all. Isn't this path harder? This is the only path I know. So, I know it's like a pre-planned trilogy, but if it's really just gonna be like Cliffhanger City, then I'm gonna be a little bit disappointed with Dennis again. Also, I think I talked about how, like, listen, I know everyone's like very pro Dennis or whatever, but like I really was not the biggest fan of Blade Runner, to be honest. Like, it has some good bits for sure, but I feel like Dennis was like a little too safe sometimes. Also, I don't know why I'm on a first name basis with Denis Villeneuve, but I just like calling him Dennis, dude. I do. Would you want to see it in an Elden Ring TV series or movie? Honestly, nothing. I would not want to see that. But I would be okay if they made it funny. Anti-Dennis is me, but I love Blade Runner. You know what it is? And I talked about it when I was playing Liza P for some reason, because Liza P felt very relevant to Blade. I don't know how to dodge this at all, by the way. I don't know if you can tell. Ah! My timing for these is not bueno. Hey, hey, die. Thank you. And dodge. Oh, we're gaming? Question mark? And dodge. Oh boy. I love movies and TV shows, and I love games, and I love books, and I think every single artistic medium is good at certain things and bad at others. I'm not the biggest, like, I don't really need a TV show for a game. Fallout TV show was an exception. I'm not going to spoil it, I'm not going to talk about anything. I really liked that show. It was really, really good. It did a really good job, for sure. But I feel like too often they're like, hey, this is a popular media property that's a video game, let's butcher it. I like the game, I don't need it to be a TV show. I like a book, I don't need it to be a movie. You know? Also, if you really want like an Elden Ring movie, just go watch the Angel's Egg movie. It's the same thing. Souls games are unique, in which video games are the only medium in which they would work. The plot is deliberately obfuscated, making a book, series, or movie will give you a plot. You know what? That's the thing. Miyazaki is really, really freaking good at this. And I feel like that's something that we don't even fully comprehend. He uses the medium to its full effects. It's just what he's good at. He looks at a medium, in this case video games, with its strengths and its weaknesses, and he creates a product that's tailor-made for them. And it's why a lot of movies that are based on books don't work, because they don't use the strength of the medium. Also just general bad writing and stuff, you know what I mean. Isn't Angel's Egg just the Ring City? Yeah, but I just like saying that. It's a bit more than that though, but yeah. But also no. But also yeah. But seriously, watch Angel's Egg and you'll know what I'm talking about. You'll be like, oh yeah, I don't get it. And that's basically what a good Elden Ring movie would be. Just being like, there's like 2 lines of dialogue. What the fuck happened, you know? Great movie. Loved it. But I prefer the first one to the second since I read the book. My opinion might change when I rewatch part 2. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes I tend to prefer books to things because I like books. I've always liked books. What I like also about books is that they allow you to really use your imagination. Because you gotta fill in the blanks. So a book will talk about a sequence that would cost millions of dollars to animate, and it doesn't have any relevance to the book's plot, so they just cut that part out of the movie. But that's my favorite part. I was so excited to see this on a screen, but they didn't make it, so I'm just gonna use my imagination and stay with the book, you know? Yeah, that's basically a big thing that I heard about Aminter personally. I heard about that particular facet of Dune too. Hey, can you fuck off? I genuinely kind of hate this bonfire because you can get aggro of these guys at the bonfire. Ooh, get knocked down. Block this, you freaking oh god. You freaking casual. Hey. Let me backstab you. That's right, imagine being a ghost and getting backstabbed. What a skill issue. In my mind, the worms were bigger. The worms are really scary. So like Last of Us doesn't compare. I really do love Last of Us though. I think there's room for different types of games within a medium, right? So Last of Us is basically, in many ways, a story on rails. You're playing it for the story and the experience, but I think there's something that, one thing about Last of Us I will say, you get more connected because you are the characters. When you play a video game, even if you're playing as like a person with a name, even if you're playing as Geralt from Witcher, or you're playing as oh my god, Joel from Last of Us, you'll often just fall into the habit of saying I, or like, oh my god, I got hit there, or oh my god, I took so much damage. It's not you, it's Joel, it's Geralt, but you still say I, don't you? You become that character as you watch, and it happens with movies too, like no doubt. But there's something about playing as a game, like when you get hit, when a gun fires, you're like, oh shit, gotta hide, right? There's something special about games. That's why I'm actually pretty pro story games. I just think you gotta do it right. Good example, Last of Us. I love Last of Us, I really do. Both 1 and 2, amazing stories. I like how bold 2 is as well. God of War, a little bit more negative. Little bit more negative, unfortunately. Especially the Ragnarok. I think it was just too expected. And a little too on the rails. Like a little too formulaic. So, there's room for everything. Oh, great sun, frigid sun of soul, surrender yourself to the eclipse. Grant life to the soulless bones. It's really interesting with the eclipse. So that's what their goal was here. And also they worship this. They worship... I really wonder, like, what they actually worship. Do they worship the soulless ones? Do they worship the eclipse? Or is the eclipse like a symbol that they use as part of their worship? What was the item you grabbed? The Death Eclipse Shuttle. This is a big one. It's a legendary armament, so we're gonna be reading it. Don't worry, I won't forget. I just... Running through this area, it's a castle. There's nothing too crazy about it, so... It's protected by ghosts. Interestingly, though. Banished knights as well. It's a curved sword. I should know where curved swords are. They're my favorite. Nope. The Eclipse Shuttle. Storied sword and treasure of Castle Soul that depicts an eclipse sun drained of color. One of the legendary armaments. In Soul, the sight of an eclipse inspires a dreadful awe, preventing an onlooker from averting his gaze. Unique skill, Death Flare. Set the lusterless sun ablaze with the Prince of Death's flames, inflicting the death ailment upon foes. Follow up with an additional input to bring down the armament, triggering an explosion. This is... It's really, really interesting. So, this weapon inflicts Deathblight. It's the only weapon in the game that does so. Talk about eclipse, is there even a sun and lands between? There sure is! It's just really hard to see. But the sun is said to be frigid, cold, distant. It's really weird. It could also be because of the location too. So, okay. The eclipse apparently brings life to the soulless bones. Something about the eclipse breaks the curse of those who live in death. And this will apparently... Some people think that Miquella's... Hi, Milo. Some people think that Miquella's goal was to bring Godwyn back to life. But there's also the golden epitaph. Wait, did I not get the golden epitaph? Oh shit, I think I forgot to do that. That's important. We gotta go back and do that. I love the golden epitaph. It's one of my favorite like lore items in the freaking video game. Doesn't look like I have it. Okay, I gotta remember which one has it. It's in one of the... Hero graves. It's in one of the hero graves. Which hero grave haven't I been to? Oh, I haven't been to this one. Must be this one then. But isn't there... I think I've been to this one. This is this hero grave? Yep, so it's this one. Altus Hero's grave. Okay, let's go do that. It's related. Ariza? Oh wait, is this Ariza? Whatever. There's a sun most of the time. The sky is cloudy. It's really hard to see, but there is a sun in the sky, yeah. Okay. Growth within decay. Oh, you know what? That's actually interesting. So those who live in death are alive that they are dead, and scarlet rot very specifically seems to like to grow within those who are living more than anything. It's pretty interesting. It is rot. It's rotting while you're alive. It's fucked up. It's a beautiful weapon. The Eclipse Shottle. One of the prettiest. It's also like completely, first of all, cut in half. Kind of like the half wheel of the centipede. Like compare this with this. Chopped in half. It's pretty interesting how it's a similar symbol. Retreat eclipsing the DLC zone. I mean, I don't know that I describe it as an eclipse. It's just where there is light, there must also be shadow. Godwyn needed to die to control the dead? I mean, he seems to be able to control the dead just pretty well right now. But either way, the state that he's in now, the people who loved Godwyn when he was alive clearly do not want him to be the Prince of Death. It's not a fate that they want for him, but also presumably, therefore, it's not a fate that he would have wanted for himself. Like if you talk to Godwyn when he was alive, and you asked, hey, do you want to be like a weird mutated mermaid fish person? And also the Prince of Death, he'd be like, ew, what? No. Do you know what I mean? But that's what he is now. So people like Miquella, specifically Miquella, it seems like they're trying to put him out of his misery, because this item that I'm trying to get, the golden epitaph, says, oh brother, dear brother, may you die a true death. Now it's possible Miquella, because it says this is the prayer of a young boy, which suggests that at the time Miquella was actually a young boy, because though he looks like a young boy, he's not really. Like, he's sort of weird. He still looks like a kid, but it doesn't mean he is one, right? Lord brother. Yeah, Lord brother. He wants to kill his brother. He wants his brother to die properly. He doesn't want him to be in this in-between state. Godwyn's the Prince of Death, who's the king? It's a good question. I don't know. Sword made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden, first of the demigods to die. Infused with the humble prayer of a young boy. Oh brother, Lord brother, please die a true death. Last rites. Raise the epitaph to grant the effect of sacred order to yourself and allies in the vicinity, particularly effective at laying to rest those who live in death. Interesting phrasing there. Like, it's a mercy. Like, Miquella wants to cure Godwyn, but his initial goal is to kill him, to help him die a proper death, like a mercy. Basilisk from Dark Souls and Elden Ring? They're a really cool enemy. Why not keep them? They take on a similar role, but they're still different. It's pretty interesting because they use Deathblight in this game, which is a similar... Believe it or not, I still think Deathblight is a better status effect than Curse. Curse is awful. Like, that's how bad. That's actually how bad Curse can be. But yeah, so the eclipse appears to be a period of time where the soulless demigods come back to life. And this apparently weakens them enough that they can be killed. That's assuming that is still Miquella's goal, is to kill Godwyn. It's possible he came up with another solution between then and now, because like I said, young boy means he was probably actually a young boy at the time. One of the few swords that directly take out those who live in death, no need to strike them again when they reach— oh my god! Misjudge the distance. I love this place. This is one of my favorites. But yeah, so the eclipse, we actually just had an eclipse. So, you know, very fitting. Apparently the sun, frigid sun, is, also, sorry, one thing I wanted to address because I'm actually really interested in this personally. Did the idea of the soulless and sort of like worshipping them come up because of Godwyn? Like, was he truly the first? Like, did he spawn this religion? I really feel like Godwyn was probably the first, because this happened, like, first of all, he's the first of the demigods to die, of course. But then we also have, like, it happened a long time ago what happened to him. It happened before the Shattering. Like, it was considered one of the catalysts of the Shattering. But it happened so long ago that it very well could have spawned this effectively religion. Okay, YOLO. Yeah, this is a nightmare. Bye. Oh god. Oh god. No 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 no. Ho 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 ho. Tricky. Oh boy. Where's it coming? Oh boy. Oh no. Oh no. This is not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Oh, this is exciting. Okay. 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 Here? Whee! God, I love this place. Ah, I have so much fun here. I hope they add more of these. I hope they add more worse, more difficult, meaner graves like this. There's some of my favorite parts of this entire freaking video game. I never get tired of these. Except for when I get lost. But whatever, it's fine. I'm always lost. Why did Melina call Miquella the most fearsome demigod? Well, probably because A, she effectively worships him, all things considered. Like, literally, the way that she talks about him. Hang on 1 second. What you staring at, Basilisk? Stay over there. Where is it? Oh god. This is me getting a vacuum cleaner when I see a centipede. Like, I ain't getting close to that. Godwyn's Friday of Living and Dead was a pretty unique situation from the Night of the Black Knives. All sorts of Deathblight can be tracked back to him and his. Yeah, I really wonder though if the other demigods that are encased in the Wandering Mausoleums were not killed in a similar fashion, because they're also apparently soulless demigods. So does that mean they were infected by Deathblight, or does that mean they died in a similar fashion to Godwyn? It's a little odd because they make such a big deal of Godwyn being kind of a unique case, but there's something going on with them. Like, they have entire armies were beheaded, and their skulls were placed on the wandering mausoleums to protect them forever and to keep them from to keep them moving. Sorry, I bumped the mic. That's pretty intense. So it really suggests a special case. Anyway, sorry, I was so excited about this tomb. I kind of cut myself off from my previous topic, but Godwyn, what happened at Sol was meant to help Godwyn, but because of Radahn holding back the stars, Miquella did not succeed. Miquella realized it, and this is probably why Melina was sent to kill Radahn. What if Morgott had a ton of sons? Well, Godwyn was the first, so that's a pretty significant role. Also, the demigods, we don't really know what happened to the other demigods, the ones who were entombed. But even Godric, who is said to be a very distant relation of the Golden Lineage, is still a demigod. So they don't need to be directly Marika's children. Unwanted demigods were born some other way? Yeah, I really wonder if the unwanted child isn't meant to refer to Godwyn. Fuck. Heads in the mausoleums are the knights around them? Yes, that's why they're headless. It's very much like, what's it called? Dark Souls 2 Shulva situation, where the spirits of soldiers were kept as their, in armor so they could eternally protect the city. Same idea. You don't do that idly. Like, you basically, these people gave up their afterlives to be spirits forever to protect these wandering mausoleums. That's not something you do lightly. It's pretty significant. Miquella can compel others. Pretty fearsome ability. Yeah, Miquella is just like really fucking strong, dude. Also, frankly, he is, if I'm correct in my theory that he is the most like Marika, he's also basically the one who's tuned to be the next god more than any others. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh fuck. Whatever, bitch. Nope. Okay, fine. No, 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 you can't. You can! Holy shit, this guy's spamming. He's coming back! But I just... Okay, this one's like a little bit mean. Just like a little bit. I should have just run. We could have made it. But yeah, no, I don't know. I really think that Godwyn was the unwanted child. Some people think it's Mesmer. I don't know. Skill issue, to be honest? Yeah, no, genuinely. If you die to these guys, it's just a skill issue. Just get good. But the difference is I'm having fun. So, like, I don't care if I get good or not, you know? Do you think Mesmer is another Empyrean? Like, for sure? Or at the very least, he's, like, about as strong as one. More and more unwanted children in that family. Have you seen Godric? Who would want him? You know they say a face only a mother could love? No one would say that about Godric. Oh lord, it's coming. Ow, fuck!
My entire body.
Whee! All female or person with feminine qualities? I really think what's... like, I think that's a sort of misconception. Whee! I think it's the capacity to create life in some way, shape, or form. With Melina, that would be the rot. Miquella. The thing is, we don't really know, really. But Miquella is a master craftsman. who understands the essence of life according to Gowry, which I think makes him a shoo-in to be an Empyrean. It's a big one. So like the idea of creating life, you know, it's just a little like a lot of the female characters in the lore, and this there are of course exceptions, Miquella being a major one, right? But a lot of the female characters in the lore are creators, artisans. Marika is a mother, but that isn't all she is. There's definitely evidence that she creates things. For fuck's sakes. Empyrean by virtue of being a really good gardener? Like in all seriousness, yeah. What's up here again? Is it like nothing? Oh. Right. Right. Yeah, 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 okay, yeah, I'm remembering. What does this one even do then? I think I normally just go down. I don't remember this one. You go like way up there, huh? Woo! Go, 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 go! Okay. Whee! Holy shit. Here's a way to kill it? No, I'm having fun. I love having a bad memory because it means that I like forget the things that I've done already. So I like never, like it's all fresh to me every time. Every time I walk into one of these tombs, I'm like, oh boy. Dude, this one double taps you. This one's genuinely kind of mean, actually. I had no memory of this place. Anyway, Melina, though a warrior, can bloom and create immense amounts of life. It's not a choice with her. It's just something that like happens with her rot. So, but she's still able to be an Empyrean. So there's different forms of Empyreans. I also wouldn't be surprised if Empyreans are able to do different things. Depending... Crystal Feather Talisman. Okay. Sort of like in Dark Souls 3, Aldrich is described as what's the term they use for the people that you're taking out in Dark Souls 3? It's been a minute. I don't remember. But you're taking out the previous people who linked the flame. You're bringing them back again. And Aldrich, I think he's described as being made a... whatever the term is. Not by virtue, but by might or something like that. The Lords of Cinder. Yeah. He was made a Lord of Cinder, not due to his virtue, but because of his might. So literally, he was just so freaking strong that he became a Lord of Cinder. Even though he was effectively a monster. I mean, his name is Aldrich. It's not unintentional. Aldrich is an Eldritch. He's a cannibalistic, child-eating monster. But he's a Lord of Cinder too. I wonder if this is the one that does the thing. Right, it cooks you. I remember the cooking. So it's possible that Empyreans are able to do different things. The thing is too, the Glowmite Queen? I don't remember how I killed this thing. Yeah, I think it's supposed to do the thing, but I don't remember how it does the thing because like, I think you put it up and that's like a good thing. Might be wrong. Oh no, it's correct. And they're freaking dead. Neat. So we got the whole Tree Sentinel set. Ranni's a bit of a weird one too, because her capacity for life is a little different, and she seems very similar to Rennala in many ways, but Rennala, as far as we know, is not an Empyrean. Nonetheless, the Rennala was a rival to the Golden Order, who was pretty much one of the biggest threats to the Golden Order, to the point that Radagon effectively married her to neutralize her as a threat. I'm not saying he didn't love her, but that was a major part of it too. She went from a major threat to not a threat, with one easy marriage. That'll do it. This clip isn't staying in, so I'm taking it out. What was I saying? Sorry, it's getting to that time of night where my brain can't maintain things. An eclipse, sorry, this is probably a while ago. YouTube chat is slower, so I don't get... I see motion in the corner of my eye, and then it reminds me to look at chat. So if I don't see motion, I don't look as much. I'm like a Tyrannosaurus from the Jurassic Park movies. An eclipse is formed from the alignment of two main celestial bodies, which is a similar motif to Deathblight being life within death. It's interesting too, because we have a cold, leaden moon as Ranni's moon, but there's different moons. Like, there are literally two in the sky at a certain point, but also we hear about different types of moons. But the sun, as far as we know, is only discussed as at Castle Sol. Also, just an interesting thing, I don't know if this is intentional, but Castle Sol, S-O-L, is sun. Sol means sun. In Latin, I think it's gotta be Latin. Origin of everything. That's what it is Castle Sun. But Sol, when we pronounce it, is also, like, it sounds the exact same as S-O-U-L. Castle Sol. The sun, the soul, linked to the soul. You know? Spanish? I mean, it's probably Latin from, and then into Spanish, and then Soleil into French, and then, yeah. So Sol is, it's just freaking soul. We're silent, we were listening to your lectures, such discussion. No, I feel bad. I really do like responding to YouTube chat. I don't want to leave you guys hanging for a long time, but... yeah, no, so it's interesting that the sun is linked to the soul. The soul is linked to the soul, and it's just cool. I think this is my favorite hero grave. I never remember it when I'm doing it, but I always have fun with it. Did you just do damage to me by rolling? Cool. Man, I love this weapon. It is so much better than the Bloodhound Fang? Eclipses are dark souls. I remember that I love this hero grave, but I hate this fight. It's all coming back to me now. I gotta say though, this weapon seems very good. If I can get both of them in it, oh boy. Alright. Get blasphemed on, bro. Oh, great. I need more eyes. Eyes on the inside. Hey. This weapon is absolutely unbalanced. I love it. It's so good. What the hell? No tail whip. Don't you know tail whip is supposed to lower your defense by 1 stage and not do any damage, you fake Pokemon ass hoe? I knew it. I dared to heal. Yep, there goes the input reading. Stop. Yeah, that was like actually not that bad. Okay, so I wanted to read I got the Crucible Feather Talisman. It kind of has the same lore as the other Crucible Talismans, which is why I didn't read it right away. Yeah, so it's basically different parts that, you know, the scale that embodies the aspects of various creatures. Then we have the feather, so like the Misbegotten have wings. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And then we have the knots, said to have grown on the human body long ago. Improves the effectiveness of dodge rolls, but increases damage taken at all times. I think this was a really strong thing in Dark Souls 3, this particular talisman, like the ring. Wasn't it like Karthus ring or something? Am I thinking of the right ring? Try the Ruins Greatsword. So, not in PvE, but one of my PvP builds uses it. It's just very funny. I just love the look of it. I gave it to Nurse, my PvP tune, Nurse Vigor check, because I love the idea of a small nurse who has a massive sword. So that was my concept for it. Literally, it popped into my head one day. I was like, what if I have a character wearing a dress, dressed like a nurse, who uses the Ruins Greatsword? Boom. Alright, and then we got Ordovis' sword. So, I don't think this one used the Ash of War, but Tannis Knight did use the Ash of War. So, it's really cool. You like kind of spin it and then... Greatsword of Ordovis, one of the 2 honored as foremost among the Crucible Knights. This sword is imbued with an ancient holy essence. Its red tint exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. Ordovis' vortex channel the power of the crucible to spin the entire sword in midair, building momentum before slamming the blade down onto the ground. And then we got the entire Ordovis set. Crucible Tree, Crucible Axe. Helm of the Crucible Knights who served Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. The axe ornamentation is the Knight Ordovis' mark, displayed also by his men. Holds the power of the Crucible of Life, the primordial form of the Erd Tree. Strengthens aspect of the Crucible incantations. Oh. So the Crucible Tree armor is the one with the... I would argue that's pretty serpent-like ornamentation. The coiling serpent, that's like... It looks like a mess of serpents. But not the Crucible Axe armor. Interesting. Now that I'm looking for snakes, I'm seeing way more snakes. These are the same. These are the same. Wait a second! In time, the strength shown by these knights and even their appearance was seen as chaotic and deserving of scorn. Bruh, you tell me that there's freaking secret lore in the pants that I haven't read probably since the first time I picked up the freaking pants. The pants have hidden lore, so you always check your pants pockets before you do laundry. So this is the fate of the Crucible Knights. It's pretty much the typical thing. Like the Crucible, they became seen as chaotic and deserving of scorn. God, that's such a good line. So it's like the Crucible and unchecked life. So even the Crucible Knights who fought for the Erd Tree became seen as worthy of scorn. Ah, that's so neat. I can't believe maybe I never read that? I probably did. Interesting. That's the thing. Sometimes you gotta read every single individual piece, but sometimes like the head has one piece of unique lore and everything else is the same. They're like cancer, like develop without limit. No, I think it's just they are. Think of the misbegotten and the omen, how they were seen as signifiers of the divine, and the wings and the growths were seen as a sign of something positive, and then it became negative. Nothing changed. They didn't change. The world around them and the world they lived in changed. Read it but didn't retain it, something my prophet said to us. You just read a lot. Honestly, it's hard to know. There's certain dungeons that I've been in and I've been like, I've never been here, and then yeah, I've been there. It's just been a while. It's hard. There's so much in these games. Oh, that's so neat. So that that furthers it even more. Even the Knights of Godfrey who fought with him were eventually seen as something negative, probably because of their Crucible association, because they were seen as chaotic. I don't want to do this dungeon. I really don't want to do this particular one. I'm not gonna lie. I love it, but I always get lost in here. Wait, what did I get for... Did I get an Ash of War, or was it really just the weapons for Ordovis? It must have been just the weapons. That was so much stuff we got from them. Tree Sentinel Garb. Wait, I didn't read the Tree Sentinel Garb. I got distracted. I was looking at it, but I didn't read it. Golden Helm of the Heavy Cavalry Tree Sentinels who serve the Erd Tree. Very few are permitted to wear a golden wood crest of such size as seen on this helm. Golden Armor of the Heavy Cavalry Tree Sentinels who serve the Erd Tree. Adorned with a cape featuring the mark of the sacred tree. Imposing, sturdy, and nigh unbreakable, the grace of old yet lingers. Let's take a look at the chest piece, actually. With our new eyes, understanding of the lore. And that's a tree. I want to see the chest. Yeah, so that is the Erd Tree ornamentation. It looks very cross-like, the part on the chest in particular. Also the colors. Red, green, and blue on top of the gold. Surprisingly colorful. Yeah, it's supposed to be the tree for sure, but like to me, when I look at that, I see cross. Or like not a wreath, but something like it. Is it fruiting? So the Erd Tree. Okay. The Erd Tree wouldn't fruit. It gives sap. Those are its blessings. Fleur-de-lis? It kind of looks like a fleur-de-lis, but not quite. So they don't... it doesn't fruit and it doesn't flower. It is perpetually in its state. It just gives its blessings in the form of its sap. But Erd Tree seeds were thought not to exist because the tree was considered perfect. However, at the shattering, that's the moment that the tree sent out seeds. So that's actually where all the minor Erd trees came from. They all came from that one moment during the shattering. So it's pretty interesting. There wouldn't be fruit. Ever. Alright, nothing new here. Let's take a look at the secret pants. Nope. See what I mean? The lore is the same on all three pieces. But sometimes the pants have secret lore. I'm actually so excited by that, but like I'm a little bummed I didn't find that before. Astral War Holy Ground from the same Wheels of Death as the Tree Sentinel armor? I don't understand. Oh, whoa, lagged a little there. I don't want to forget to do this, but I don't think I want to do this right now. I will get probably pretty lost in here. The really only thing we get here is the soul jars of fortune and a few pots, I think. I don't think there's anything too important. And the soul jars of fortune still acquire lore, but it's not the most important thing. It's funny because we basically finished off an area that I was already mostly done, and then we explored around here for a fair bit. But I think we did a good amount today. I'm happy with today's stream. But I'm gonna call it here for tonight because I'm sleepy. Thank you so much everyone for hanging out. I really love doing the Loreathon. It's been a genuine blast, and it's nice to be back because I took the weekend off because I wasn't feeling good. Tonight's my very first night with my night guard, and I'm hoping it will solve all the jaw, throat, cheek related problems that I'm dealing with so that my mouth won't hurt all the time. I just got here. I'm so sorry. The timing. 2 more hours? I wish. I'm very tired. I need to sleep. I've actually had a better sleep schedule lately. Hopefully it does it good. I'm really excited but a little nervous. I hope so too. It can't be worse. My poor freaking teethers. Alright. Oops. There we go. That's really weird. Drop frames. Oh, it looks like I had a little stutter on the stream. My stream preview is super laggy. That's so weird. Use the night guard helping dab for good luck. Thank you. Thank you for the luck. It could just be my internet straight up, but like that would be weird because I'm literally streaming right now, right? Okay. I'm going to send you over to Dashing, doing some invasions. Canadian, PvPer, all good things. I'm just gonna say it. Loves coffee as well. Very good late night streamer. I find very good chill vibes. Definitely say hello to Dashing for me. I'm gonna go to bed. And I'll be back on Thursday. We're gonna be working on the Loreathon as usual and also back to DD2. I really want to conclude Dragon's Dogma 2 because I'm really enjoying that game and I want to see what it has to offer. I have a bad habit of not finishing games lately, but to be honest, that's something I have a problem with even without streaming. I was playing Persona 3 Reload, having a total blast, and then I started playing Stardew, and goodbye, Persona 3 Reload. I don't finish games. I tend to kind of cut off in the middle. It's a it's a habit, so, you know, we'll get to it, though. Thank you so much for hanging out. Tell Marlo I say meow. Okay, he heard. Hope the night guard works. Me too. Fingers crossed. I'm so excited. I think it's gonna help a lot. At least I hope so. Freaking night guards are custom night guards are freaking pricey, dog. Oof. Thank you. No insurance. Ugh. All right, everybody. See you on Thursday. Good night. Take it easy. See you next time.